How's it going, chat? How's everybody doing tonight? Oh, it feels like it's been a little while since we've hung out, eh? Doesn't it? How's everybody doing? Is everyone having a nice night? Why are my lights being weird? There we go. Oh man, oh man. Who's here? Who's here? What's up? What's up? I hear an echo. Uh-oh. I need to do something. 1 second. I'm doing something dangerous. Something uncalled for. Something that will surely lead to trouble. Oh, no, it's going to be fine. I'm just kidding. It's going to be fine. Anyway. Who's here tonight? Name yourself and say hello. What's up, Enrique? What's up, S. Obelisk? Confused floaty head guy? Hey, it's my cousin. Oh, yeah. You think I'm the One Piece? Maybe. Maybe. Hello, Cage. Hello, Matt. Hello, Dragoness. Hello, Glitchy. Hello, Horror Dude Bro. Ghost, what's up? Kyle. Kelka Andu today. Hello. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing tonight? Good? I hope so. Some random person. Shane. My goodness. Look at all these glorious people. Love having you here. I hope you're feeling well tonight. Adam, how's it going? Guys, we're looking at some homebrew tonight. And I look oddly pale. It's the neighborhood. Oh, Scotland, hello. Missy by golly, how's it going? If it isn't a carrot. My goodness. Goodness gracious me, oh my. I've been pretty good. Well, actually, I was sick earlier this weekend, but I'm feeling all right now. First time you've been able to make it to stream because of time zones, lol. Well, welcome. Hello, Texas. Ahoy, hoy. Sans and Duck, are you guys here? Where are you, Sans? Where are you, Duck? What's up, Philip? Butt Poncho coming in with the new membership. Bow, 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 bow. Have a con coming up over here. Was thinking of what kind of thing I can present as an entertainment for D&D and TTRPG audience, like a little event. Ooh, that's a fun idea. A little event. What sort of little event could we put on? Curious. Well, I think it depends on what sort of show it is, doesn't it? You could do a game show. You could do a talk. You could do a live play. There's many options. You could do speed brew. Hey, bro. What's up? Guys, welcome to stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. My goodness, it's great to see you lovely creatures of the realm. Humans, monsters, beasts of all shapes, sizes, and alignments. Fall is here. I love the fall. I am here for fall. I'm all about it. It's brisk and chilly outside. I can wear my big cozy stuff. And the fun thing, you know what I'm excited for, is that this year for fall, we're doing decorations. Because I'm a streamer now. And it's fun when there's ambiance. Speaking of which, we have a couple things we got to do on the table. First of all, tonight is the Big Wheel Homebrew Night. Is anybody here new? Anybody first time on stream? Give a little wave if it's your first time here. Welcome, Neb. Thanks for popping by. Allison, welcome. Alin6, Carrot, Zenfrog, Explo, Marcus, Mitten Ninja. First of all, great names, friendos. Philip, go to hell. Siva, what's up? Guys, so if it's your first time here, here's the way stream works. Micah, Florian. Hi. You're not new, but you want to say hi to Neb? Say hi to Neb, my guy. We're all here to say hi to each other. So, if you're new here, my name is Cinder. You might have watched me do some shorts and stuff. I do live streams quite a bit also. And every Sunday night, we do a massive homebrew review wheel where you can send homebrew to be reviewed. The wheel refreshes. Well, actually, it's like a weekly thing, but Sunday is like the big one. And then next week, it refreshes. So, if you want to send me homebrew for me to review it, if you look in the video description or if you type the command brew, a little thing will pop up with where you can find how to submit homebrew, and that will be you'll be added to the wheel for all of next week with a focus of homebrew on Sunday. But that's the deal. Also, I do other things. And we're in the middle of a Dark Urge playthrough in Baldur's Gate. We're going to be doing some more of this week. Oh my god, it's so twisted and wonderful, and I love it, and we're going to have a lot of fun. And I decided I'm going to respec Karlach, because I want her on the team, but I don't want a Barbarian. I think she's going to go Druid, and y'all are going to deal with it. But that's neither here nor there. Because starting tomorrow, not tonight we're still hanging out, but starting tomorrow, thank you, it is a nice sweater. It's not actually very nice, but it is very cozy. Starting tomorrow, we are going to be entering into Halloween stuff. Into spooky stuff. So, homebrew. If you're submitting homebrew, the link isn't working? What link isn't working? Let me check. That one's working. Oh, that one's not working. Oh, let me fix that. I see what's happening here. I can fix that. Give me 1 second. That one's working. This one is not. Okay, give me 1 second, you fucking hooligans. This is the one I need. Okay, we're gonna fix it. Everybody calm down. Copy. Paste. Save. Okay, that one's done. Let's make this one work too. I think this one works. It's probably working already too. Save. All right, let's see if it works now. We'll see if it works. Anyway, let's see. Click submit homebrew for next week. Huh. I'm not sure why it's not working. Is it working in the video description? Oh my god, this is the most exciting start to stream we've ever had. You've never ever had. Oh, shut the fuck up. That's me. That one's working. Does it just not like getting filtered through Stream Elements for some reason? Stream Elements, what's your deal, my guy? Okay, we're gonna try one more thing. And if it doesn't work, you're just going to click the link in the description like everybody else. Okay, let's try it again. Last time. Oh, the word "or" is accidentally a part of the link. Okay, let's see. Maybe that'll make it work. Let's see if that makes it work. Please work, you fiend! There we go. Wait, that's the wrong link, though. Wait, that's the wrong link. Let me get the right link. That's so funny. Oy, oy, oy. I love a good start to stream, don't you? Okay, that should work. It's gonna work in the timer. Okay. Let's try one more time, and then we'll start. Everybody's being so chill. What's up? Anyway, we're starting Halloween shit this week. Is what I'm trying. Okay, there we go. Now it's working. So, if you want to submit Homebrew, Jesus Christ, fuck me, right? What a start. If you want to submit Homebrew for this coming week, you must submit Spooky Homebrew. Spooky Homebrew. Okay? That was the long and the short of it. Jesus, that took a while to get out. How's everybody doing? Is anybody still here? Did anybody leave? If I spin you tonight, please skip you. It's the same one from Thursday. Alright, sounds good. The buff goblin also speaks common and will probably lead an army that's better. What are you talking about, Walken? What buff goblin? Walker, I'm going to be honest with you. Walker, you consistently don't put any grammar when you leave comments, and it really makes it so hard to understand what you're saying. If you leave a comment that's... If you're writing and you are writing and you're writing and you find yourself moving from one thought to the next, or maybe even just after you used like 6 or 7 words, you got to start asking yourself, should I be putting a comma here? Should I be putting a period here? It is going to dramatically improve the readability of your work in general, whether for D&D Homebrew or for comments on a YouTube video. The ultimate reveal of who you are will be fire. We'll see. Arufa, no, you shouldn't do that. You should find the happy medium. I played the happy medium once in a play. Hey, Cinder, if you spin, you didn't... I read that already. What else is going on? Guys, I've been watching this new show. It's pretty good. It's called 30 Coins. Have you heard of it? It's really fun. It's about monsters. Everybody loves a good monster. Anyway, let's look at the wheel for tonight. Here's the wheel for tonight. 30 Coins. It's a Spanish show. It's sort of like One Piece. It's a little different than One Piece. I am a fan of monsters. It's a reference to the 30 coins of silver Judas was paid. Should we spin the wheel? Or should we just fart around for a little while first? What do you guys want to do? Where's your heart? Where does your heart sit tonight? Does anyone have any weird, imposing questions? Walker, I'm going to answer your question first, actually. Walker, if you're still here. Walker's been sending me massive, long messages, and it kind of sounds like it's unclear what's going on. Writing punctuation was never your strong point in school. Shocked they let you graduate? Yeah, man, me too. Walker, I can't tell from your comments if the situation is that your dad didn't have fun because he didn't like the character he was playing, or he didn't have fun because he was rolling badly. And I think if your dad didn't have fun because he was rolling badly, and he is just not gonna like that sometimes, then maybe D&D isn't for him. If he's not cool with leaning into having bad rolls sometimes. And if he didn't like it just because he didn't like his character, I think it's okay for a player to just say, hey, I don't like my character. Can I switch them out for a new one? And then you just let them do that. Another thing that you can do if your players are rolling really, really badly, or in general, when your players are rolling badly, is you can start to think about things less in the context of if you roll, you succeed, and if you roll well, you succeed, and if you roll badly, you fail. And you can sort of turn into, if you roll, you do it, you accomplish what you want to. If you fail, you don't exactly accomplish it the way that you want, or there is some extra consequence that now has to get dealt with, or it changes things in a way that it sort of switches things up. Like, Like somebody rolling badly on a deception check, maybe it doesn't mean the person realizes they're lying, but maybe someone else in the room notices that they're lying, you know? That sort of thing. The complications of failure is a neat idea. Yeah, I didn't make it up. You're a new DM and still learning? If it makes you feel any better, we're all still learning. Pat, did you want to come on stream tonight? You don't have to if you don't want to. But if you're more than welcome to if you want to. Why are you talking about investing? There are 2 things to submit to this week. One of them is a homebrew review, which has to be spooky themed. The other thing is a scary story. Ooh, if you want to write a scary story, you can submit one. But there are some rules to the scary story. Rule number 1, it's got to be 500 words or less. Rule number 2, it has to include a D&D thing, either a monster, a spell, a magic item, etc. Rule number 3, you cannot name that thing. So the example that I will say is if you want to make a scary story about a hooked horror or a flump, you can describe it and you can describe what it's doing, but you're not going to ever call it a flump in the story. I don't want to hear about it as a flump. I want to hear just about it, you know? Whatever it is. Rule number 4 is it can't be any named characters. No Curse of Strahd, no Dritz, nothing like that. Rule number 5 is a bunch of things that aren't allowed in it, which I listed in the form, which you can read. And if you do all of those things, we shall read your story next week, next Monday on stream. And we'll see how scared we can get. Ooh. Yes, 500 words or less. This is flash fiction, my friend. Flash fiction. So quite short. 500 words or less is like a 4-paragraph story. It's like a moment. It's not really even a story. But you can make it story-esque. But think about it like flash fiction. But that's what we're going to do next week. Ugh, Patrick said he wants to come on stream. Let me grab him. Let's call this man. Oh, I have to get everything connected to my headphones.
Hey.
You can't.
Dude, what's up?
How's it going?
Good.
Let me adjust volume of things here.
Yeah, sure. No worries.
How you doing?
Good. Just chilling. I just finished making dinner for Emily. She is laid up with the vax.
Oh,
but otherwise
fun.
doing well.
That's fun.
Yeah. It's her turn to be bedridden.
Obelisk. So Pat, did you hear what I'm doing for this short story contest?
Yeah, it sounds fucking great. Flash fiction is one of my favorite genres.
And specifically, it has to feature prominently something from D&D without naming that thing.
I like that quite a bit.
So as Obelisk says, what if it's something like a shadow? Those are really hard to describe without using the word shadow. I would say yes, they are. And that would be a wonderful challenge to try to do. But I also think that that's one of those also a situation where it's like so on the nose of a thing. Like that's, I think, the only one of those situations I can think of where that comes into play. Like I can't think of another monster.
Ghost, maybe?
Yeah, but ghost would be such a cop-out.
A common-ish word. Yeah, I mean, 100%. That's fair.
You could also describe a shadow not as a shadow. It's a pool of darkness. It's a a web of
shimmering
black.
Umbra.
Yeah. There's lots of, you can figure it out. Anyway, I think it's gonna be a fun time.
It's gonna be great.
And then also throughout the week we're gonna be doing spooky stuff. So everyone get ready for some spooky stuff.
Halloween.
Starting on Tuesday, because tomorrow I'm not streaming because I have other shit I gotta do. But that's fine.
Yeah, that's valid.
So here's the wheel. Should we spin it?
Let's spin that goddamn wheel.
All right. You're here? Welcome, Milky. Trinosio, how's it going? I saw you pop in there.
Glitchy says, how do we join voice chat if you spin our homebrew? That is for members on Thursday.
Yes, so if you are a member, you can submit homebrew to my member stream, which is Thursdays, which is like this, but Thursday. And those times members can come on stream. I haven't, if you are a member, I haven't posted the link for this Thursday yet, but I'll be posting it on the member tab in YouTube and on the Patreon probably tomorrow. You love spooky
All right,
stuff? Let's see.
Spooky stuff is great.
This is this is from Undine. A great sword used by one of the bosses in a campaign I'm planning. He's a very by-the-books knightly character.
I like a straight-laced enemy quite a bit.
Especially if they're not necessarily, like, clearly a bad guy.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun.
Also, it's called Judge, which is a great name for a weapon for a knight.
Sword.
Yeah, especially for a knight, you know?
Yeah, that's fucking good.
All right, let's see. A short sword, a sword forged, and it requires a tune from a lawful creature. A sword forged and enchanted to bring order in war. And now the favored weapon of Carmish del Castil Iksha. This weapon,
hell of a name.
Yeah, this weapon provides a +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with it, and imparts the following effects. Okay, imparts the following effects is one of those things where there's like a million ways you could say this. There's not really a right or a wrong, but you'll see if you look at magic items, they kind of dance between different ones. They'll say impart the following effects on the wearer. Sometimes they'll say and grant the following benefits. So I would say this is not a wrong way to write it, but it is worth knowing that when you're writing things in this way, there's a bunch of different ways that are possible. And sometimes it's kind of actually good to like try different ones to see which ones sound the best.
Yeah, because sometimes something like this won't work, right? You'll have to find a different way to sort of move into what you're trying to say, especially if you don't have an opener like it's a +2 attack.
Yeah. So it has two features, bridled by law and order imposed. When you roll a 16 or higher and hit a creature with Judge, it must make a DC 16 Wisdom saving throw, becoming restrained until the end of its next turn on a failure. Interesting. How do you feel about it being tied to rolling a certain height on it?
It's kind of like a crit effect, but an expanded crit effect.
Now, what I'm wondering, now here's what I'll say. I think that if this is a 16 or higher on the D20, that is that could be reasonable. If that's just a 16 or higher, this is going to be happening more than 50% of the time.
Very often, yeah. Which at that point, if you roll a 16 or higher on the D20, that gets real clunky. I'd almost want it to be like on a crit and then take away the saving throw, right?
I think on a crit's not a bad idea. I also think you could make it like, you sort of phrase it like a crit range. Like if you roll between a 17 and a 20 or a 16 and a 20 on the die, this happens. I would probably
make it...
That's
a cleaner way to do it, for sure.
I would write it like the way that a fighter, like a champion fighter, gets an expanded crit range. Yeah. And I probably would not have it tied to your ability score modifiers, just the die. And I would probably make it 18 to 20. So if you were an 18, 19, or 20, it would happen. Yeah. I think that would be more reasonable. I also still think it might be worth having it be a limited amount of times per day. The other thing that you could do... I
think the question is, how long is it restrained for? Because it's only
they become restrained until the next turn.
End of its next turn?
Yeah, until the end of its next turn. So, I mean,
that's pretty long.
Yeah, it's a whole round. I mean, it's not crazy, but like this could also work where it's like when you hit with a creature, you can expend a charge to force a wisdom save, and this happens, and you could get like 4 or 5 charges a day. I feel like that would be pretty reasonable too.
Yeah.
You know,
that's a little bit more traditional than having it auto proc, because there are times where you might want it to be a little bit more strategically flexible for the GM. But also, I don't know, how do you feel about that from like a GM play perspective? I genuinely don't know whether or not it would be easier to keep track of a resource or keep track of dice roll range.
Well, I think I would treat this weapon a little bit different on a monster than I would on a player. On a monster, I probably... Because on a monster, you know, it's plenty of monsters have like abilities that they can do like 3 times a day, right? I feel like that's fine. So I'd probably
more traditional.
I would probably on a monster. I don't know what I would do with it on a monster. I mean, I guess you could go either way. The thing that I like about making it on charge is that it just I like features that give you a little bit more agency in general. But I think if you made the crit range a little tighter on it, I think it could work. Let's see what the next one is. Thrice per long rest. Don't say thrice per long rest.
Don't say it like that.
Just say how many times. Just either put in parentheses, like in parentheses 3 per day, or 3-day, or at the end say once you use this feature 3 times, you can't use it again until the next day at dawn. As a reaction, you can replace any roll of a d20 with a 10. You can to use this feature, you must be able to see the creature making the roll. I think that. I think you got to limit this a little bit more. I would probably actually write it out clearly. I would probably say, whenever the judge sees whenever a creature that the judge can see within some whenever a judge that you can see within whenever a creature that you can see within some range of you rolls a d20, you can use your reaction to change that roll to a 10. Period. I would probably write it like that. Periwinkle, thank you. Persuasive Winkle. I knew I was going to get your name wrong again.
You do that every time.
Persuasive Wink. Thank you for the 10. Yeah, but it makes it, but it does make them be a person that stays in my mind.
That's true. That's true. Now we remember the bit.
Anyway, thank you, Persuasive. That's very generous of you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I said it wrong twice. I know. I say it wrong a lot, guys. I'm not. Listen. I'm doing what I can.
We're out here.
But what I was gonna say was, but the other thing that I really like about this that I want to point out is the way that this item is going to be introduced, which is really cool. Which is that this is going to be essentially the powers that a bad guy has that the players are going to do battle with, which means that the players are going to get to experience the item from the other side of the table before they get it. So not only during the fight are they going to be like, oh, this is intense, then they're going to be like, oh my god, this ties to the thing. And it's like a really cool way to sell an item as powerful and cool is to show players how powerful and cool it is, by letting a monster wield it first. It's really, really cool. Rex, thank you for the 20. Just finished a session where I killed one of my player characters. Oof, that's rough, man. I took all of your advice in giving them a moment after the battle, good, which led to a proper send-off after traveling back to their base. It went well. Oh, man, I'm so glad. Yeah, when you have to drop a player character, it's rough. Was it a long campaign? Like, how long have this character been a character? Pat, have you had to drop any player characters before? Have you had slain any characters?
Once, and it was during the finale. So it was literally during the final combat, and there were some send-offs in the end, but it was like mixed in with all of the send-offs because we were ending the game.
Gotcha. I've had a couple players. I've had a couple players drop, and I gotta say it was I've done it well and I've done it poorly. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. You know what it comes down to a lot of the time, which is so stupid, but it's like actually thing is like how much time you have.
Time, yeah, 100%, because it takes time, but it's not really plot productive time, and like it's often at the end of a thing where it's like, oh, now we're gonna walk away from this for a month before we get back together, and all of the emotions have faded. Yeah. Oh, Tradosio, coming up on 4 months of membership. Dang, happy 4-month anniversary to you. For the next week, you want a challenge. Can I get a spooky homebrew prompt or suggestion? Pat, do you have any... What's a good idea for a spooky homebrew prompt or suggestion? I think my general prompt on this one is it's a little abstract, but I'd love to see what you could come up with. Give me something that I can build an entire campaign around, similar to the oh man, what is it called? It's the one that eats the memories of things. Oh, the false Hydra. False Hydra. Yeah. Something that gives me real deep plot hooks for ongoing non-combat interaction is like what I like to see out of my horror. Because at the end of the day, like, combat's not really horrifying. It's really boiled down to tactics, and it's hard to make something truly
scary in combat. Yeah, as soon as it has hit
existentially
points,
horrifying.
Yeah, as soon as it has hit
100%.
points, it's not that scary. Although counter argument, Zenfrog says too many fingers.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Not a bad counter
What's the
argument.
appropriate number of fingers? I don't know, but too many is not okay.
So Pat, I will say that. Well, first of all, I'm gonna say I don't really have much more feedback for Undine. This is like a pretty solid item. I genuinely think the main thing to think about is the way that you're handling the range thing here, and the way that you thrice per long rest. But let's give oops, 1 second. Let's give Undine a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Undine.
Very nice, very nice.
A lot of hate for the false Hydra in the chat right now, which is like fine, I guess. But
let's see. I know that monster I've been drawing, Cinder. I feel like Pat just described that exact monster. Dude, the thing you've been drawing is nuts looking. I'm forever impressed with people's abilities to do art in this little community of ours. You know what I got to do? Maybe next week. I got to figure out a schedule. I want to do like an art showcase where we can actually. We got to start looking at people's art again because people are posting cool art all the time.
Art.
I will say, Pat, and I say this with a little bit of a thing. You know, the false Hydra was my first step to becoming a content creator.
Yeah, I know. Your false Hydra video inspired like the entire third arc of Rally.
My false Hydra video was my first video that went viral.
It's a good fucking video. It's a good video.
And that was my first video to go really viral. And also, I will say that I am very proud of the. I only ran a false Hydra once. Did you run it like that? I saw like data said it was like they thought it was lame, and I think it is one of those things that gets a little cliched and overdone. But I think that when I ran it, it was just some random article I found. Like it wasn't a big idea. Like I ran it like I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 years ago, like a long time ago. And like there wasn't a stat block for it when I ran it because it was just like an idea that someone posted on like a green text forum. Yeah, it was just like an idea with pictures.
That's funny.
And I think I did a pretty dang good job. It was one of the times where I really blew my players' minds a little bit. Do you want to know what I did?
Yeah.
Actually, I think I just described what I did in the video. So if you saw the video, you know what I did.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a good video. Yeah. Everybody should go watch that video. It's great
whatever.
Video.
It's lost to time. But for folks that didn't know what I did, I'll tell you really quickly. There was a false Hydra in a town. False Hydra is a monster that when it eats creatures, you forget that they existed. That's it in a nutshell. It looks kind of like this. And if it eats somebody, you forget that they existed. And if you can hear it, you can't see it. It's like it hides in your perception. So it's not invisible. It's truly like you just don't spot it. It's like in the blind sight always. And they sort of grow like big trees in a town. So I had my players come to a small town and basically they got to this town and there was some weird stuff going on in the sewer that they needed to investigate. And when they got to the town, the very first thing that happened was a little kid came up to them and he was like, "Hello, gents, I'm an artist. Would you like me to do a portrait of you guys? It'll only cost you 10 copper." And they were like, "Oh, sure, man. I'll take a portrait." And he said, "All right, come meet me in 2 days. I'll be done." And he like looked at them really quickly, sketched something really quickly, and like ran off. Then they went on a little adventure. They did. They put their stuff in an inn. They did some adventuring in the sewers. They were finding weird earthquake stuff, which was tied to the false Hydra, but they didn't know that at the time. And they were fighting some oozes. And the next day, they go back to find the kid, and the little kid says, "I've got this picture for you. It's pretty cool." And he hands them a portrait that I drew in real life. So as a person in real life, I took a big piece of paper and I drew all their characters. And then what I did is I folded it really tightly, so it was super wound up. So when you opened it like a scroll, you like pulled the pages back and you could see all the characters. And what I also did though was I taped a little bit of it down, so it felt like it could only open so much with intention. So if they were opening it as my players, they would like stop opening it because it would feel like it would tear or something. And they were like, "Oh, this is such a cool piece of art. It's so cool." And I was like, "Yeah, it is." And then they like have the portrait. They like really like the little kid or whatever. the adventure continues. They're going through town. They are finding weird stuff. They're like going to shops that look like they should be full, but like everyone says the building's always been abandoned. Or there's like there's a guy. There's an old woman who like has like a whole tapestry shop in her basement, but like she doesn't remember that she works at a tapestry shop. There's like all sorts of weird stuff happening, and then eventually they go back to their room. Now this is a game that I ran. This was a game that I ran for a long time. It had 7 players in it. It was very long. It was a lot of players. They go back to their room, and there are 8 beds in their room. And they're like, why there are 8 beds? But there's more than there's 8 beds. There's an 8th backpack. More than there's an 8th backpack, there are magic items. There's a magic sword. There's a little ruby. There's stuff that they just didn't know what they were. And they're trying to figure it out, and they're not sure. And we took a little break when that happened. So, like, took a pause. Some people, like, took a little walk. Some people went and got food. And when they were taking that walk, I took the map. I took the drawing that I drew of them. No one else was in the room. And that little piece of tape that I had that was holding part of it down, I took that little piece of tape off. And what I didn't show them was that under that piece of tape, the scroll could actually roll out quite a bit more. And there was an illustration of an 8th party member on that scroll. So when they go back to their room, they're like trying to figure it out. And one of the players is holding the drawing, and he notices he can open it up more. And he opens it up more. And this is a piece of art that the players have had in real life for like a week or two. And he opens it up.
I can't believe they didn't notice.
He opens it up, and there is an 8th person. And they're like, who drew this? What is this? And it's like, and then they found like a diary of this character that had been traveling with them for some time. The idea being that they had another party member with them that had been eaten by a false Hydra. So the idea was that when the kid drew that illustration of them, he actually just drew all of them. But it was like hidden, and that was the big reveal moment, and that was the time I ran a false Hydra, and it went pretty well. And it was a lot of work, and I never did it again.
Valid. I feel that memory stuff's really hard.
And then I made a TikTok about it that got 1 million views, and now everybody knows it.
That's how that works.
Oh man, it was almost James Bond. I'm so curious what James Bond would have made. This is RC3.
RC3, let's go.
Let's see, this needs some flavor text to explain the design philosophy. I want a cleric subclass. I want to make a cleric subclass into a blaster control with some witch doctor flavor. What does witch doctor flavor mean? I am not sure if this is cohesive enough, too strong, or lacking structure. This is my first one, so I apologize for formatting and length. Thank you for your time. All right, well, I apologize if it's unreadable. Oh my god, I can tell it's your first time because you didn't make it accessible. You didn't read all the instructions. Well, I apologize that I can't read your piece, RC.
One quick bit of advice, RC, if you're coming through, and this is generally true for anybody, when you are thinking about kind of the quote-unquote canonical witch doctor vibes, tread very cautiously. A lot of that's based in really racist stereotyping, and while there are interesting aesthetics to be found in that space, you want to be very careful that you're not stepping on something that has been weaponized.
Yeah, I was going to say, I get a lot of people asking me advice to how to make like a voodoo subclass, and I just ignore it because I'm
don't.
That's not the move, my guy.
Truly, Vodun is a real religion. It's kind of weird to make like a parody of a real religion.
I was thinking, I was like, would you make like a Muslim subclass or like a Christian subclass? Like that just feels weird.
Yeah, it's a little weird. It's a little weird.
This is from Reckless. They gave us no information, so we're going in blind.
Oh, let's do it. Goldeers Wrath.
Here it is in the. Well, we have seen Abrahamic Homebrew. We have seen Abrahamic Homebrew discussion here before. There's a game called. Listen. If you want to, here's what I'll say. If you want to make a game that sits in religions that are genuinely tied to earthly things and people, I would say you should be of that religion. Probably.
It helps.
There is a Jewish RPG called the Midbar Quest, I think, that I know some people that are working on, but it's literally a game that is being made by like a bunch of different types of like rabbis. And it's like sort of about exploring like the Midrash and like the crazy stories on sides, but it's like it's very steeped in like it's not, you know, it's not just made by like, oh, it would be cool. It's made by people like that. This is like what they do for a living, is like study these things theologically. Anyway, this is Goldeers Wrath. You heard a spooky story? Hell yeah. There it is again if you want to see it. Do plenty of research, do respectively, don't play. I would even say don't even, like, if it's not your thing, you gotta, I just wouldn't do it. I don't know, man. Golems are Jewish. This is true. One of the first, one of the oldest folklore creatures.
Also, if people are going to start saying that Wizards of the Coast is the bastion for what is and is not okay in terms of game design, we're going to start to derail the conversation.
Yeah, these
quickly.
are also the guys that like very confidently put out the Hadozi.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a Goldeers Wrath is a +2 martial weapon. But it's heavy, two-handed. You don't really need to list all of these things. You could just say what type of weapon it is. This reads like a greatsword. I would just say that.
Yeah.
Also, okay, it says requires attunement. Okay, cool. You also need to say how rare it is. Like this matters less than saying how rare it is.
Yeah.
It has some history, but let's read the features. This weapon requires use from two. This weapon requires the use. Okay, whatever. Evil's Bane. Gain advantage when attacking creatures with any evil alignment. Attacking creatures with a neutral or a good alignment imposes disadvantage. So the way that you would write this is, I was probably, when you attack an evil aligned creature with this weapon, you have advantage. When you attack a neutral or good aligned creature, I would also say, or an unaligned creature, you have disadvantage. Yeah. We've read this.
Oh.
We have read this. It's the whole fucking +10 to orcs thing. RC, Reckless, stop sending the same thing in. Oh. I talked about this at least once before. Bam. I love you, but bam. That's what you get. Stop sending me the same stuff. We don't even talk about it anymore. We just move on. Would you consider a necromancer that summons undead to be voodoo? Man, I don't know fucking anything about voodoo. I wouldn't be you are asking, it's like you're going up to a blind person and asking them to describe like what the sky looks like. That's what you're doing right now. I don't know. Don't ask that. Don't ask that to me. I'm just a regular, dumb, mostly white person. Okay, this is from Pablito. Subclass heavily inspired by Rosmiran priests from the Golaron Pathfinder world. Basically, arcane practitioners that fake being divine. Folks at Cinder's house helped me a lot with fine-tuning, but I definitely would like to hear opinions from the main man himself. All right.
Cool.
Let's take a look.
Oh, that's fucking cool art. Holy shit.
The False Prophet. Yeah, it is cool art. Also, it's the artist is whatchamahoots. The artist is being, what did I say? Credited.
Credited. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, they're credited, but are you trying to say something else?
I don't know what I'm trying to say, man.
It's all good.
All right, let's see. The False Prophet. Clerics and other divine spellcasters have a certain level of innate authority among the common folk. Many times, the fact that they serve a higher power elicits trust, respect, or sometimes even fear, all of which appeals to you. You may not have been chosen by a deity, but a commoner wouldn't really know that, would they? Some clever illusions, tricks, and lies can fool a lot of people, and all that power and influence could be yours. Your choice if it's for good or will. There's a word missing from you. You need to say it's your choice. I'm gonna say, I feel like this should not be the first paragraph.
Yeah, I was just saying what you could do is you could say, you may not have been chosen by a deity, but a commoner wouldn't really know that, would they? Clerics and other divine spellcasters have a certain level of innate authority, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Even fear. All of which appeals to you. Some clever illusions, tricks, and lies can fool a lot of people, and all of that power and influence can be yours. It's your choice if it is for good or ill. You just need to move that one sentence up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Agree. All right, so let's take a look at what we get. At second level, we get False Divinity. Wait, I need to make this a little bit easier to read. There we go. Starting at second level, your study of the arcane allows you to better imitate a divine spellcaster by replicating spells not traditionally associated with wizardry. When you learn wizard spells when leveling up, you can also choose spells from the following table as long as they are of the appropriate level. If you find a spell scroll containing one of the spells listed in the table below, you can copy that spell into your wizard spell book per the standard copying rules. And the spells are... My headphones are about to die. And the spells are... One second. The spells are Command, Heroism, Calm Emotion, Zone of Truth, Beacon of Hope, Daylight, Death Ward, Freedom of Movement, Dispel, Evil and Good, and Insect Plague. My guess here would be that these are the spells they picked because they didn't want to give the wizard healing.
Yeah, I think that's right, and honestly, I like that. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. I would use the wording expanded spell list from the old Warlock features. Yeah, you could kind of just do that. I agree. Why shouldn't a wizard get healing? It's one of those things that it has sort of to do with the totality of the spells that they have access to. Wizards have the most diverse access of spells. And one of the only things that kind of makes them different than clerics in that regard in terms of what they can accomplish, or druids for that matter, is healing.
I would also say they're the only class that baked in has a way to just juice spell slots. I guess sorcerers to an extent, but most sorcerers don't get healing either.
No, or it's like their quirk subclass feature. And they also, the other thing is that wizards at a certain level get access to infinite spell slots. So a wizard at level 17 can just cast a couple first level spells at will, and if they have Healing Word or Cure Wounds at will, it kind of makes the game become negligible. Like, you no longer need to take rests or anything like that.
Right, and so it's generally best to avoid it. I also think thematically it's really strong because these guys aren't clerics; they're doing wizard shit to pretend to be clerics. If they were healing, they would, at least in my mind, narratively have access to divinity.
It does sort of like it's like
divinity.
Exactly. Yeah. There's like a falseness to it. Data, to answer your question, could a wizard subclass give healing spells? I wouldn't allow wizard subclass to get healing spells, but I could see a wizard subclass getting a feature where they could expend spell slots to heal. But I still do think it needs to be on a resource that isn't tied to spells because, again, by level 20, wizards have a couple first level, second level, and third level spells that they can just cast at will.
I would also say you might be able to give them access to higher level healing spells. There are some like centralized. There's some druid spells that like create like a font of healing and stuff that you could theoretically use that maybe don't get caught up in that. But it's all niche, right? You got to shred very cautiously.
How does the brew command work? You type it in, and then you can you get access to submitting either a short story for our short story event next week, or Homebrew for more Homebrew reviewing, which is what we're doing tonight, and also but for next week. Let's see. Wizards don't typically get expanded spells, so this needs to be considered its own feature. I feel, not a ribbon. I mean, it kind of is its own feature. I was gonna say it's not like a crazy amount of spells. Let's see what Blessed Tonic does, because I think it's totally reasonable to give a wizard two like features, quote unquote, that one of them not be so.
Well, all wizards get a way to increase how much of their school they can learn. It's like half the cost, half the time. So this is in that universe. It's a little more powerful, but yeah, it seems off the bat it seems fine.
Yeah. All right, let's reread Blessed Tonic. While arcane magic cannot be used to heal wounds, you can easily do so by utilizing a quick, simple, and cheap alchemy. Oh, this can do healing. Beginning at second level, when you finish a long rest, you can prepare a number of single-use healing tonics equal to 1 plus your proficiency bonus. Any creature in possession of a tonic can use a bonus action to drink it, which causes them to regain a number of hit points equal to 1d4 plus your wizard level. Alternatively, they can use an action to feed a tonic to another or willing or unconscious creature, and they gain those hit points as well. The tonics you make using this feature are relatively strong, but their potency diminishes quickly. All tonics you make become inert and useless after you finish your next long rest or after 24 hours. So how many can you make? Proficiency bonus. Okay, so I mean, these are pretty. Listen,
it feels balanced.
Yeah, I think from balance perspective, I think it's fine. I do sort of feel though like.
Yep.
I'm a little bit bummed that this guy gets healing because I love the idea of them not getting healing and it being more about like, because you do sort of in your flavor text, you talk about them doing like tricks and stuff, but this isn't a trick. This is like actually healing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Maybe, one thing that you could do that would make this, I think, really fun is straight up just make these temp HP.
Mm-hmm.
You could juice the amount a little bit to make it a little bit more balanced, but just make a temp HP. Make it feel thinner. You can't bring somebody up from being knocked out. Like, it's just a little. It's a little less good. But you can still get the angle of like pushing. You push it before a fight. You push it during a fight. It's like, drink this, you'll feel better, and then you do, even if it's not really replenishing your health.
Yeah, chat's agreeing with you. JK. Joff, Data, everybody's agreeing. Yeah, I think it makes sense. And you could up the number then too.
Yeah, quite a bit. Which I think would also feel kind of cool, right? Because at first level you're like putting this big slug of HP in, but it's still only temp HP.
Yeah. Cool. But overall I think so far so good. Let's take a look at cardio version. It's a weird
Interesting.
Word. Is that a real word?
Yeah. I don't think so.
Starting at 6th level, you learn another trick to imitate divinity. While you cannot truly bring someone back from the dead, a subtle but precise application of lightning magic can do the trick. As an action, you touch a creature that has died within the last minute and shock its heart back to life. To do so, you must spend a 3rd level spell slot and make a DC 10 intelligence ability check. On a success, the creature's soul is both willing and able to rejoin the body. The creature returns to life with 0 hit points and is stabilized, but is still unconscious and gains 1 level of exhaustion. This feature can't return to life a creature that has died of old age, nor can it return missing body parts. This feature has a... how many times can you do this?
Sounds like indefinitely, which...
I don't think this should be an indefinitely feature.
Yeah.
The thing is...
Yeah.
This is as powerful as Revivify, and Revivify costs a couple hundred. It costs like 300 gold every time you want to cast it. To 100 gold.
3 or 5. Yeah. It's a lot.
Yeah. So I feel like we need more of a cost here than just the 3rd level spell slot.
Yep.
I don't think it necessarily needs to be more than that in terms of what you spend, but it could just be like a once a day feature. That could be a way to balance it.
Here's a thought.
Mm-hmm.
They've got this DC 10 intelligence ability check that I think is, as it stands, exceptionally dumb. You're going to be passing that almost every time, and there's no consequence for failing it other than you burn a 3rd level spell slot.
Mm-hmm.
What if, instead of giving it a high cost, you kept it at the 3rd level spell slot, increased the DC on the check, and then if you failed, the creature is dead and cannot be revivified.
I don't know how I feel about the cannot be revivified, but how would you set the DC?
I mean, legitimately, just like I'm thinking somewhere probably on the order of like 15, 16. It's a 6th level feature.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like there needs to be a way to set the DC that it could grow, but I'm not sure exactly what it would be. But I do agree that the DC is small enough that it almost seems negligible. I like... Trudosio said their heart explodes. Yeah, I kind of like that. I would say DC 15 minimum. But even then, I mean,
if it's a player character, you could do 10 plus their level.
Yeah, but should it get harder the more powerful they are? I don't know.
Yes, I think. Right? because you're also theoretically getting more powerful over time, so that would be the way the difficulty would increase.
Yeah.
Is that your party's level is going up. Somebody said half hit die plus 10. Hit die is more universal. That's certainly true. Yeah, not 100% sure on this one. I think there's something interesting here, but it is, as it stands, A, in the same vein as Blessed Tonic, like you're kind of giving them healing, which is like, I like the lightning motif, but B, it's way too free use right now, and I think that the intelligence ability check that you're putting in front of it isn't doing what you want it to do, which is make it less free use. Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing that I want to say, that I kind of want to point out here, for folks that are asking, Rosmodius, the link is literally in the video description, as well as if you click brew, it pops up in chat. Like, there's 2 links that'll pop up right now. You can see them, the Stream Elements ones. Just click those. And that's how you submit stuff this week. Ooh, spooky stuff. Yeah. I kind of want to, okay, chat, feel free to disagree. Pat, feel free to disagree. I feel like I'm going to say something kind of weird. I almost feel like what this is doing is too expected. Yeah.
No, I think that's right. And that was kind of my thought with the you're basically just rebuilding the cleric, kind of.
Like this feels like this feels like wizard plus the most important stereotypical cleric things, as opposed to like charlatan cleric.
Yeah.
And I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I want there to be distinct. I know, but I want there to be some distinct flavor other than wizard plus some cleric. Like, even the Divine Soul Sorcerer, which is sorcerer plus some cleric, it has features that are like very distinct feeling that are not cleric features.
Yeah. Agreed.
Tradosio says, I said that earlier. I wanted it to be different since we got healing at second. Yeah. I see. I feel you.
Yeah, I mean, I even if we don't get healing in second, I want more subterfuge. I want more politic. I want more duplicitousness.
Or snake oil salesman stuff. Like, what if the way that this feature worked was you could revivify somebody, and then every single turn that person had to make a Constitution saving throw, and if at the end of their turn they failed it, they went back to dying.
That's pretty good.
You know?
And then they had to take like a long rest before.
Yes, I don't know. There could be some other downside, but something to be like, it's not really healing. It's fake healing. It's fake revivifying. Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. You could actually do it with the lightning thing. Roll damage as per a lightning spell. Grant that number of hit points to the target, right? And then once, maybe even make it temp HP, so they have 0 HP underneath a stack of temp HP, but they're up and animated with the temp HP. Once the temp HP is gone, if they haven't found real healing underneath that, they're back to dead.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting idea too. Yeah, that would be a fun way to do it. All right, cool. Right, let's keep looking. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like I want this thing to have a little bit more something.
Yeah.
A little bit more bones in the bathtub, as they say.
That old chestnut.
All right, let's see. Intercepted by prophecy. Who says that? Who doesn't say that, Gideon? Get with the times, my guy.
Yeah, man.
Beginning at 10th level, you can use advanced divination magic to hijack a random cleric's communication with their god. Once per long rest, you can cast Commune or the divination spell without expending a spell slot, but the deity that answers your call is completely random, which may cause unforeseen consequences. I mean, look, I'll be honest. I think it's fine for this, but we're still sort of just falling in that trap of like, this is we want something more distinct. Like, getting to cast Commune and divination makes sense if you're trying to make a wizard feel like a cleric. Getting access to these spells, I think, is fine, but I also want to point out that we're already getting an expanded spell list at level 1. So like, this just feels like this is just expanded spell list more. And I don't know. I feel like if you're already doing expanded spell list for one feature, I wouldn't do expanded spell list again at another. Like, regardless of whether or not you are happy with your goal of, I want this wizard to be able to do what all the good things a cleric can do are, from just like a general design perspective, don't do a big chunk of expanded spell list in one place and then another chunk of it later, unless you're doing something really distinct with that. Like these have to feel really different than casting them in traditional ways. And I think if summoning a random god starts to go in that direction, but I don't think it's far enough.
I agree.
Yeah. Divine Negotiation. I'm probably not going to read this whole feature, because my guess is I'm just going to have the same feedback for this that I have for the rest. At 14th level, your deeds as a godless priest become known to even the gods themselves. You have their attention, and you can try to leverage that in order to gain divine power. You can perform a 1-hour ritual to contact the deity of your choice. If the deity responds to your pleas, you may attempt to negotiate with them. What's the stats for negotiating?
It's the, what is it, divine intervention, basically, but
There's no math for it, looks like. Additionally, you gain the ability to use a second channel divinity option associated with a chosen domain.
You just get to be a cleric by 14th level.
Okay, so I will say, I feel like I would, if you want to do a channel divinity, do a channel divinity. I wouldn't do a channel divinity and a summon of a god and a feature. But I do think that my question becomes, and I think it's the question for this piece.
I think the channel divinity is in response to the negotiation, right? The negotiation gives you one of the cleric's divine domains. You get the spell.
You gain access to the listed spells of that domain spell table. You treat the spells as wizard spells. So you get all the wizard spells of a specific cleric as well as the channel divinity of that specific cleric.
Right, that's what it is. So this is all based on, this is all the result of the divine negotiation.
I'm gonna say something here, which is a little,
just turn you into a cleric.
Yeah, you're just a fucking cleric. This is not a wizard anymore. Like, this is literally just being a cleric. So I think the idea is mostly okay. Even if you do want it to be a wizard but cleric, I'm gonna say that I think you change the 10th level feature and you change the 14th. And I would say the way to make this feel like wizard but cleric in a way that feels not salvageable because it's fine, but a way that feels like nuanced and unique is by not just pulling cleric features, but by coming up with some unique, distinct features. And also, man, you got to reflavor this. This is not a trickster false prophet. This is a fucking prophet. They're talking to a god.
It's a guy.
There's literally god interactions. Yeah, it's called. Yeah, this is like scientists that found God. Scientists got into a car accident and became super religious. That's what this subclass should be called. All right, Pablito, thank you for sharing. I have nothing else to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good job. Interesting piece.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, like, we're critiquing high-minded approach here because the sort of boots on the ground, there weren't grammar errors. Your math was not crazy off. There were some places where it wasn't maybe fully balanced, but like the ideas were clear.
And it's really well formatted. It's well written. All that's right. It's just yeah. We're getting designy.
Yeah, which is the fun place to be.
What if you couldn't cast divinations yourself, but you could like listen in on others' divination spells? That's kind of create a situation where you would like really need others to be casting divination spells. I don't know. I feel like that would be the kind of thing
to be able to do, but it might not be practical. Yeah.
I would put that on I would make that like a boon or a magic item. I probably wouldn't put that on a core class feature. Inevitable. There's only one inevitable in D&D 5e, and it's the I forget what it's called, the Marut, and you can't true polymorph into one.
Marut?
Yeah, Marut is like a CR 25 monster. Go look at what its look at what its attack is.
Automatic hit. That's fun.
Automatic hit, 60 damage.
Yeah, just straight up. No dice rolls.
No dice rolls. And the thing that's really, and they're immune to every. The thing that's really cool about them though is it's kind of you basically gotta, the way that they're designed, you really gotta play them with an attention to the lore, because they aren't really designed I mean, you can fight them, but they are designed to be encounters more than they're designed to be combatants, I think.
Sure.
Lion Tamer says this is an on the whim item, and it's in parentheses when they said on the whim. I wonder if that's a pun to something.
Maybe.
The Redo Cloak.
All right. A clock, not cloak.
Listen, I'm not good at reading, and I'm not good at writing. The Redo Clock.
I read a mysterious pocket watch, and I was like, that's not a cloak.
It could be. A mysterious pocket watch with a seemingly non-functional clock face. Though when the face latch button is pressed is when the clock unlocks. Something's wrong in that sentence. First of all, it's not a sentence.
Yeah.
Second of all, there needs to be more punctuation.
Yes.
This mysterious pocket watch seemingly has no functional face. Period. However, when the latch is pressed, its magic is revealed.
I gotta say, we're really putting a lot of energy into reformatting these two sentences that don't mean anything.
All right, fair.
Like this watch doesn't work, but then it's magic is what you're trying to say, which is like not a useful piece of flavor text. You're not telling me how it feels. You're not telling me really what it does, other than I guess I have to push the watch face, the unlatch button, which is like, is that critical information for me? I feel like you got to go back to the drawing board here, full cloth on the flavor.
Let's see. Why is my light being weird? 1 second. One of my lights is being weird. Gotta fix it. I think it's this one.
Have you considered hitting the button on it so then the magic unlocks?
Okay. No, that doesn't work.
Shit.
All right, whatever. We're leaving it. We're ignoring it. Okay. This redo clock has 3 charges and replenishes 1 charge at dawn. When pressed, the user can reroll an ability check or saving throw without using any additional action. The user takes 2d6 psychic damage for each charge used as an alternate reality flashes in their mind, in which they see the consequences of the roll with a discordant murmuring. The watch loses all magical properties if all charges are depleted.
Before we get into whether or not we like the mechanics here,
yeah,
just the whole item is just that. That first sentence and a half is completely unnecessary. You tell me everything that you say in the first sentence with when pressed.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Like it's you could put more flavor into it if you want, but the whole second paragraph and final sentence are more than enough flavor text for a simple item.
Yeah. Yeah, Shirdo's just saying it could be a little bit more cleanly written. I agree it could be more cleanly written. I would not say when pressed. I would say whenever you roll an ability check or a saving throw, you can expend a charge to re-roll that roll. No action required. And I would also probably make you re-roll the roll before you knew whether it was a success or a failure. In terms of what it does... Look, I feel like it's an interesting swing on a very tired trope, which is just the reroll, right? There's a million things that let you reroll a check or roll. There's lucky, there's a million things. Now, there being the downside of there being psychic damage, I think is interesting, and I like that it's tied to seeing like discordant alternate realities. That's really fun. So like I think it's fine. I think it's one of those items that like I would be very hesitant to give this item to players because I think that there are a lot of ways that players can get to do rerolls just sort of innately, and I don't feel the need to give them more. But that might just be more of a me thing. But yeah, I mean, I think in terms of a downside of just like flat psychic damage that you can't avoid, I do like that. I like that part. But those are my main thoughts. I feel like it's sort of like it's an idea that's been around the block more than once. But this is the second part is a nice addition to it.
You know what I would love to see this item on with one slight tweak.
What?
If I were a DM, I don't know that I'd want to give my players this, but what I would want to do is make it so that you could use it. You could use it as a reaction whenever anyone you could see rolls an ability check or a saving throw, and then give it to an NPC with a commoner stat block.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah, so it's not just tied to you. It's like a pushing out
So
thing. It becomes a lot more powerful then, but I do like that idea.
Oh, 100%, but then you singularly give it to the guy who's going to fucking die if he uses it. So you give this guy a save the party button, but, like, he's going to go down every time.
Yeah. Tradosio says, with 3 charges, it's just kind of the lucky feat as an item, but you take damage. Yeah, that is almost exactly what it is.
Exactly.
But technically, you kind of need to... You can only really use 2 a day, because if you expend the last charge... It's gone. And you don't really want to get rid of your magic items, you know? But yeah, I don't really have a lot more to say about it than that. I think it's a fairly straightforward little guy. Thank you very much, Lion Tamer, for sharing your piece. It's not exactly legendary resistance because what the fuck is going on with my light? Because you can guys, my room is getting haunted. This is not a trick. I am not making that up, but it is doing something weird. I don't know why. Okay, you can choose to use the legendary resistance after you fail. That's the one thing about legendary resistance is you don't have to just, you can, at least in my experience, I've always played that way. So if that's not the right way, I apologize, players. I'm going to keep playing that way.
Spin the wheel.
We're spinning. We're spinning. Squid is next.
Ooh, a squid.
Do you like squids?
Squid. I mean, first of all, yes. Squid is.
Are you guys seeing
delicious.
that flash that's happening, or is that just my brain?
I haven't seen it.
All right.
I'm not sure if chat has though. They haven't responded yet.
They haven't either. Oh god. If it's just in my head, that's trouble.
That's concerning.
Chat,
yeah.
keep an eye out to see if there's like a flash in the mirror back here.
I'm gonna be watching your stream the whole time.
All right,
I'm not gonna pay attention to Squid's piece at all.
All right, that's good. I was hoping you wouldn't. I would like you to review the Flying Death, a low CR scary and inspired by my stream to find the scariest low CR monster. It's not strong. It's not the strongest, but I believe the combination of deep inhale and consume make it a scary opponent, especially since it can fly away with uncommon teammates. The link is a compendium. Please review Flying Death. I haven't figured out how to link directly to the page yet. That's fine. Flying Death. You just saw the flash?
I didn't, but I believe Tradosio.
Okay, let's just...
This is the spookiest shit. This is the spookiest shit. Oh, it just went off and on.
No, that was me. I did that.
So useless.
One of these
yeah, somebody's
lights.
saying that the camera might not pick up the flash because you're frame rate.
Yeah, but it's not supposed to do that. It's not set to do that. Oh, I just did it again. I just saw it here. 1 second. I gotta make sure there's not a monster trying to break through my wall. Give me a second.
They're coming in through the lights. That's a creepy fucking monster. If anybody wants a good prompt, a monster that explicitly travels through like candle flame and like lamps and fire. That's a cool monster. It's like the Bagman, but for campfires.
Alright. Listen, either some sort of horrible thing is gonna come off screen and I'm not gonna get to do any more fun streams this week, or we're not gonna worry about it, and it's all a bit for Halloween. Ha ha ha.
If you disappear in like static and screams in like 10 minutes, I will figure out how to get you an Oscar.
I would rather a Tony. All right, let's see. This is the monster. So it's like a gulper fish.
fair
That's
enough.
a very cool monster. Look at the art.
Yeah, it is. That's fucking horrifying.
Great art. I'm not sure where you found this art, but it's friggin' great. This guy probably. Okay, let's see. It's a CR1 monster. It flies 38 hit points, 15 AC. It's got a lot of saving throws for a CR1 monster. I would probably drop the con save because it has a really, honestly, I would drop the con and the dex save Just give it wisdom.
Yeah, 'cause it's good. Yeah, they're both really good without it.
It has 2 attacks. It has Deep Hail, which is a breath weapon, and Consume. Let's see, Deep Inhale, recharge 5 to 6. I would get rid of breath weapon, and I would just keep this part, make it bold. All creatures in a 15-foot...
there's no need to call it a breath weapon.
Yeah. All creatures in a 15-foot cone must make a DC 13 strength save or be pulled 10 feet towards the flying death, taking 1d6 plus 5 piercing damage if they collide with the flying death. This should probably also only affect creatures that are medium-sized or smaller.
Yes.
As an action, the flying death can consume up to 3 unconscious creatures within 5 feet of it. Again, this should be medium-sized or smaller. While consumed, the creature continues to make death saves as normal. If a creature dies while consumed, it cannot be resurrected by anything less than true resurrection. If a creature is consumed but stabilized, will start making new death saving throws after being consumed for a minute. That's really cool. This is a really fun monster. Yeah,
this is good stuff.
Can I be honest? I feel like this is what I think you should do. I would make Consume the breath weapon. Make the whole sucking things up, inhaling the breath weapon. And the way that I would make it work is I would make it so the first part happens to living creatures, and any unconscious creatures can just get sucked up, like there's no saving throw. So you tie these 2 things together into one mechanic. I don't think these need to be 2 separate features. And then I think what you also do is you give them a proper bite attack along with their tail whip, and you let them do both on a turn if they don't do that much damage.
It's CR1. Does it need to do much more than
a D6? This is less damage than a Kobold. Kobold is like a CR1 quarter.
Fair enough.
Yeah, a CR1 monster should be able to dish out like 15 or 16 damage a turn, give or take.
Okay. So yeah, I would definitely give it a bite, and then would you have that tie? No, probably not, because the Consume is just like a swallow, so it's not really taking up its mouth. So yeah, I'd give it a bite and a tail whip.
Yeah.
The tail whip could also be at probably further range.
Also, I'm not sure why it has a +5 to hit. You have to tie these things together. If its dex is +5, then this should be a +7 to hit, and this should be a D6 +5, which actually might make it a lot more balanced from a power perspective, assuming that this is all dex-based.
Someone weigh up the thing, and also Dragon has just now said that the con mod math is wrong. It needs to be +4, not +5.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got to do all your math right, my guy. This should be +4, not +5, I guess, to equal that.
Cool.
All right, but it's a cool monster. I love the idea of a monster that's... I really like the idea that if a creature is stable and it swallows them, they start making death saves again. That's cool. That to me is a really cool idea to play with. Because it's like it adds another level of tenseness to the game. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's how attacking a stable creature normally works. Isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Why does my light keep doing that? All right. Do I unplug it?
I mean, if it's bothering you, yeah, probably.
It's not really bothering me. It's just making me nervous. Strange things.
I mean, ghosts can't get in if there's no power to the thing. We all know that that's the rule.
Oh, now the light's not turning. All right, how do I show you guys that this is not me lying? Okay, so here's the thing that I have to turn the lights off. Okay, I can normally hit that thing and it turns lights off. Let me show you what it looks like on one that's working. Just so you guys know I'm not fucking bullshitting you. Okay, so here's one that's working. See, turns that on, turns that off. See, turns it on, turns it off. This light is flashing randomly. It's the one that you can see in the mirror a little bit. Not letting me turn it off.
Terrifying.
It won't turn off.
Truly horrifying.
What happens if I make it do other things?
It's taking control back. Oh shit. Just did a bunch of color swaps real quick.
Yo, I know. Okay, can I turn you off now? Okay. I've regained control.
Alright, good. You're gonna leave it on?
Yeah. First of all, if it is a ghost, the goal, the way... I've been in. Listen, I have experienced enough in my time traveling the realms that the way to deal with a ghost is not to mute it. If you mute a ghost, it finds another way to express itself, and it's better to just allow it to communicate and whatever it's doing to communicate. That being said, this is a pretty cool little monster.
Yeah, it's good.
I like it. All right, let us give Squid a round of applause.
Hey, Squid, hello. Well done.
Very nice. My house isn't haunted and everything's fine.
Totally fine. No problem.
All right, Sean/Spades.
Let's fucking go, Spades.
Thanks for the feedback in my last piece. This one is a Rune Wizard. The goal was something that could cast additional spells per turn and let other players have your spell cast. Thanks so much. I love what you do. Feel free to completely butcher my piece. Well, I'll first by saying you spelled butcher wrong.
Butcher.
I'll butcher and butcher your piece. Okay, I mean, I can give you feedback before we even start. I don't need to read it. A wizard that main feature is casting additional spells or casting spells more than once on their turn, that's not a wizard subclass. I'm going to say I disagree with it without even reading it. It's not good design. That's me butchering it without looking at it, but I'll take a look at it.
Would you say that would fit better somewhere else? Maybe sorcerer or something?
I don't think I think D&D has a very specific circumstances that allow players to cast spells more than once on a turn, and outside of those circumstances, it shouldn't do it. You shouldn't do it.
All right, well, let's get to reading.
Yeah. Wizards of the School of Runes are scholarly craftsmen delving into the ancient art of runecraft to draw power from inscribed symbols. They believe the world is woven with hidden threads of magic waiting to harness. Okay, so immediately my thought is if I was going to make this wizard, I would build it around like storing spells and items and objects. That's to me what I feel like this would be. Would be like, okay, I can cast fireball in a bead, and then I can give that bead to my bow, and that bow can throw that bead at some blasted beast and make a big explosion, etc.
Yes.
Proficiency bonus. Starting at 2nd level, you gain proficiency with calligrapher's supplies and your choice of either mason's or jewelry tools. Additionally, you gain proficiency in sleight of hand if you don't already have it. Okay. Don't put stars. Okay. When you put stars, this does nothing to make it more readable. Just make all of these bold instead.
I think they may have copied it out of Discord. And when in Discord, that is how you make something bold.
Well, reformat it for the big screen, my guy. Right.
Yep. If you're moving it from one form to another, you gotta do the work.
Yeah, do the work, make the time, eat the cheese, get the wine. That's what they say.
Done.
The classic saying. Well, the classic saying.
All you have to do.
So Pat, also before we go any farther, I think I think for my show that I showed you today.
Yeah.
I think I am gonna call it "Stay Your Adventuring." I like the reference, and I think that even if you don't get the reference, I think it still sounds kind of like a good name. I think. And then I think the first episode. And I'm changing the name of the first episode to be more on the nose. So instead of it being called Darkness Rises, I'm just going to call it Don't Split the Party. I think that makes it circle around really nicely.
That's really good. That's really good. That's really fucking good.
Yeah.
I like that quite a bit.
Okay.
I like that quite a bit.
Let's see. Rune Infusion. Tell you the reference? What reference? Didn't Cinder just do a short on Dragon that could concentrate on 2 spells at once? Are you talking about comparing a monster to a core class player ability? Because that's a dumb thing to do. You silly goose. Monsters can do things players can't do. Yeah, it's totally reasonable for a monster to concentrate on 2 spells at the same time. 100% reasonable. In fact, I would argue it's great. It's a great way to make a monster feel powerful because it's able to do something beyond the capability of a player. You don't need to apologize. I apologize. I didn't mean to say that you were dumb. I regretted saying that immediately after the words left my mouth. It was too late though, so I had to lean in. Otherwise, you were gonna think I'm a wuss. Okay, let's see what Rune Infusion do.
They're gonna take away your Tony.
Yeah. My Tony, my halberd, all of them. Starting at 2nd level, you learn to inscribe magical runes onto surfaces. As a part of your long rest, you can inscribe a number of runes equal to half your intelligence modifier onto a surface or object. To be eligible, it must be a flat surface, or be a weapon, or a suit of armor, or a shield, a piece of jewelry, or something else you can wear or hold in a hand. The runes correlate to one spell you have in your spellbook of 6th level or lower. Additionally, starting at 2nd level, you can choose to inscribe runes outside of a long rest. This takes 10 minutes and expends the spell slots equal to the level of spells correlated.
What do runes do? What do runes do?
We don't know what runes do yet. Hopefully, we're going to learn eventually.
Okay.
I will also say that you should not... I don't know how I feel about getting them, having these ones not take a spell slot. I feel like these should probably take a spell slot too. I don't know how I feel about just the free castings. If I was going to do free castings, I certainly would not make it 6th level or lower. I'd probably make it 3rd level or lower. Yeah. It takes 10 minutes. You spend a spell slot. You can't use this feature. You can't use this feature to exceed your maximum amount of runes. Okay. You or any creature friendly to you, don't say may, say can invoke one of your runes that it can touch as a bonus action. What does that mean? So
as a bonus action, you or any friendly creature can invoke one of your runes, and then they go into what that means. It's just an inverted sentence structure.
So revert your sentence structure. When a rune is invoked, the creature that invoked it... you can just say when a creature invokes a rune. You silly goose. When a creature invokes a rune, it casts the spell that correlates to it at its lowest level, using your spell save DC and the spell attack modifier if applicable. A creature cannot invoke a rune that casts a spell of 5th level or higher more than once a day. Again, I think you're going to get rid of this, and you're going to lower that whole thing. Once a rune is invoked, it fades and cannot be used again. All active runes fade during a long rest. I mean, okay, so from a core idea, I think this does actually a very good job of making a simple way of putting spells into objects and things. So I'm going to say that I think that from that perspective, your head is in the right place. I think you are underestimating how powerful this ability is. And I feel like there needs to be more limitations on it. Well, Gina, how's it going, my good friend?
Howdy.
Gina is a content creator, although she hasn't been putting out much stuff lately. But she is, oh, hey, it's Gina on all the things. You guys should go follow her.
Yeah.
Maybe we can peer pressure to start putting more projects out. What's up, Forrest? How's it going?
Do projects.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Gina, I was just saying I'm almost all the way done my video. I'm very excited. It's going to be funny, I think. Okay. So, how do we feel about what this is doing? If I were you, I feel like it is worth not simplifying all spells into the same thing. It might behold you. It might behold you to pick specific types of spells that can and can't be cast through this, or have them be cast in a specific way. That's going to be that's sort of my main thought. Is like, I almost want to suggest like there is a limit to what spells can be cast through this, or the range of them, or something like that. There's got to be some parameters up. And I don't know exactly what those should be, but there's got to be some. An example that I can think of is like the spells are cast, when they're cast, they are centered on the object. So if I cast Fireball from it, it casts it centered on the object as opposed to like having a range of 100. Or maybe it limits the spells of a range of self or a range of touch, or I don't know, stuff like that.
I think a difficult thing here is that what limitations do you put on this? That the answer to that question needs to be something that answers the question, what does this need to feel like? Right? Because
yes, that's a good point. That's a good point.
I think there's nothing mechanically wrong with this, except that it's going to be very hard to balance because you're effectively making everyone like a little spellcaster, which maybe that's very chaotic, maybe not. But I've dabbled in something like this before for an Artificer. And what I ended up doing was really trying to clarify, like, oh, they're throwing arcane grenades. And so when I'm thinking about arcane grenades, I'm going in and like I started by trying to list out all the parameters. It has to have it has to be an area of effect. It has to be from certain schools. And ultimately I just built a spell list because there were only like 10 spells that really satisfied the fiction of what I was trying to create. And so in this instance, I think that I don't know, I would not know how to begin to advise you on like what limitations you want to put on this, because it really just feels like the wizard that is the vending machine for spells.
Yeah, that's a good way to think about it. That might be the move, is to just focus it a little bit. What sorts of things are you casting? And if I were you, I might build it around, this is what I would do if I were you. I don't know what you should do, but it should be like, what is their goal? So like one thing that you could do is if you wanted it to be around, like you could sort of use like Glyph of Warding as like a place to build off if you wanted to make it like a trap wizard, you know? Like you are building things that are going to hinder or be like traps, or is it more of like a spy wizard where you're giving people the ability to like hide themselves or to poison people or to mind control? You know, like there's a lot of different directions you should go in, but that tightening that in a specific direction might help with that as well. Let's take a look at the 6th level feature, Rune Affinity. Starting at 6th level, whenever casting a spell with the use of a rune, you gain a +1 to your spell attack modifiers. I'm going to stop you right here. This is not a particularly interesting feature. No. I don't think it makes... I understand the goal here, because if we give the player a benefit from using the runes, it makes it feel like they will be inclined to use those runes more. But I feel like this is an opportunity. In fact, all of the levels up are opportunities to not just grow in power, but to grow in versatility, or also to grow in power, but in a more nuanced idea of what grow in power means. Maybe there's a certain types of runes you can cast at 2nd level, and at 6th level you get access to other types. Maybe at 2nd level it can only be illusion and enchantment, and then at 6th level you can start doing damaging runes, or I don't know. There's a lot of stuff you could do like that, but I would encourage you to move away from the just numbers get bigger. Numbers get bigger is a wonderful thing on magic items, and I feel like is a great way to lose real estate when you're building a subclass or a core class mechanic.
I will say, I glanced ahead all the way through 14th, and it is just that the whole way through.
Okay, so I think we can. All right. So yeah, that same feedback till the end. Then basically, just more of thing is not gonna be that interesting. The only time more of thing works, I think, is the Battle Master, and the only reason why I think that works is because the more of the thing is a piece of what's happening, in that you're getting more Battle Master maneuvers and the dice is getting bigger, but you are constantly able to change your tool set within how those things more get bigger. And then also, in addition to that, there's a bunch of like very straightforward ribbon features to help fill out that flavor. Yeah.
I will also circle back to my original piece of feedback here, which is that, you know, the entire way through this subclass, it is about one thing that is more spell slots for you, ultimately, because that's what it is for you, or the ability to give spells to other people, which is not a thing that you do or are. So at the end of the day, you will feel like a vending machine playing this class, and that's not the most fun.
I think that they said more focused. I don't even know if more focused is the right idea, but I would say more narratively focused is what I would say.
Yes, I think that's right. What do wizards who pursue this want to be? Because cog in a vending machine is probably not their ambition.
Magic vendor, vend me a spell. Vend make. Why did I just think of Fiddler on the Roof? Vend maker, vend me a spell, cast me a thing, hurl you through hell. Okay. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Spade,
for your piece, Sean. Thank you.
I will also say that that the whole system that you described as runes would be a cool like magic item system to introduce into a homebrew world. I agree. Especially if you work with your players to build a very low magic party, that then they get environmental spellcasting from those runes around. That would be a really cool way to build out a campaign.
Yeah. Data, you had me until well me a well. I think we can think of a better final rhyme there.
Probably.
Before you forget, can I text you with a... Yo, you're talking to Trudeau's? All right, y'all figure yourself out. You lost yourself in the same place. Yeah, man. Listen, buddy. You and I sometimes are perfectly in sync, and sometimes we're totally out of sync. But regardless, it is hard to come up with rhyming really quickly, and we can all agree on that.
Yeah, we can.
Oh, a Jabberwocky.
Ooh, that's not how you spell that normally.
Well, they're like a Jabberwocky-talkie.
Also, I feel like it might be Jabberwocky, but I'm not sure.
See ya, Forrest. Get out of here, you hooligan, you wild child. This is my first homebrew subclass. Looking for any advice? I have played tested it, but I know it's... But I have not played tested it as a thing machine, but I know how it's supposed to function.
Okay, fair enough. Now let's see if we know.
This is a driver artificer. I got mixed feelings about artificers, but I will say, if it's about getting a big fancy car, you're going in the right direction. This is a lot of... I'll tell you right now, feels like a... I'm going to tell you something right now, right off the bat. This is...
this is 5 pages.
This is a lot of pages. It's a lot of pages. It's a lot of pages. Here's what I'm going to tell you right now.
Oh, it's got stat blocks for stuff, and they're very poorly formatted. Which is
okay, all right. Well, format your stat blocks like formats. If you're like stat blocks, that's the first piece of feedback. Let's see. Tools of the trade. You gain proficiency in smith tools and land vehicles. If you already have proficiency in this tool, you gain proficiency in other. Okay, cool. We get some driver spells. Armor of Agathis, Burning Hands, Rhymes, Binding Ice, Invisibility, Aura of Vitality, Lightning Arrow, Stone Skin, Vitriolic Spear, Circle of Power, Immolation. Yeah. I'm going to be very honest here. What do any of these spells? What do any of these spells have to do with being a driver?
I have no idea. I was trying to get there. I guess if it's like a wacky racer type thing, they could all be like your like Mario items. I guess.
Then we need to hear Mario. We need more Mario in the fiction. But yeah, I don't know, man. This is not selling anything. Immediately, we're not getting anything out of this. And one of the things that might be worth thinking about is if you can't find spells that sell the fiction of what you're trying to make, then you might be able to find spells that sell the mechanics of what you're trying to make. So you can always think about, like, what is this thing supposed to feel like when you play it? If this thing is supposed to be like a speed demon, like you're driving around with vehicles and stuff, you could do spells like Long Strider. You could do spells like Expeditious Retreat, Freedom of Movement, that sort of thing. So if you're not able to find spells where the flavor, like the feeling of the spells match the flavor, you can find spells where the feeling of the spells matches the mechanical goals. Let's Roll Out is a fantastic name for a feature to get a car, though. Also,
I'm going to say the chat really wants a Mario Kart subclass. So if you're at any point, if you decide that you want to do a ground up rewrite, that could be fun.
Mario Power.
Would be fucking
at third level, you learn how to create a magical vehicle. Using smithing tools, you can take an action to magically create a large vehicle in a space around you. You can stay in the vehicle for a number of hours equal to half your Artificer level, rounded down. You then revert to your normal form. This is like a transformer. Unless you expend a spell, another feature, blah, blah, you can revert to your normal form earlier by using bonus action. You automatically revert if you fall unconscious. Does this thing give you total cover? That's a little bit much if it gives you total cover. It's a magical object, regardless of which style. It has an AC of 12 plus proficiency bonus.
I don't think it's total cover so much as I think it's a wild shape.
Huh.
I think you get hit points. No, you don't. That's very confusing. I'm not really sure. No, yeah, you don't get hit points for it, so it's just your hit points, and it doesn't seem to give you cover, so you can just get hit with it.
I'm also not seeing any higher level features.
Oh, is it just the third level feature?
Unless they're like hidden.
Oh wait, yeah, so Love of the Ride is 15th level.
Okay, so this thing is just really poorly formatted. That's what's happening here.
Well, hold on. Yes, because what's happening is you're scrolling through stat blocks, and then like the 5th level gives you more stat block, and so it just looks like it's all stat blocks. And then the 15th level gives you more stat blocks.
Yeah.
They just all give you stat blocks.
Okay, so this is one of those things where it's like, so all the features are you just get different types of cars?
Pretty much, it seems. Yeah, because you get like submarine, and then you get sky strike, and then you get some at 15th. You get some stuff, but then you also get
the vehicle uses your hit points, spellcasting, and base stats. That doesn't make any sense. I feel like, oh, I see what's happening here. You didn't want to build a stat block, so you made some rules written in here, and then you just wrote out the mechanics of, my guy, write a stat block. Folks, if you're trying to make something brand new in the game and you want it to, like, just give it a stat block. This is going to be so confusing to run and tedious. Also, like, I feel like the fiction isn't there. Like, why should a car have the same strength as me?
It's a good question. It's a very good question.
Okay, so I think the idea of you summoning a vehicle is cool. I think you shouldn't just summon it around you. I don't think it should be wild shape. Or if it is going to be like that, you need to be very specific with the mechanics of how it functions. It really doesn't make any sense for it to just follow your stats. I think it should have its own stat block, probably, if it's going to be like that. I think there are vehicle stat blocks in D&D that you could use for examples. And then I probably would make it so you can summon it around yourself if there is enough space to. But you could also just summon it by, like, picking an area to summon it in. But yeah, you need to just look at how some vehicles are written and copy that language, because this is not well organized in a way that is, like, making it very tedious.
I want to pull up a little bit before we get too into the weeds on this one, and just talk a little bit about ideologically. Like, this is the first time I think we've seen anybody try to introduce vehicles. Mm-hmm. Maybe I've missed something, but it's the first time I've seen anybody on the stream try to introduce vehicles. And I'm curious how you feel about vehicular combat and just kind of vehicles in general in play.
I have had very little success running vehicular combat outside of one very specific system. And that system was the Dark Matter system, which was a sci-fi game, which basically has a specific system for, like, spaceship to spaceship combat. And the way that it worked was that it sort of designed a mini game that you would play while in combat, where each player would take access of a different control of the ship. And depending on the size of the ship and the size of people in the ship, you could do more or less things depending on how many people could control it. And it would have and it was also directional combat, where it's like you had to take actions to turn and move, and you had shields that faced certain ways and guns that faced certain ways and certain roles that could move those things around.
A whole subgame,
and that
you have to sign up to play.
And that did work really well, but it required a lot to make it work well, and it did require a lot of people to buy in, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that you and I have talked about vehicles a couple of times off stream, and I generally feel that is, like, D&D 5e just doesn't have a way to do vehicular combat, and D&D pretty much only deals with combat. And so building, like, a large construct that you sort of turn into, sort of don't, is, like, if nothing else, it's going to get into weirdness around, like, are you using your movement? Can you use your movement in addition to the vehicle's movement? Can other people climb on top of you and use you for mounted combat, which is notoriously not handled cleanly in 5e? There's a lot of stuff that's kind of quirky here. And so I think that you're up against it from the idea phase. Everything you do needs to be exceptionally clear, considers all possible outcomes, and not overly complicated. And that's a tough thing to swing with vehicles. And I feel like it's not quite being accomplished here.
I'm going to give two more pieces of advice. One of them is based on something that I saw said in chat, and the other one is just something that I was thinking about. I don't remember who it was. I think it was Data, but it could have also been someone else. So I apologize if I'm misattributing. But they were like, if you're going to give different stat blocks for vehicles, you shouldn't give more than 3. And I think that is a really good idea. And I think that you could either do the kind of thing where, like, you can also have those things change, right? Like there are there are spells and abilities that allow you to summon one monster, but you can summon a different version of it, like summon Fae, or use the Beastmaster as an idea where it's like there's Land of the Sea, Land of the Air, Land of the Ground, where you can do that with different vehicles. That's a good place to start from in terms of sort of figuring out the different types you want to cover, and they can get upgraded and stuff, so they can get bigger or faster or whatever, but you don't need a whole new one every time. That's also a way to make them all interesting at the beginning and then still interesting at the end, not in a way where it's like you might not use any of your 3rd level transformations anymore at 15th level if there's just too many better ones to pick from. And it's like you don't want your 3rd level features to become obsolete at level 15. You want them to still be useful. The other thing that I want to say is every single one of these features is directly tied to either making a different vehicle or that vehicle getting better. And I think that
if you're in a prison cell, you're fucking worthless.
Yeah, I think there should be at least 1 or 2 things that this thing gets that are not tied to that. And I'll use the Battle Master as an example. So the Battle Master is the Artificer that where are you? The Battle Master is the Artificer that summons the pet puppy.
The Battlesmith?
Battlesmith.
Smith.
They get the puppy. They get the puppy. And what a puppy it is. It's a good puppy. You know what I mean? Like we all love it. 1 second. Why is this so hard to see for you guys? There we go. But and aside from getting their puppy, they get battle ready, which is where you can use your intelligence for magic weapons, and you're good with more weapons. Like they need this. This is a really key part of this subclass. Yeah. Just that you got to think about that. Like it's not a huge part of it, but it's a core part. And with the Drake Warden does suffer a little bit, but even the Drake Warden gets a couple things that aren't directly dragon related. You get aspects of your dragon, you get a couple little spells and stuff. Like there are things that you get that aren't directly tied to your dragon. But yeah. I like the idea of a Artificer that summons cars a lot, actually, especially compared to sometimes what people think an Artificer should be doing. But it is going to take, I think, a little bit of focusing and a lot of sort of cleaning up, and to what Pat said, thinking about from maybe a more philosophical standpoint of like how much you want vehicle combat to be a thing, and how much should one character's subclass impact that in the game. And is that going to be fun? And how is that going to be fun? All of those things are pretty important to think about. Cool. Thank you very much, Jabberwocky. I think that was their first piece that they sent.
Cool. Welcome to the fold.
Oh, thank you.
We do a bit of designing.
We out here. We out here. We in here and we out here. Patrick, you don't like scary stuff, huh?
Not really, no. I like spooky stuff. I like Halloween,
you like
but I don't
spooky stuff, but you don't like scary stuff. Like you like Over the Garden Wall.
Over the Garden Wall is fucking great.
But you don't like the people under the stairs.
No, I don't even know what that is, but I don't like it on sight.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Yeah, not my thing.
I love scary stuff.
Yeah.
This is Jay. Let's see. These are some items I made for my level 20 campaign a little over 2 years ago. The one I was most proud of is the Blade of the Pit. Would love some feedback. I find it fun to look back on stuff I made in the past. All right, I'm going to be honest with you here. This feedback is going to be not the best because if it's made for a level 20 character, it almost doesn't matter. The rules almost don't matter. Because at that point, everybody can do whatever they want, and the game is just crazy people town.
You can drop the link.
I'm going to pick it up and I'm going to drop it. I'm going to slam it. Speaking of spooky stuff, if you guys want to submit either a spooky story featuring a D&D thing or some spooky D&D homebrew, you can find the submission links for both of those in the description of this video, and you can submit them for next week. And wow, we're going to get spooky for Halloween.
Are you doing Halloween stuff all month, or is it just this week?
I'm this week and next week.
Cool.
I'm waiting. I bought. Can I tell you a secret?
Yeah.
Come here. I bought some. Yeah. I bought some decorations, but they haven't got here yet.
I know how that goes.
Yeah.
I know how that goes.
But I'm very excited for them. But don't tell anybody on stream, okay? Because I want them to be surprised.
Yeah, it's gonna be great.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna get back to it though. Okay.
All right, cool. Yeah. Sure.
Anyway, let's talk about this Blade of the Pit. The Great Axe. It's an artifact. The Blade of the Pit is an ancient weapon, forged and wielded by the King of the Hells. This black steel great axe once terrorized and struck fear into all who opposed it, now a forgotten legend. Lost to time. That was a weird
That last sentence isn't a sentence, but, you know.
Yeah, I think you would... Yeah. It's, you know, they're trying to sound epic. It is. You're missing a verb. Okay. The axe has 2 inscriptions. Along... on the handle in Celestial, there cannot be justice without punishment. There is no mercy without cruelty. Along the axe head in Infernal, suffering is not a punishment, it is a result. Oh, so edgy. So edgy.
Wait, hold on. So if suffering is not punishment, it is a result. There cannot be justice without punishment. What is punishment if not suffering? Because there's definitely punishment. Punishment exists by the former court.
Hey man, listen. You're like asking a Hot Topic person to explain the meaning behind their Nightmare Before Christmas sweatshirt.
The King of the Hells the fucking King of the 9 Hells has a chain wallet.
Yeah, this is some chain wallet. This heavy chain wallets going on right here. You don't ask the logic of a kid with a chain wallet, because he's gonna start telling you how he uses it to fight people, and you're like, okay, 14-year-old from little suburbia, calm down there, buddy.
Put his fist through the drywall. Yeah. 100%.
Ruler's Wrath. You gain +3 to attack and damage rolls. This weapon deals an extra D8 necrotic and radiant damage. You need to clarify. That's right. You need to write that out fully. So this weapon. First of all, these should be 2 separate features. This should be something, and this should be second one. But you say this weapon deals 1d8 additional necrotic damage and 1d8 additional radiant damage. Otherwise, it's like, is the d8 count as both? That don't make no sense. Okay. You gain resistance to necrotic, radiant, fire, a bunch of stuff. After a long rest, you can choose to become immune to either cold, fire, or poison. This is a little bit like Demon Devil vibes. You can't be charmed or frightened. I would say immune here as well. It's a lot of immunities for a weapon. I'm going to argue that it feels like it's too many. Even for an artifact, it's like, I feel like you should pick a lane a little bit more. Like, I kind of get necrotic, radiant, and fire. I'd probably drop the rest. Voice of the Pit. As a bonus action, you can target a creature you can see within 30 feet of you. When you do, your axe flame flares with intense flames. And an illusory burning crown temporarily manifests on your head. The creature must make a wisdom saving throw. Devils make the save at disadvantage or be forced to prostrate. I don't know if that's the right word you're looking for.
It's prostrate. It says prostrate.
Prostrate. Oh, yes. Prostrate itself. Falling prone.
It says the right one.
All right. Okay. And becoming frightened of you. They remain in this state until you or your allies do something harmful to it. It can repeat the save at the end of each of its turns. Creatures immune to the fear condition are immune to this effect, ignoring fear. And fear immunity if targeting a devil. Use the number of times you give your charisma modifier. Regaining all uses on a long rest. Items don't recharge on a long rest. Items recharge at a time of day. Okay, so you can like make somebody submit. And then face the horde. What does it actually do? It has 20 charges. On your turn, you can expend them in the following ways.
Charges.
Yeah, why are we getting so many charges? Fueled by fire. Why is this not tied to charges? This should just be tied to charges. It is. No, it's not.
It is.
The first one?
Oh, the first one. I'm sorry. No, you're right.
No, it's not.
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Your rampage is fueled by slaughter of your foes and friends alike. Oh my god. Your foes and allies alike. Oh, so meta. So metal. So dark. Each successful attack you make with this weapon, you can expend a charge to add another damage die. This die is applied after the initial damage is dealt up to a maximum of 5. I feel like that's a weird way of writing that sentence. You lose all extra die on a missing attack. So do you make it before you know if the attack is a success or failure? Each round you do not attack, you lose 1 charge. Whenever a creature within 30 feet of you dies, you regain a charge. If you kill a creature, you gain 2. If you roll a critical on attack, you gain 3. Your rampage is fueled by agony in battle. You can consume charges to heal yourself. You heal for amount equal to... Okay, so I'm going to say something right now. I am totally fine for the idea of an item that gains and loses charges based on you attacking or not attacking. I don't love the little mini game that you're building though, of like spending charges to heal yourself. I almost wish the charges did more interesting things than just like more damage die and healing. I don't know. Or like I don't know.
Yeah,
considering how edgy it is, it's a real kind of basic item. Like, it's not actually doing anything that interesting. It's just like adding numbers.
And my thought, yeah, 100%. And my thought here is that, like, at 20th level, and to be fair, I have played in exactly one 20th level session, not even a whole game session, and I've run exactly one 20th level session, so your mileage may vary. There is so much to keep track of for every individual player, and an unfathomable amount to keep track of for the GM, because you have so many resources. Adding a very fiddly minigame for what is ultimately only ever going to be 20, 25 points of HP swinging in either direction doesn't strike me as the move. Right? Like, what I want out of my magic items at high level, especially at 20th level, but at any high level, is like, I want it to do big, interesting stuff that doesn't require me to manage another subsystem of resources.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have mixed feelings. Because I understand the charges thing. There are magic items that have a bunch of charges, but usually when they do, it's not a system of gaining and lowering charges. It's just one. It's like, this is how it works. It has this many charges. It regains this many at dawn, and like that's just how it works. And
somebody just suggested bag of chickens as well.
Whenever you have something where killing a creature does a thing, you have to account for a player that has a lot of creatures in a bag.
Yeah.
Other than that, like, listen, it's very edgy. You want to have a good little edgelord axe that encourages you to smash things. I think it's a fun little thing. I just wish it did a little bit more other than just more damage and healing to drive the fury forward.
I mean, somebody just said, I wanted to open up a hole to hell, not do an extra 3d8 damage. Like, you could have one charge to spend... you could expend one charge to cast Banishment on... When you hit a creature, expend one charge to cast Banishment on that creature. They have disadvantage on the saving throw, and it does not require concentration. And you have however many charges you need in order to make that balance.
Yeah, you could do something like that. Yeah, you could do something like that. Yeah. Yeah, you don't... Balance is not as big a deal when you get to this high in the game.
Yeah. What you want is interesting, and from my perspective, ideally easy.
And I would also argue that maybe it's less important with legendary items, but with artifacts, aside from interesting, I would even argue that you want it to be interesting in a way that it tells a story, not even just interesting mechanically. It should be interesting mechanically and lore-wise. Like
this is the axe of the King of Hell. I feel like it should really have some narrative going.
If you look at some of the artifacts that are in D&D, a lot of them do that, right? Where they are insanely powerful, but they have like very specific requirements or things like that. And you're like, why is this? It's like, well, because a bad guy using this, a BBEG using this, and it becomes like a plot point for the campaign. And like that's a good way to think about how you want to build your artifacts. Anyway, thank you very much for your piece, Jay. I appreciate you sharing. Oh. You good? Uh-oh. My applause broke.
What's up? Oh, no!
Just ghosts.
I can't hear them normally.
Just ghosts fucking with me.
Man, your shit's so haunted tonight.
I know. It's because I don't really believe in ghosts, and they know that I don't really believe in them.
How do you know that they don't really... How do you know that they know that you don't really believe in them if you don't believe in them?
I actively communicate with them my lack of belief in them very regularly.
But how do they respond if you don't believe in them?
They don't. They're not real.
So you're assuming. Okay. Yeah. I accept. All right.
Be as harsh as you feel... What is this? Be as harsh as you feel necessary. Here's a bard subclass I made for support. The ability this does psychic damage feels the weakest. Wait, did I look at this already? Did you send me the same piece twice? Come on, my guy. I looked at this already. Don't send me the same piece twice.
Dude, bro!
You know better. If you're curious why we don't do resubmissions, you're more than welcome to ask, but we don't do resubmissions. You get one shot.
We might throw a cream pie at you.
It's not super interesting to watch me just edit a piece or to just reread something that you've written before. and yell at you about not changing it enough. This is called, let's see, a selection of spells for covert skullduggery. All right, Kalak, well, if you send me a collection of things, and you don't tell me which thing to look at, I will just pick one of them, and that's usually how it goes. And it looks like you did not make them, it looks like you sent me a link to a private tome. The thing about private tomes is that they're very good for keeping things private. Unfortunately, they're not the best for making things public. That's the main difference between a private tome and a public tome. You know, it's the double-edged swords of privacy versus publicity. So in the future, keep your private tomes private that you want to keep private. But if you have any private tomes that you want to make public, you should make them public so that they're no longer private, so that we can look at them publicly.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Seems so basic.
Listen.
Oh, Derek Silverstone.
I love
that
when
guy.
People sometimes in the Discord have like ideas like, hey, could you do like weighted submissions or like could we do things where it's like certain types of things get like different things and like we sort of recategorize them so it's like easier to get through. And every time I say that, I'm like, people don't know how to follow rules. The more systems I add, the less people are going to use them. People barely follow the rules enough to check if a piece is made publicly available. You think they're going to check the rules enough to know how to properly weight their submission when they submit it? No fucking way.
No.
Did you leave
what was the pitch there that everyone would weight their submission themselves?
Yeah, so on Picker Wheel, when you put people's names in, you can add weighting to it. So you can make like this thing's worth 2, this thing's worth 1. And somebody was suggesting that certain types of homebrew get weighted higher or lower based on how long they are. So like subclasses would get weighted less than, so you could like some more magic items and stuff would come up. But in order to do that, either first of all, I would have to manually plug them in, unless people filled it in the way that I take in the sheets in Excel. But that would require them to be like, oh, this is a magic weapon, so it is weighted 2, so I need to put that in the right space. And there's no way in hell people would do that.
No, 100% not. 100% not.
You're dying? Don't die. This is called the Vortex Spear. It's a very rare item. Am I supposed to read these pre-review notes? Fine. This is going to be my entry for a contest based around speed and racing Kickstarter. That's cool. Siege Engineer is one of the new classes in the Kickstarter, so just so you're not confused. I'm confused. I'm always confused. It's the life that I live, Derek.
Seen this already. I have seen this already, funnily enough.
You have?
Yeah, Derek asked me for some input in the rally Discord.
Oh, I'm curious if he followed let's see. An old siege engineer created the Vortex Spear as part of his experimentation with the use of graviturgical manipulation as a way to power racing engines. That sentence is grammatically correct, but it is too long, and you need to make it shorter. This delicate silver spear has ornately carved swirls all down the staff. I would say the shaft, not the staff. And 2 fist-sized black orbs continuously circling the blade. Cool. That's a fun little flavor. It has 9 charges for the following properties and regains 2d4 plus 1 charges daily at dawn. The spell save DC for the spear is 17. Note, not to self-promote, but I made a new beat for my campaign around discovering new types of dragons. I posted it in the Discord, D&D General. What do y'all think? A beat?
I mean, based on discovering new types of dragons, that sounds cool. That might be what they mean. Oh, Lord. All right.
That's my dubstep.
That's certainly dubby.
All right, let's see what this thing does. You have a +1 to attack and damage rolls with it, and then it has repelling, flow, and gravity warp. As an action, you can spin the spear in a tight circle in front of you and expend 1 charge to cast Gust of Wind. This spell does not require concentration, but it ends early if you let go of the spear or use it to make an attack. If you use this spear while riding a vehicle, you add 15 to the speed of the vehicle while traveling in the opposite direction of the line of the spell, and subtract 15 from the speed while traveling in the same direction as the line of the spell. That is really fun. I like that a lot. Gravity Warp. As an action, you can slam the spear into the ground and expand 5 charges to cast Reverse Gravity centered on yourself. Dang. You choose whether gravity reverses, pulls towards you, or flows in a horizontal direction of your choice. The spell ends early if you let go of the spear, or making attacks with it. Okay, I'm gonna say some things. I'm gonna say 2 things. There's something that this is missing that it should not be missing. Immediately, like a big thing. In my opinion.
Well, I'm curious. What is it?
I would argue that a gravity manipulating spell that has the ability to repel, to pull, it should also have the returning feature when you throw it. You should be able to wing this thing back to yourself.
Oh, because it's a spear. You can throw it. Yeah. Oh, I'm so stupid.
You should be able to throw this thing and dong, get it back.
Yep.
That's one.
100%. I mean, it's very Taz balanced, but it's also, that's just how it should work. That's totally true.
It fits, but even if it's like balance or not, it's like, it fits the lore even. You know what I mean? Like, it's so fitting. The other thing that I would say is you should make it so you can choose whether or not you are affected by reverse gravity when you cast it through the spear.
Oh, that's a good thought, because theoretically
you could cast it centered on yourself, and I like the idea that the spear would protect you from it.
Potentially, yeah. Do you think that might be a little too powerful?
No, because the most you're getting it is once a day, and you're not even going to get it once a day a lot of the time if you're using Repelling Flow.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And Repelling Flow is honestly really good, especially if you're going to be in a vehicle, which the setting for this is very vehicle oriented.
Yeah. Gust of Wind with the only thing I'll say is that this spear is almost better on a non-fighting character, because Gust of Wind, no concentration. Sure. You can just be casting other spells, but as soon as you want to use the spear as a weapon, it ends. So it does sort of lend itself, I think, more towards casters than towards melee combat than towards fighters.
Gust of Wind does end if you use it as an attack. That's true. Yeah.
So I don't know if that's intentional or not, but I would think about that a little bit. I want to say one other thing is I feel like you should be able to use the Gust of Wind to like throw yourself around. Like, I like the idea that you could aim it down and shoot yourself up. Maybe that's too much.
I personally feel like that's the thing you should leave on the table, right? Like, it makes sense, but it's that last little bit of pushing the fiction that you don't do that makes it feel concise.
Okay. All right, I accept.
Yeah. But I agree with the returning thing. I think the returning thing is really important, especially if you're ever gonna use it as a weapon. It's actually kind of just a mediocre +1 spear if you're using it as a weapon, because that the act of fighting with it negates the 2 spells that it can cast.
Yeah.
So because those
we're
don't proc
we're thinking about it that way. We're thinking about it that way.
Thought.
But I like the idea of it. I like the idea of it. I also think that it's one of those. It's a good job of using spells that exist in the game to represent certain types of mechanics, and it's one of those things where, like, the fact that it has this whole second part with the Repelling Flow kind of makes it a unique casting of Gusting of Wind. It's another reason why I feel like you should be able to have the spell not affect you with Gravity Warp, because it sort of adds a little bit of uniqueness to the casting of the spell. Yeah, and whenever you put spells on a magic item, especially if that's like the main thing they do, I feel like if you have the opportunity to make them a little bit unique, a little bit different, it's worth taking. Just because that is going to add, it's going to make it feel a little more special. And you don't need to do that with every time you put magic items on a spell, or magic spells, or spells on a magic item. But if it's like if it's the main thing, I think it's worth doing.
Hard agree.
Those are my thoughts. Mostly I think it's pretty cool.
In general, I feel like it's a good submission for a competition, and Derek, I look forward to hearing about how you do in that competition, because that's a cool concept to potentially win some prizes from doing good brew.
If you win, you have to perform a song for me. It doesn't need to be live, but it might need to be live.
This is customary.
And you can pick any song from any PBS show from between the years 1984 and 1997. So So any songs that
That's
aired on like Sesame Street or Zoobly Zoo or any of those types of things, you can pick.
Did the Schoolhouse Rock series air on PBS ever?
It probably has. That's also an option in there. Yeah, but you got a lot of options there. Reading Rainbow, yeah. So you have a lot of options. So just pick any song that aired on any of those channels, and you can record it, or we can make you do it live. It's really your call.
Yeah.
If you record it, video is required. If you do it live, video is not required. So, pick your poison. All right, let's give Derek a round of applause. Thank you, Derek.
Thank you, Derek.
Pat, I need to pee so much. I'm gonna go pee.
Yeah, go do.
Are you here for a hot second still, or are you bouncing?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, you talk to chat. I'll be back in a second.
All right.
Un momento, por favor, Javerim. Slicha.
Truly. And now begins the portion of our evening where Cinder is absent from the stream. How you doing, chat? Data, we were saying that if Derek wins the competition that he's submitting for, he has to sing a PBS song for us. Yep. Yeah, it's the Chair and Pat stream. It's a new spin-off. It's going to be great. Yeah, it's still a big fucking wheel tonight. It is a big fucking wheel. I feel like that's workplace harassment, Databank. The chair is a coworker. Y'all having fun tonight? Everybody having a good Sunday evening if you're in the United States? I guess Monday morning if you're in Australia. Arufa, this is your first stream. Welcome to the show. Cinder does a bunch of these homebrew reviews and a bunch of other variety, and it's always a tremendous amount of fun. What do I think of subspecies in D&D? I'm assuming it's a 1D&D thing. I have not really been keeping up with 1D&D. They have not yet managed to convince me that it should exist. And so I have not really been staying on top of the playtest. We'll see when it comes out. I think that the species move from races to species was a half-assed change at best. But it is what it is. All right, everybody, quick hide. We're going to jump out and surprise him. 5, 4, 3, 2...
I'm back.
1. Go!
What's up?
Nothing. I was doing good.
Oh, you guys are so scary.
Jumping out and surprising you.
Again, remember the fucking.
That actually works. That worked better than I thought it was going to work.
Grinar, this is your first stream. You found me via YouTube Shorts. Well, welcome. Lovely to have a new person in the little community.
Yeah, we got a couple of new people here.
Which one do you like the most?
Which one of these new people do I like the most? Well, the only person that I knew was new up until a second ago was Arufa. So, I guess Arufa.
Arufa.
Yeah.
Arufa, Bahama.
Yeah, that went through my head too.
You know that song? Next is Aldrich.
Yeah.
Eldritch's weird cousin. I'm still new, and have only ever played a single tabletop game while back in school, but I have played games like Solasta and Baldur's Gate 3 and have learned a lot from your shorts. My shorts give very little information. This piece I have is a new species and style of playing unlike any other shown. Of course, since I'm still new, I want to hear some feedback on the idea before I attach numbers and features to it. Well, I'm gonna say something right now is that you can express a lot of different ideas without doing anything with the numbers or features, just through how you flavor something. Like,
yeah,
like there's a lot of ideas that you can accomplish pretty well without the species will blow your socks off. We'll see. A new subspecies for lizardfolk, the horned lizardfolk. Okay. All right. This is a lot of page. Right. Let's dive in. The lizardfolk subspecies known as horned lizardfolk of the sand are most notably known for two things. One of those is their looks. They are horned across their whole bodies. Blah 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 blah. They are not used to bones. They're not used as an offensive tool. However, those are often fitted for decorations. Blah blah blah. Other thing they're known for is being able to fly. I mean, is the goal here just to get a flying subclass, a flying lizard folk? Let's see what happens. They
do get wings. Yes.
What these creatures are not commonly known for, due to the location, is their smithing practices, use of their weapons, the living arsenal. Coming in all shapes and sizes, these weapons made by their smiths are made by their smiths by singing to their forges. What do you mean? Are they really singing? Strange. Crafting an array of blades that, when taught how to use, can return to their wielder at will through a similar method by singing. This feels like it's the kind of thing that I probably would not bake innately into a species, but I would just make like a people in the realm. What you're describing so far. Let's see.
Yeah, I almost feel like you've created a subspecies for a very specific culture.
Yeah, which is sort of what D&D is moving away from. You don't need to. Okay, two things here. One, you just drop this whole thing here. Don't do the thing where you get. First of all, they shouldn't get +2 to one thing and +2 to another. There's only one thing in D&D that gets that, which is like one of the dwarves. Nothing else does, and it should stay that way for the time being. Unless you really don't want to give this thing that many other features. Bye, Carrot. You taste so good in bolognese.
Love you, Carrot. Bye.
Living weapon. Okay, so also the other thing is that if this is an alternative to the dragon, to the lizard folk, we should probably be looking at the lizard folk to make sure that it's balanced against them.
Because this is all stuff they get in addition to being a lizard folk, right? Which is like.
I was assuming this is replacing it.
Was there something that gave you that idea? Because subraces normally don't replace core race stuff.
Oh. Well, then let me say, creator of this, all of this should replace it. This should just be a different thing.
Yeah.
What is living arsenal? Crafting any thrown weapon, you are given the option. What? Oh, there's no grammar. Crafting any thrown weapon, you are given the option to give it the property of living weapon, which allows said weapon to be returned upon use. Upon a bonus action to use. Said weapon must have the throwing property. If you say thrown weapon, you don't need to say this part at the end. Since singing to your weapon is needed to bring it back, having silence cast on you. Okay, this is not a class feature or a species feature. This is just a magic item that you tie to the world lore. No, I talked about the +2/+2 already. You've been taught up in the desert. Blah, blah, blah. Because of this, you are unaffected by desert tile sets. That is not this means nothing in D&D, and walk through them easily. You're also less susceptible to heat. So if you want to do something like this, you could copy the language of like the Goliath, which basically has like I think it's the Goliath.
I think so too. It's the cold resistance and stuff.
Yeah, Goliaths have something called Mountainborn. So you could use the language where you could have resistance to warm, hot damage, and you're good in the heat. You could also say you are unaffected by difficult terrain created by deserts or something like that. This is just you get a fly speed. This is you get your armor. I mean, look, this is just a lizard folk, but better is the first thing that I would say. It just seems like a way to give lizard folk wings. Honestly, this feels more like a very specific character that someone wants to play, or a specific people they want to exist in the game.
There's also a lot of stuff in here that is not 5e.
But this person is not super familiar with the game just yet.
But I mean, I'm super curious as to whether or not they're referencing like a different system, because there are some mechanical things here, like with the wings, you use it as a bonus action. However, you lose your Constitution starting bonus, whatever that is.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. Yeah, what is a Constitution starting bonus?
No clue. And then there's sort of an assumption that a fly speed would require concentration. I'm not sure if that's a misunderstanding of how concentration works in 5e or if it's pulled from something else.
I think that's a misunderstanding, and I think what they mean is that your con goes down by 2 when you have your wings out.
Oh, the starting bonus, the bonus given by your class,
yeah.
By this species. Okay.
It's a little convoluted. The thing that's annoying about that is that means every time you take your wings out, you need to totally recalculate your hit points, which will be tedious.
Yeah, that's really bad.
That's the kind of thing where it's like, so this person said they're familiar with a bunch of video games, and one of the things that you have to keep in mind in D&D that makes it dramatically different than a video game is any amount of calculating. You need to think about how much fun the ability is based on how much calculating needs to happen. So, like, you shouldn't have, like it's one of, like, there are things that you can do in Baldur's Gate or in other sorts of video games because the computer will do all that calculating for you that is a lot easier. Right. Something like that feature, like you can gain a fly speed, but your con goes down by 2. I think it's totally reasonable as a feature in Baldur's Gate 3 because the machines are keeping track of all of that. But you're the one that has to think about, okay, how's this affecting my saving throws? How's this affecting my hit points? It just becomes tedious.
Yeah. And also, I mean, a fly speed is nice, but it's not powerful enough to need a -2 con.
If you choose wings, you're stuck with the wings?
These don't appear to be pickable options. Is that the...
Then you need to make that a lot clearer. But I'm going to be honest.
Okay,
I'm going to be honest. Cool. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter because this, like what I already said, this is not how features are written anymore. So like it doesn't, whether or not that's how it works, I wouldn't have you be like, okay, you get less ability score increases, but you get wings. That's just not the move. You also get 2 skills from this, which is, I think, a thing that Lizardfolk also do. Let's get that Lizardfolk back. They get some skills. Yeah, it's basically the same as that.
Yeah.
And you got some notes that we don't really matter. So basically, this is Lizardfolk, except you lose like a couple very minor features, right? You lose the swim speed. And you lose the hold breath, and you lose the bite attack. But the bite attack and hungry jaws are not powerful features. They're barely features at all. But you replace those with the ability to make weapons that return on command and to fly.
Which is pretty,
I'm going to be honest.
Pretty strong.
You said something. You said, whose piece is this? This is Aldrich. What did you say?
This is Aldrich, yeah. Aldrich, yeah.
My question for you would be, why is this a lizard person? Like, why make this? What is the goal here?
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of feel like you've kind of boshed together a background, which is like this weaponsmith kind of thing with an Aarakocra.
And I'm not saying that you shouldn't make a lizard person that flies, and I'm not saying that these features shouldn't be in your game, but the thing that you have to ask yourself when you're making something is what is the point? And if the point is, I kind of like lizard people, but I like this idea of these like flying lizard people, just make a whole cloth a new thing and make a flying lizard person. Don't make half a lizard person and then make wings and stuff on it, because then you put yourself in this position where your thing is like has to be compared to it, and I don't know, and you end up in this weird position where like you can't sell that much flavor. Right? Because you still have to you're still trying to, like, you're still committing a lot of features to capturing the lizard person. And it's like that feels, I don't know. I feel like I would just make it its brand.
I would also say the weaponsmith thing is in that universe as well, where it's like, why is that attached to lizard people, and why are all of these things attached to desert lizard people? Because like you start out with this really evocative kind of narrative around like, these are the desert lizard people. They represent like the real world, or they reflect like real world sort of horny toads, right? Like they've got that spikiness, and chat was going off, right? Like running across the desert, blood squirting from eyes. Like there are a lot of cool fucking things that desert lizards do, and none of them are sing to their weapons, make weapons, or fly.
That's a really good point. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, the flavors, the mechanics and the lore aren't clamming together, and I do think that it would make a lot of sense if you're trying to make a horny toad bearded dragon to lean into those sorts of things.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I'll also say that you gotta just like spend a little bit of time reading how classes and features work, because some of your language is just a little bit off. And I'm not sure if you're thinking that this thing is totally different because you can choose to take less of an ability score to get another feature. But that, first of all, personally, I kind of just disagree with that from a design perspective. But also that feature does exist. That is how dwarves work. There is a dwarf subclass that gets a little bit better of a bonus than the other two dwarves for less features. So I would also encourage you to like peek at like dwarves in their subclasses or dwarves in their subraces if you are going to continue to go in that direction. And if you do make flight an option for one of them, it can't really have that many other features. Flight is a very strong feature to give something at level as a core base.
I think Aarakocra is basically just all that they get, right?
Not only is it basically all that they get, they've been significantly nerfed since their initial iteration too.
Yeah.
I think the two things that get flying that are the best are probably the pixie or the fairy and the owl person. The fairy gets a little bit of spell casting, and the owl person gets some like stealthy stuff. Should you? Well, that depends on you. Like, why did you give them a flight feature?
Yeah, and I think that
like that's why I was asking. That's why, and I'm not trying to be. That's literally what I was asking. Like, what's the point of these? When I'm asking, like, what is the point? Like, why did you make this? I'm not saying like you're wasting your time. I'm literally saying the thing that you've created does not do a good job of expressing your goals. I should understand the point of your creation when I'm reading it. Like when I look at a barbarian and I read the rage. If I read barbarian, I look at rage. I look at reckless attack, and I look at danger sense, and I immediately understand the point of a barbarian. I look at a paladin, I look at lay on hands, I look at divine sense, and I look at smite, and I understand the point of a paladin. So you have to ask yourself, what's the point? You know?
For the sake of argument, could you go through one of those examples with a race?
Sure. So like Air Genasi. Air Genasi, they get resistance to lightning damage, they can hold their breath indefinitely, and they get Featherfall. I understand the point of all of those things. All of those things are there to make them feel airy, as opposed to an Earth Genasi, which gets the ability to cast, like, Mold Earth or, like, Harden stuff and, like, you know, that sort of thing. Or like, if we want to do flying things, we could talk about the Pixie versus the Aarakocra. The Aarakocra has a pretty decent fly speed, and I don't remember what else it has. A couple things that make Talons. It sort of like birdy and talony, right?
And gust of wind spell.
Yeah. And like it's like beating its wings and stuff. However, the Pixie doesn't get talons. It doesn't get gust of wind, but it does get some innate magic that is tied to being like fairy pixie stuff. Or like the Owlkin who gets some stealthy stuff.
Which, by the way, the fairy is one of the most underrated races in D&D. It's so fucking cool.
Yeah. So whenever you're making something, you should be asking yourself, what is the point? What am I trying to accomplish with this thing?
Yeah.
So if you feel like a flight is not an important part of selling the flavor, yeah, get rid of it. It is eating a lot of space.
Yeah.
Those are my feedback. That's my feedback. Them my thoughts. Thank you, Aldrich.
Yeah.
Let's give Aldrich a little round of applause for their horny toad. What's so funny?
Chat, mostly. We got a couple of good ones in here. We had promiscuous fish, celibate frog, chaste toad.
Oh, I see. People are making jokes.
Yeah.
I made a short. Somebody made a video. Somebody made a comment asking me how big a party is too big, and I had a very hard time not turning that into like a million sexual innuendos. So then I made a video where I gave my experience with the largest party that I've ever ran, which was 7 people. I tried to say I made the video in such a way that it's very easy to read in like a bunch of directions if you just take out the word party and replace it with another word. And I gotta say, I think I did a pretty dang good job of making a video that both earnestly answered the question with feedback and also made a lot of inappropriate jokes.
10 out of 10.
Yeah. You're the joke your daddy played on your mommy? That's nice. That's a good way to think about yourself.
How big of a party feels like it feels non-sexual.
80 depending on the size of your apartment. It's pretty good. Future Planet. Oh, this is cool. The thing about Future Planet is like you never really know what's going to be there, right? Because it's like
truly,
the future is wild. We don't know.
Have you ever seen The Future is Wild? That's a good fucking. It's an old show, but it's a good show.
That was the reference that I was making.
Fucking great. I've got the book for that show. I love it.
It was a show on Discovery Channel where they animated fake animals, and they had scientists be like, "Wouldn't it be cool if octopus became the predominant animal and turned into elephants?" That's what this guy is. This is the elephant octopus. Yeah, it was a fun show. It was cool.
Graphics.
There's a couple versions of that. There's one show that like tells the fictional story. What was it called? There's a show that tells the fictional story of like of space probes going to an alien planet and documenting them, and it's sort of told as if it's like a Planet Earth series where you're watching these different probes like catalog different types of creatures and biospheres and stuff. It's very cool. One day I'll find it. I don't remember. Hey, this is from Future Planet. Speaking of Future Planets.
Nice.
Hey, we got some constructs that inhabit ancient dungeons from a long dead race of stone creatures. If you don't want to look at all three, please look at the Swarmer. I might struggle with CR, so you might help me there. All right, well, I definitely don't want to look at all three immediately unless you sell me on the first one. No. So we're going to look at the Swarmer. What the fuck? Why is this formatted this way, my guy? This is such a weird. Okay, so I guess this is the Swarmer. Oh, this is going to be so annoying to read. Oh my god, why did you format it this way?
Oh no.
I don't even know how to fucking read it. What do I do? All right, I guess listen, we're going to make it work. That's the best I can do. I apologize, chat, for this being so small. You can get upset with Future Planet for their formatting.
Can you not zoom in on this?
Maybe I can. Yeah, maybe I can open it in a new tab.
Yeah, that might be the move. Okay, cool.
Okay, we're gonna look at the Lithral Hedron Swarmer.
Maybe don't upload an image for your.
I mean, if you're already putting it in this format, that means that's like half a step away from putting it in a document or putting it on a PDF. Ew, AI art. Yeah, we're ignoring the AI art. Notice how we're not scrolling down too much. Okay, this is a CR2 monster. 22 hit points, 18 armor, saving throws, dex. It's got high con, pretty mediocre everything else, and very low strength, wisdom, and charisma. It's vulnerable to acid. It's immune to a bunch of stuff, including non-magical attacks. So it's sort of like a bronze scout in that way. It has anti-magic susceptibility, which is always fun. Cunning action. It can take the cunning action, so it's very quick. It's magic resistant. It has magic weapons. It has standing leap. Its long jump is 20 feet and its high jump is 15. It has a mana blaster that deals some force damage and a scratch, which is very bad. I am going to ask you a question that I genuinely mean no ill will with, but what is this thing supposed to do that's unique? I would argue that there is not a unique feature here. I like anti-magic susceptibility. I even like cunning action, right? Being able to use a bonus action to do other things. It's a quick little guy, but I wish it had something that made it stand out. Also, the damage for a CR2 is really low. This is doing less damage than most CR 1/2 monsters. So the damage is super low. And has your opinion on AI art changed? It used to be mostly neutral or positive. I was neutral or positive before I understood where it came from. Now I'm mostly negative. That clarifies for you. But I like the idea of a tiny little jumping robot. I just wish it did some stuff that was more distinct. Let me give you a couple examples of things that I think it could do that I think are more distinct. It has this standing leap feature. It has bonus action dash, dodge, disengage, hide. Why not combine the standing leap with a unique attack? Why not allow it to like leap at things or have it so I don't know, like that's the kind of thing that I want to think about here. We want to make sure that it is interesting mechanically, that it's not too much just doing nothing that on its I don't know. Yeah. It's not doing anything that's particularly unique on its own. And I think that the way that it's written, it would be pretty like I don't know. It's got good armor. It's going to be hard to do damage to, but like even like its senses, right? Like it has dark vision out to 60 feet. What if, I don't know what like a swarmer is supposed to do. Maybe it's supposed to swarm. So maybe it has some mechanic that allows it to act on another creature's initiative. Like what if there's something like whenever a swarmer starts initiative within 20 feet of another swarmer, it can take on that swarmer's same initiative if it's higher. Or something, right? Like maybe they have some innate ability where they can all go at the same time based on whoever has the highest initiative. Or maybe when one attaches itself to a creature after leaping, others within a certain radius can use their reaction to do some sort of leap attacks. So they can like feel like they're swarming.
I was going to say, alternatively, if you wanted to branch out from just the individual monster and think about it more in a holistic kind of encounter way, because all of those recommendations, I think, make this feel like an individual in a swarm. But if you wanted to, again, kind of think about how this might lend itself to an encounter, why not give it bonus action or reaction or something, something small in the action economy? With a recharge 5/6, you summon another one.
Mm-hmm. That's an interesting
because they're doing so little damage that they're kind of worthless on their own. Their only option is to overwhelm the action economy to be a threat.
Mm-hmm. Kelka on Dutre, AI art is not your only option. There is incredibly cheap. First of all, if you go to DM's Guild or Drive Through RPG, there are literally massive amounts of free art that people openly put out for free that you don't have to spend a single dime on, and it is totally free, fair use. There also are incredibly cheap, big, massive pamphlets of free art. Like, maybe spend $3 and you can get a shit ton of it. There also is, if you are not selling it, you can just use literally fucking anything. And I'll give you an example. Yeah. I am making a video right now that I'm working on. I showed you guys a preview of the other day. I'm probably going to put it out in the next couple days. I didn't make any of the art for it. All of the art I pulled from Wizards of the Coast. It's all Wizards of the Coast art. But if you're making it for free and putting it out to the public, it's okay. You can do that. It's only an issue if you're putting something behind a paywall. That's the only time that you have to consider that sort of stuff. Or if somebody is not, or if it's like a little person, if it's like a private individual person, it's always good to ask first. But if you're taking art from Wizards of the Coast, or just downloading from any of the massive free art stuff that you can find on TTRPG, RPG, Drive Through RPG, or DM's Guild, it's fine.
Yeah. I mean, I think therein lies a useful dichotomy, right? Like on the one hand, if you're putting something out there in the world for free, you can just use art that you find out in the world, and it'll be cheaper and easier than paying for Midjourney to just find something that exists, credit them so that it's circulating, and then you just put it out there into the world. In the Discord, I mean, we saw somebody had great art in here earlier. Cinder went to the artist's page, right?
I don't know if I went to it, but I hovered over it.
Fair enough. If you're making money off of it, you can't do any of those things.
Yeah,
because
you don't need to be an artist to make homebrew. You don't need to do that.
If you're making,
but you should
100%.
You should find ways to use art that isn't AI, in my opinion. If you want,
if you're making money off of it,
you shouldn't
be using AI art because it's effectively the same thing as taking it down off of the internet, right? Mm-hmm. So you should find an artist and pay them to do the art if you're making money off of it. Yeah. Right? Like, you just need to charge enough to be able to afford the art. That's part of the cost of goods sold. Yeah. So it's got to be one or the other.
Yeah. All right. I don't really have much more to say about this. I feel like I said, we need more swarm. We're not getting enough swarm. We're not getting enough damage.
Yes.
Agreed. And yeah, the other things that you can play around with, like if you're doing things where it's like little robots, I like to play around with is like, how do they see? Like, I feel like little robots, it makes a lot of sense to give like blind sight to, or other features to sort of represent different types of sight. Thermal vision. Like, yeah, maybe they don't have blind sight. Maybe it's thermal vision. So they can see things that are invisible, but it doesn't like just let them see through things. I don't know. There's all sorts of weird stuff you could do. All right. Thank you, Future Planet. Sorry for throwing us off topic. No, I love getting thrown off topic. It's the best.
Yeah, 100%.
How immoral is it to make a free product and say, if you want to support me, here's Patreon? I don't think that's immoral. I think it starts to become, I think, yeah, I don't know if that's in reference to what we were just talking about or not, but I think it's fine to do that. It's kind of what I do.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically you can't put things that you didn't create behind a paywall, is what that comes down to.
Yeah.
And that includes AI art and art that you find on the internet that isn't free use. And royalty free, because that's a whole other thing.
Speaking of royalty, we got a mitten ninja up in here.
Those are two words that are less regal individually than they are together.
Maybe. Or maybe they're more regal than you could possibly imagine. Either way, how do you feel about an Icy Fae flavored sorcerer tank controller subclass? Because that's what we're about to look at.
Yeah, that's a lot like my Eldritch Summoner Control Healer Wizard subclass.
I'm hoping at least a little bit that's just more flavor, but we'll see where we go. This is the Winter Knight. I'm gonna say something that you're not gonna like. It's silly to call something a knight that's not a fighter, in my opinion. But that's whatever. It doesn't matter. All right, we're not gonna read your new spells. I'm sorry, but let's read everything else. You helped with this? Very cool. The Winter Court and its inhabitants are known to be frigid and unforgiving, and this is the source that you draw upon to manifest your magic. You could change. What if you change your sentence to, you draw upon your magic from the court, from the Winter Court, and its frigid and unforgiving inhabitants. What if you read it like that? Think about it. Mm-hmm. You are descendant from the Prince of Frost, Queen Mab. I've had this character in a couple of my campaigns, and I always have her talk like Queen Mab. I don't know why, but that's a funny accent.
She's just vaguely Midwestern.
Mab. Yeah. Or another powerful unseelie archfey of the Winter Court. You channel this power to protect yourself and your allies by punishing them. Punishing your enemies by freezing them to their bones and trapping them in icy tomb. All right, cool. Let's see what we get. Proficiency in light, medium armor, and one melee weapon of our choice. Ooh.
We be fighting.
And we learned some extra spells. It's a shame that we're not going to read any of these ones. We get Armor of Agathis, Misty Step, another one that we're not going to read, Ice Storm, and Cone of Cold. All right, so we get a bunch of icy spells. If Winter Warden Blade ends up being like important for the core subclass, I maybe will read it, but I probably am not going to. Heart of Frost, first level feature. You call forth the bitter cold within your blood to project the power of the Winter Court from your body. When you cast Armor of Agathis using a spell... When you cast the Armor of Agathis spell using a spell slot of a level equal to less than half your sorcerer level rounded up, you gain...
So when you cast it at a low level, so at level, if you're at level 1, if you're level 1 or 2, I guess, yeah.
Why? It's a weird
10,
limiter.
It's up to level 5.
You gain additional temporary hit points equal to 3 times the level of the spell slot used to cast... Oh my god, don't make us play this fucking game. What are we doing here?
A lot of math.
Why are we do... Okay.
A lot of math.
You gain temporary hit point. You gain additional temporary hit points equal to 3 times the level of the spell slot to cast it. All right. I disagree with that math choice. I feel like there's probably easier ways to express that. Did I link this in the chat?
Yeah.
Well, here it is again. Enemies that start their turn within 5 feet of you while you have temporary hit points from Armor of Agathis have their movement speed reduced by 10 until the start of their next turn. That's
kind of cool.
Yeah, I like that. While you have temporary hit points from Armor of Agathis and a creature attacks someone within 5 feet of you, you can use your reaction to redirect the attack towards yourself if you are in range of the attack. I kind of like that too.
That's not bad. That's not bad. I also don't dislike getting a number of temporary hit points, but the weird limiter on the spell level for upcasting and the weird math in the temp HP aren't working.
Yeah, also, we don't have proficiency in heavy armor, so I feel like it's weird to keep that included in here at the bottom. We also don't get proficiency in shields.
Multi-classing.
Okay. I accept.
Yeah.
It's just to prevent dipping scaling. That's...
Yeah.
Okay, Mitten Ninja. Is it worth it to prevent dipping scaling to make somebody feel like it's not fun to read and maybe not read the rest of it? Because that's the kind of thing you're bumping up against when you start doing stuff like that. When you put this feature and you describe it as this, and then immediately you're doing extra math, you are entering the realm of, oh, now I'm not really paying attention to what's happening anymore because I just got told to do 2 different math equations with how the spells are working.
I think the limitation was that they were referencing the heavy armor and shield stuff, which I think is a fine addendum.
Okay, I understand. So here's what I would do for this. I would just have it so when you cast Armor of Agathis, so actually there's 2 things. One, I would say that this should be tied to sorcery points. This should be the kind of thing where, like, so pretty much if you want to, like, take for example the Shadow Sorcerer, they get the spell Darkness, but they get the ability to cast the spell Darkness using sorcery points, and when they do, it does something special. So
wait, hold on.
What?
I don't mean to interrupt you, but somebody just blew my mind here. I think it was Obelisk. This whole thing about whenever you cast Armor of Agathis using a spell slot of a level equal to half your level rounded down or whatever the hell, it's completely redundant because that math is exactly always your highest level spell slot.
Okay, well there we go. Thank you very much. S Obelisk wins a prize. Everybody give them a little round of applause. So that being said, I feel like getting Armor of Agathis for free. Maybe here's what I would probably say. I would probably say you can cast I would probably make it so it's like you can cast Armor of Agathis for free once a day or something like that, maybe, or spending spells sorcerer points. And when you extend those sorcerer points, it could do these sorts of things. Maybe when you cast it that way, it costs 2 sorcerer points to cast it, and then 1 additional sorcery point for every other level up you want to cast it, or whatever. And then instead of doing whatever you're doing here, just make it when you cast it in this way, instead of gaining 5 temporary hit points and that going up, just make that number different. Say you get 7. Say you get 5 temporary hit points plus your proficiency bonus for each upscaling casting of it. Like, there's so many ways you can kind of simplify that. Now, what these things are actually doing here, pretty cool. I like that. But the reason why I'm yelling about this is because you're dramatically shooting yourself in the foot with the readability of your piece by having this part here.
Yeah.
All right, let's look at Winter Regalia. Your body becomes accustomed to the harsh environment of winter. You gain resistance to cold damage, and don't say may, say can. You can move across icy surfaces without needing to make an ability check. Additionally, difficult terrain composed of ice or snow doesn't cost you extra movement. Okay, that is all fine. Let's see what else we get. We get another thing, a little bit of big boy thing.
A big thing, yeah.
This thing should cost sorcery points if it doesn't. As an action, as part of casting Armor of Agathis, we already have an Armor of Agathis thing. Don't double dip, man. We need new features. What you need to give us something that isn't tied to Armor of Agathis by this point. You need to think about this. Your next thing that you get as a subclass after level 6 is level 14. Do we really want all of our subclass features to be tied to Armor of Agathis? Because that's what it's going to feel like for 99% of the campaign, if that's happening.
14 is also tied to Armor of Agathis.
Oh, well then, even more so. Don't tie a whole subclass to one spell. At that point, just make a magic item. If it's all tied to one spell, just make it a magic item that gives you cool uses of a spell. The point of a subclass is to be full and feel like it enters into a lot of things at a lot of different spaces. Ka-tung, ka-tung, ka-tung. Okay, let's see what we're gonna read a little bit, but we might not read all of it because I feel like if it's all doing the same thing, my feedback is gonna be you gotta pull back focus a little bit here. As an action, as part of the casting of Armor of Agathis, you can summon a large shard of ice from the ground in an unoccupied space. within 30 feet of you for 1 minute or until you lose concentration. The shard has a diameter of 5 feet and a height of 10 feet. It emits a... Crazy Moose, thank you for the 10 subs! Oh my goodness!
Crazy Moose, you're in the house.
Mitten Ninja, I don't care if it's... you're saying it's separate, but you're saying as... Oh, I see, as an action or as a part of casting of Armor of Agathis. Oh, just drop the fucking Armor of Agathis part then, my guy.
Yeah, just drop it, just drop it.
Crazy Moose, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Very, very generous of you. Very generous of you.
Damn,
all right, so we're just going to ignore the Armor of Agathis thing. As an action, you can summon a large shard of ice from the ground in an unoccupied space within 30 feet of you, period. You must maintain concentration on it as if concentrating on a spell, period. Ignore whatever you said there. You could put the minute thing at the end. The shard has a diameter of 5 feet and a height of 10 feet. And emits a freezing aura that radiates 10 feet. That's a big area. I probably would lower it a little bit, but let's see what else it does, maybe. Maybe it's not too dangerous. The area inside the aura is treated as difficult terrain due to ice, and if an enemy starts their turn within the radius, they take cold damage equal to your proficiency bonus and must make a constitution saving throw against your sorcerer save DC. On a failure, they can't take reaction until the start of their next turn. If they are within your reach... When they make this save, they do so at disadvantage. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your charisma modifier. You gain expended use when you finish a long rest. This should definitely cost sorcery points. This should probably cost 2 or 3 sorcery points to do. And I'm also going to point something else out here. It's kind of doing the same thing that Armor of Agathis does. Armor of Agathis allows you to do cold damage, and your version of it slows people down. This does cold damage, and it slows people down. So yeah. I feel like while flavor-wise, I love the idea of an ice shard erupting out of the ground, it's just doing the same thing. And I would encourage you to make
a reaction thing that I think
different.
is kind of cool. There's a reaction thing here at the end that's kind of cool with the concept.
Yeah, but that's the very last part. Like, that's such a small piece of the puzzle. Like, I mean, maybe lean more into that, if anything. But yeah. But I think that the initial of what it does feels a little bit like I want it to be doing more different types of stuff.
You also can't move it, as far as I can tell, which is like, that can very quickly become not the most useful for something that requires a pretty hefty resource to summon. Like, I could pretty easily see over even a moderately large battlefield needing to burn this like 2 or 3 times to keep it up and relevant. Yeah.
What if this might be overcomplicating it? But what if what if its impact was a little bit less intense, but it also gave a benefit? So like, what if it could be like a thing where it's like, if you go inside of it, it does something cool for you, but if enemies go inside, it does something bad for them. That way it would sort of feel more reasonable for it not to move and sort of be like a warding thing, but also popping a couple would make sense. The other thing that I think you could do, personally, what I would also probably do is if I made it cost sorcery points, I'd probably make it cost 3, and I would make it not require concentration.
Yeah, especially if it's doing a little bit less or a little bit less directly negative stuff to your enemies. I get that.
Somebody said cast it on a cart and push it around. It doesn't work that way. It has to be an unoccupied space on the ground, which I think is the move. I like that idea. Yeah, I love the idea of summoning a little spike of ice. Initially, initially it made me think of the Fathomless Warlock, but it's actually a lot more like the Shepherd Druid, where like they summon their shaman totems that sort of radiate effects.
You could theoretically have it have a small radius of a negative, right? A small radius where it's like they don't get reactions or something, and instead of putting that behind the save, put a big radius on the thing that draws them in and put that on a save. So have a big, like 40-foot radius where they have to succeed on a save, or they have to use all of their movement moving toward the ice plinth. And then within 10 feet or whatever, they can't take reactions. They have disadvantage on whatever. So like you're standing there, drawing them in and mowing them down as they just walk into you. Yeah,
that's a neat idea. I don't know if I'd make it 40 feet. I'd probably make it require concentration again. Then that's huge.
Sure,
that's a very powerful thing to just have up. But yeah, I like that idea. And yeah, I don't think it should be charisma modifier times per day. I think it should be tied to sorcery points. Most 6-level sorcerer features tied to sorcery points. Let's look at Heart of Cold. Excuse me. Honestly, I like this concept. It needs refining. The Winter Court doesn't nearly get enough love. No, I agree. And I kind of like what Pat said. Pat's thing, the sort of like dark charm kind of fits the Winter Court vibe also. Yeah. Heart of Cold at 14th level. The bitter cold within your blood grows stronger. When an enemy would take damage from Armor of Agathis and you still have temporary hit points remaining, as a reaction, you can choose to immediately end the spell. Instead, causing the spell's energy to burst in a 10-foot radius. Everything other than you within its radius must make a Constitution saving throw or take damage equal to... I would just give us something new here. I wouldn't do... Yeah. I think we're... Honestly, I don't... You already built in ways that your Armor of Agathis thing grows with you. We don't need to ever come back to it. It's fine. So this, I would say, honestly, I would whole cloth to do something new here. Maybe this is the level where you can cast Investiture of Ice on yourself or your allies. Maybe this is the one where, you know, you can make it, or whatever. Like there's a lot of things you can do at 14th level that are really wacky and wild. 14th level is usually a pretty wacky and wild class level feature for sorcerers. This is where you get things like where the Aberrant Mind Sorcerer can, like, manipulate and morph its body into different shapes, or, like, the Shadow Sorcerer can just always teleport 120 feet if they're going from one shadow to the next. Like, you can get some hectic stuff here. So I feel like I would move away from just, let's do more Armor of Agathis, but better, and come up with something hectic. In this one, just you can summon 2 shards. Is there anything else this does?
An idea for a 14th level feature, because we are playing a fighty boy here. You could, and Cinder, push back if you think this is a bad idea or the wrong place to give it, but you could do so whenever you cast a cantrip, with your action, you can use your bonus action to make a melee weapon attack.
You could do something like that. I feel like if you were going to do something like that, I would probably put it at more at
6th level,
closer to the 6th. Like, if you're going for the extra attack, I would do it earlier.
If you buffed the Ice Splint, you could maybe move that up to 14.
I see that this has a Petrify ability. I mean, we can talk about it a little bit, but I kind of feel like this needs... If you're gonna change the 6th level Ice feature, that is gonna have probably reflections in changing this one. I don't know how I feel about a Petrifying feature. If you're gonna make a Petrifying feature, then you have to really cognizantly limit its uses. So if you don't want to limit the uses of this 6th level feature, you got to figure out how to limit the 18th level Ice feature in a different way. You can teleport it as a you can teleport up to 30 feet. Oh, you can just teleport
to the plinth.
Oh, okay. I think that's cool. I feel like that would make sense.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
I would make that your 14th level feature.
That's pretty good. Though, if your 14th and 18th are all about the plinth, then we're a little too focused on the plinth.
Yeah, I feel like that's less of a big deal than
armor,
than focusing on a single spell. But
I agree, but it's still a little zeroed in. I think I'd want something at 18th level that's fairly different. I think if it was teleport to it on 14th level, honestly, I think leaving this at 18th, giving us something a little different on the top of that at 18th, and then just giving us a completely different 14th is probably the way to go.
All right, yeah, I hear that.
It's cool, though.
Yeah, Petrify is once per long rest. All right, listen. If you like it, keep it. I'm telling you, I would change it if I were you, personally. If you feel like a free flesh to stone is a good 18th level feature, if you feel like that symbolizes this thing really well, and it's really important to you, keep it.
I will be honest, that free flesh to stone does have big Ice Queen from Narnia vibes in a way that I like quite a bit.
All right, yeah, like if you like it, keep it for sure. All right. Yeah, I think it's a pretty neat idea for a subclass. I think that it doesn't feel super melee-oriented, other than this one feature. Pretty much everything else, and I guess Armor of Agathis, but nothing else feels super melee-oriented.
I think some of the spells that you get are... I think Winter Warden Blade is like the core loop for melee.
You brandish a weapon. On the hit, they take the weapon's normal damage. and they're enveloped in ice. If the target makes an attack against anyone other than you before it, then the target takes another 1d8 cold damage. All right, it's a neat idea.
So you're setting up a loop where they're like,
I understand.
If they attack you, they take yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't know. I almost am not pro that loop because that's so forcing you to play a very specific style.
Yeah, that's certainly true.
Like, it's like, is the embodiment of the Winter Knight somebody that is the embodiment of the Winter Knight like taunting attacks towards you? Maybe. But I don't know. That's not what I would initially see it as immediately. It's a little bit of a taunt cantrip. I guess the thing is, it's actually, now that I look at it, I would say that it is, the damage probably needs to go down. This feels like significantly stronger than Booming Blade, in my opinion. That is the one thing that I'll say. So I probably would tone the damage down, because it is quite a bit stronger than Booming Blade. In terms of the control potential, I think. It is a neat idea for a subclass, though. It is a neat idea for a subclass. I like the summoning of a big ice spike that affects things.
It's such a cool aesthetic.
And bringing a little bit of winter into the realm is very neat. Yeah, I hope you keep working on it. All right, thank you very much, Mitten Ninja.
Mitten Ninja, the mitteniest ninja in all the land.
Yes.
All right, man. I think I'm going to be heading out.
I knew it. I was about to see if you wanted to bounce.
Yeah, right, I'm going to roll. I will see y'all later. This was a lot of fun, as always. Cinder, thank you for having me.
Of course, man. We're meeting tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, buddy. See ya.
Talk to you soon. Bye, everybody.
Bye. That was Patrick. Milky Boy, you've been a member for 5 months now? Dang. That's crazy. How the time flies. Celery Gaming. What do you think Celery Gaming is going to have for us? Don't know exactly how balanced this is, just something I made for fun. Well, you guys know how I feel about fun. Pro it! I wish there was a cold damage version of Booming Blade. I wonder how you'd make that distinct, though. I mean, that's sort of what they were trying to make there. I feel like the cold damage version of Booming Blade would be something where it would do less damage, but it would have a status effect. Like, it would slow them. Like, you know, some amount of, like, movement penalty slow something or whatever. Your back had to dry your phone off because it fell in the ocean? Oh, that's crazy. No, you want it to be different? Then we could make it different. You're glad YouTube started pushing my shorts to you? Oh, I'm glad it did too. This is called Time Jump. This is brought to us by... Who's this brought to us by? This is brought to us by Celery Gaming. All right. It's a 3rd level spell. 1 action. Range Sight. That's already a little bit of a red flag, I'm going to be honest. Sight is a long range. You, for a moment, break time. Just switch your words around. For a moment, you break time. Come on, guys. Okay, for anybody that is learning how to write, whether English is your first language or not, whether you are in school or you're 45 or you're whatever, this is what you're going to do. This is what you need to start doing. When you're done writing something, put it away for like a day before you share it with anyone ever. And then after that day or so, you look at it again, and instead of just reading it to yourself in your head, you read it out loud. And if you read it out loud to yourself, you are going to find all sorts of weird stuff in your writing that you wouldn't notice if you didn't read it out loud. But reading out loud is the way you find that stuff for yourself. Like, this is almost a solid sentence, but it's just like 2 words switched around make it totally jank. It's very easy to go something go from something being completely put together and completely jank. And you don't want it to be jank because you want people to want to read it. All right, speaking of which, let's take a look. You break time for a moment and jump forward to a moment to attack an enemy. Don't say a moment and a moment in the same sentence also. When you cast this spell, you target a creature and then briefly jump forward in time to attack them. Why do you even have this first part? Just this. You literally just need this part. You silly goose. When you cast this spell, you target a creature and then briefly jump forward in time to attack them. When you cast the spell, you roll a d20. On a 1, the target attacks you and gets a crit, and you do not attack. On a 2 to 5, target attacks you, and you do not attack it. On a 6 to 15, you attack the target, and the target attacks you. On a 16 to 19, you attack the target and does not attack you. On 20, you attack the target and get a critical hit, and it does not attack you. This is so convoluted, my guy. When you cast Time Jump, you disappear for less than a millisecond, reappearing in another space. If the target attacked you, reappear, having taken the damage. If you attack, you use a reaction to dismiss the spell, and the target is... If you attack the creature, then it will take the damage when one of the following 2 things happens. Use a reaction to dismiss the spell, and the target is still alive. Wait, what are you talking about? What do you mean? The spell ends and the target is still alive? Okay. What is this thing trying to do? Now I'm confused. Is there like a time dilation thing happening where like every turn you're doing this and then it all comes together? Yeah, I kind of agree, Philip. I don't know, just... Okay. At first I thought the spell was you roll a d20 and then something happens. But like, it's like a saved attack? You just misty step towards an enemy. I get it, but my brain is upside down. It sounds like it's trying to create an attack in the future. Yeah, but maybe that's what it's trying to do, Crazy Moose? But why are we doing this convoluted thing with the d20? That's what I'm confused by. Like... A 3rd level spell to do 1 attack in the future is not that good. And also, it's like very convoluted. It's an attack that you bank. Why not just do the... What's the point of doing it in the future? There's no benefits in that. It's like I'm gonna cast a 3rd level spell to maybe do damage in a couple rounds, as opposed to I'm gonna cast a spell to do damage right now. So, I just don't understand what the goal of it is. I mean, that's not true. I do understand the goal of it, but I don't think it's accomplishing that goal. So, if you want to, like, bank on an attack in the future, you need to create a circumstance that makes it worthwhile to not be doing that attack immediately. And this is not giving us that. Even with the way this d20 is working, it's like... This isn't based on our abilities. It's not tied to our spellcasting modifier. It's just totally random. Good night, S. Obelisk. I guess the use case is you see an enemy far away and do this before you get in range for combat. Only 1 minute duration. That's okay. That's the Phil. That's the only use I can see for it, and that feels like too specific. I don't know. I'm gonna be real honest with you. Who is this? This is Celery Gaming. I think this is a ground up situation, my guy. I think this is a. You take this, you put it out to pasture, you let it take the long farewell, put it on the ice floe. You know, send it to the forest of elders, and then sort of rebuild it from the ground up with a very clear idea of what the goal is, and we're working towards that goal. I'm not sure why it's conjuration. It should be, yeah, time stuff is usually divination. Sounds like the author is trying to tie hold action and wild magic together in one spell. That is kind of what it is. There's a 75% chance to use the 3rd level spell to get attacked by an enemy. Yep, I agree. That is also very true. My pa told me that my homebrew went to the farm. Yep. Hey, Kelf, what's up? Just finished running your game for the night? How was your game? Yeah, man, I feel like the time stuff is hard to do in D&D. And if you want to do something, like, you got to look at something like Delayed Fireball. So Delayed Fireball is a spell in D&D that is kind of what you're trying to do here, where it's like you set up something happening in the future. And the whole thing about Delayed Fireball is the longer you wait before it explodes, the more powerful it gets. And that is something that you should think about and how you would deal with this. Almost a TPK? Dang. All right. Thank you, Celery Gaming. I appreciate the piece. I hope you keep working on it. And I wish you well in your journey to do timey-wimey shenanigans. Oh, looks like our applause button is broken again. I have no idea why our applause is getting so busted. Anyway, there we go. Three players got to 1 HP, no dedicated healer. Oof, that's intense. Have the lights stopped flipping out? I haven't noticed them doing anything in a little while, but I might have just missed it. So I don't think they're doing anything weird anymore. But they were doing some weird stuff for a while, which was, hand to God, not a part of stream. That was legitimately just a thing that was happening. Which is weird. I acknowledge that. All right. All right, I'll spin you. I'll spin you. I'll spin you to the end of time. Or I'll spin Vorkson the Speechless. Let's see. This is my first attempt at making a spell. Ooh. I love a spell. Shared life. Oh boy, what's going on here? Why is there these crazy numbers? First level spell, 1 action, range touch. This spell sends one person's hit points into someone else's. You need to. This word needs an apostrophe. You must be touching both people for it to work. Both participants must agree to use this spell. You can transfer 1 to 10 hit points from a person to another, removing the hit points from one person to give an equal amount to another person. Doesn't this spell kind of already exist? Isn't there a spell called life transference? I spelled life transference wrong. Because I'm very good at spelling. So so here's what I'm going to say. Oops, wrong thing. This spell is too powerful. Is a too strong spell. And let's think about why. This is the first level spell, 1 action, and it could do all this healing or all this hit points transferring. Life transference does a very similar thing, except you have to take 4d8 necrotic damage, and one creature of your choice can hit points equal to twice the damage you took. Ooh. Actually, this one does maybe feel like it's stronger, but okay, this is stronger in a way that is okay. So here, this does better healing, but you have no control over the damage. I feel like being able to control the damage as well as being able to pull the life from any creature into another creature boosts this one's strength pretty dramatically. This is the Barbarian shares their health spell? Yeah. No, I know it has to be willing, but the difference here is life transference is a 3rd level spell limited to clerics and wizards. So even if you are a barbarian, that means you have taken at least a 3-level dip into wizard or cleric to get to this thing. As opposed to shared life, which I can just cast it on the 10th level barbarian who has twice as many hit points as the wizard to keep the wizard up. The phrasing at higher levels should say the maximum number of hit points you can transfer with this spell increases by 10 per spell level above the first. Yes, Miles, that is exactly correct. That is how you should say that. That's part of why this is confusing written. You, the spellcaster, also has to be the one takes the damage from life transference. Yes, exactly. Champion fighter at high level just regenerates up to half max during combat. Yeah, this gets a little bit tedious or overpowered with being able to tie it to other people. The phrasing through the spells need to switch. The phrasing throughout the spell needs to switch to D&D speak. Yeah. There's a lot of D&D language pieces that are missing here for sure. Make it D10s instead of 1D10. But then how is it? Then it's just life transference, except better. We're still in the problem that it's just life transference, but better. I did make it so that you have to be touching it so that it can be used. Okay, thank you. Oh, this is yours piece. Yeah, it's still just life transference, but better is the problem. Like, here's my question. My question is, like, do we need life transference, but better? Do we want life transference, but better? Because there also is another version of this, right? There's life transference, but there's also warding bond. It's another way to share hit points. It's radically different than life transference, but it is another way to do it. But this is just, in my opinion, this is just too similar to life transference right now. Because you should be able to sacrifice for utility, this feels like a spell that already should exist. The only thing life transference has on this is that it heals for twice the damage taken, not the same amount. What was that spell in Torment that lets wizards share their hit points? It's Warding Bond. Make it a range of 1 to 8 or 1 to 6. Maybe it grants temporary hit points instead. I made this as more of a roleplay setting, as in my time has come, but you still have a long way to go. Well, that's not the way people are going to use this. This is a combat spell for sure. Yeah, I mean, if you like it and you want to keep it, I do think I think that lowering this number, just not making it a flat number, instead of saying a 1d10, say you can transfer up to 6 hit points from one creature to another, or 5 hit points from one creature to another, or however much you want. And then when you cast this spell using a second level spell or higher, that number can increase. You could do something like that, like increase by 5 per level cast. Sort of treat it the same as like the way it's written for like the aid spell, for example. The aid spell gives ups creatures hit points, and you can upcast it to do more. Or Armor of Agathis, the spell that we were just talking about. Maybe remove upcasting, really make people consider casting it. If you want it to be used only out of combat, the casting time needs to be at least 1 minute. That is a great point, Miles. Very well said. What if we go in the opposite directions? Just give all of your HP? I'm not a fan of that. To me, this feels like I don't really have much more to say. It just feels like a more controlled version of life transference. So I think if you want a more controlled version of life transference, you just need to focus that control in a little bit, and also reformat the way it's written, because your language is a little wonky. No death saves, you just die again, Philip. That's not like a fun spell, my guy. Yeah, that's like, okay. I could see that as an item, but I would never, why would you ever put that spell in your game? I don't know. Like, that's a magic item. That's not a spell. A ritual cast if it's HP. Yeah, that could also be true. Although, yeah, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about that. Hey, Cinder, are we allowed to put the D&D thing in the description of the scary story? Like the name? I don't know which, if you feel the great urge to, but I would be more interested if you didn't. Will do, thank you for the feedback. I was struggling on what the numbers should have been. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they should be that high. I feel like they get too high, probably, but I don't know. I don't know. It's an interesting mechanic. It feels a little bit like out of... Here's what I'll say. I personally feel like this is too much for a first level spell. But I understand you making it a first level spell if you want to keep it that. I think it's a neat spell, but seems too powerful at the moment. Maybe. All right, those are my thoughts. Shared life, a more refined, focused version of life transference. All right, let's give Voxen a round of applause for sharing their life sharing spell, the sharing life between friends. What friends? That's the sign of a good friend. The friend who will share their life with you. Oh yes. Thank you, and thank you for sharing. Not just for sharing your life, Vorkson, but for sharing your homebrew. I appreciate it. We all like a good share. You swear, guys? This is it? It looks like it's Adam's turn. I'll tell you what, though. If you pray more, it might be your turn next. Let's see. Thank you for your... What did they say? I think last stream, maybe you made a note about there should be a cartoon-inspired subclass. I love that idea. I thought it sounded awesome, so I tried to go for it. Oh, cool. All right, we got a toon. We got a cartoon subclass. That's a fun idea. The Toon Warrior. Are you not on the wheel? I don't know. Did you not submit something? If you didn't submit something... Yeah, right here, my guy. Look at you. You're in such a panic. See? Calm down. All right, here you go. No, you're very calm. All right, this is the Toon Warrior. Let's see what we get. At 3rd level, you learn to make witty remarks for comedic effect. You learn Vicious Mockery cantrip, and its die increases to a 6 in place of a d4. Additionally, when you see a creature within 30 feet of you fail on an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can use your reaction to cast Vicious Mockery targeting the creature. What's missing, chat? First one to guess wins a prize. What's missing? I'm assuming this is a subclass for a fighter, because they didn't say. Databank guessed the first thing. Matt guessed the second. Yeah. If you're casting Vicious Mockery, what's your spell save DC? If I'm assuming you're a fighter, you need to have a spell save DC. Fighters don't have a spellcasting modifier. So what is the spellcasting modifier? You got to tell us what it is here. Also, being able to cast Vicious Mockery on a reaction, pretty damn strong. This should definitely be limited in use. You should not be able to do this infinitely. So chat is correct times 100 there. You thought this was a bard? No. Bards don't get a subclass feature at 7th level. Intelligence, you'd assume, for Eldritch Knight? I would not go intelligence. I would go charisma. You're a cartoon character. Intelligence is not the way to express being a cartoon character. Yeah. Major charisma vibes. We also get Madcap Brawler. Also missing some grammar. Oh, I'm sure it is. You gain the ability to transform and tunify your body to eccentric forms. At the start of your turn, choose one of the following options. You gain the benefits of that option until the start of your next turn. Elastic limbs or two-dimensional. I would tie this to this. It's weird to have something happen at the start of your turn forever. I feel like if you want that to be the case, you got to tie it to combat, because it's like there's a lot of you're not really thinking about turns when you're not in combat. You can stretch your arms and legs beyond the normal length, increase your reach by 5 feet and your movement by 10. The way that I would probably do this is I would probably make this over the course of a long rest, or maybe a short rest you could pick. But have elastic limbs or two-dimensional, but not every turn. Make it over a rest. That way it can be tied into not combat stuff also. You make yourself perfectly flat. Ranged attacks against you have disadvantage, and you can fit through passageways as narrow as 1/2 inch across. Additionally, when you fall, you descend at a rate of 60 feet per round and take no damage from falling. You instead glide like a sheet of paper. What's up, Dylan? This is not a reach of 15 feet. This is increases your reach by 5 feet. So you'd have a reach of 10 feet. That's not unreasonable. You use a reach weapon, you're a fighter. I think that's fine. That you could also just be a bugbear, you know? Like bugbears have a reach that's increased by 5 feet. It's already, that mechanic already exists in game. I think it's fine. How do we feel about always featherfall and always disadvantage on ranged attacks against you? That to me brings up more like, I'm not sure than the other one. But let's see what else we get, because we're getting something else. These are already both pretty... These are already medium strong. You don't like that ranged attacks having disadvantage? I mean, I think the other way that you would say that is that you should also have disadvantage. There should be some... I think, honestly, the move here is there should probably be some downsides to these ones also, or something that makes them feel like a little bit more oomph. Or like maybe the disadvantage on a ranged attack. Like the way that I think you could do two-dimensional in a way that would be balanced is you could make it a reaction to activate. So on like when somebody shoots you with a ranged attack, you could use your reaction to go sideways. So you can get disadvantage on one ranged attack, but it requires your reaction to activate. And separately, you could also do the same thing with the Featherfall. You can use your reaction to like go flat like a parachute and go down. And I think if you tied both of these to reactions and didn't make them permanent, I think it would make it a lot more balanced feeling. Bugbear is only extra reach for your attacks on your turn, not opportunity attacks. Really? I am pretty sure you're not right, but I'm going to check anyway, just in case. Oh, it is only on your turn. Interesting. Huh, alright. If anything, I still feel like it's probably fine. I'm not sure what the big deal is. I don't know. I think it's fine. I genuinely think it's fine. Phil, Sentinel plus Polar Master Gobura. I'm going to be honest. If you're going to devote like half of your resources to accomplishing that goal, who cares? You could make the same argument for Sharpshooter and Crossbow Expert on any ranged thing. You know, it's like, yeah, there's always going to be power gaming options. I don't think it's that big a deal. I just really don't. You're more than welcome to think it's a big deal, but I genuinely don't. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like Sentinel plus Polar Master are just good feats in general. It's it's not that those two, that combo existing is not a reason to not allow a subclass to get extra reach. Let's look at Toon gadgets. And I do think the way to balance this is to make it reaction-oriented. You learn to create quirky gadgets that aid you and your allies. You can use a bonus action to create a gadget you know, which lasts until you finish a long rest. I feel like this should be something you make over a long rest. You can create a number of gadgets equal to your proficiency bonus. I feel like you should pick one that you can get, and maybe you can get more later. Why is everyone green? That means they are members. They are members of my channel. Ooh. Which means they can do all of these fun emotes. And they get access to special things in the Discord. And I forget what else. And they get a special member stream on on Thursday nights. Ooh. Crazy Moose with the 20. Databank is a Patreon patron. This is true. If you are being confounded by a simple combo like Sentinel Pole, our master, you need to read the monster manual and the player's handbook more. Damn! 20 Moose just paid me $20 to burn someone. That's harsh, man. That's some fucking intense. That's intense, my guy. Thank you thank you for the 20. That's very generous, and I do appreciate it very much. But that is very funny. Oh my god. All right, we gotta up the feed the fire. Feed the fire is I think we just hit the feed the fire. All right, so if we hit the feed the fire, I guess that means two things. One, we gotta up the fire goal, which is fine. We can do that. Where is that? And I think we have to pause for a second to have a little dance party. A dance party, you say? You guys must be new. You've never seen one of our dance parties before. And you'll be like, Cinder, what do you mean dance party? What the fuck are you talking about? And I'll say, yeah, you haven't been here before. And you'll say, what do you mean? And I'll say, you know what I mean. And then you'll say, no, I don't. And then you'll say, yes, I do. And then we'll burp 100 years. Anyway, thank you very much for the 20. And I appreciate a good burn, especially when I don't have to be the one to give it, because it makes me feel like I'm not being mean then, because I don't want to be mean. You know, we want to. Our goal here is good, happy times. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about, right? You know what I'm talking about.
Drive me up the coast, boy. Wanna hear the ocean roar crash over me. Then ride it home, dance it up in moonlight. Hold me tight and don't let go. Watch over me. We are all stardust, stardust, stardust. Left behind, left to find. Find one another, face the sun, fear no one, 'cause we are all one, we are all one, we are all one, we are all one, we are all. Pick me up, yeah, moonchild, put me into overflow, crash into me. Let me fall deep enough to feel like deep enough to not let go. Watch over me. We are all stardust, stardust, stardust. Left behind, left to find. Find one another. Face the sun. Fear no one. 'Cause we are all one. We are all one. We are all one. We are all one. We are all. Love get me higher. You get me hypnotized. I can see brighter. I love you and I. Love get me higher. You get me hypnotized. I can see brighter. I love you and I. Stardust, stardust, stardust. Left behind, left to find. Find another. Face the sun. Fear no one. 'Cause we are all one. 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 We are all.
Anyway, thanks for the support, guys. Kelf, thank you for the 5. So yeah, we haven't hit a super chat goal in a little while, so we didn't get to have a dance party, and that's wonderful. I love to have them. You guys are the best. I love you. Thank you so much. Anyway, back to business. Was that some of your guys' first time? They always remember their first time. Yep. Yeah. We do dance parties sometimes. Oh, shh. We do dance parties sometimes. Listen, we got to keep the show exciting, you know? All right, so let's see. We're getting some magic items, basically. Some unique, special things. And these are also things that we're getting at 3rd level. Yeah, I feel like we shouldn't get too many. I feel like we should get one at a time of these. Even before we see what they are, that's going to be my guess. If you haven't decided, but yep, here you go. Okay, we get Bubble Helmet with a propeller. While wearing the helmet, you can breathe underwater and swim underwater. Bomb of Villainy. When you take the attack action, you can replace an attack by throwing of a bomb. Where it explodes, each creature has to make a dex save or take some fire damage. Okay, so like again, where's this dex save? This whole class needs a saving throw tied to it. Okay. How many times can you do this? Can you do this once per turn? This gadget is destroyed after it's used. This one is pretty weak. Sticky boots. While wearing these, you have a climb speed equal to your walking speed, and you go underground and stuff. When you choose a weapon, that weapon doubles in size, but can fit in the space. I'm going to be honest, we're already getting reach. We don't really need weapon doubles in size. If it's, I mean, I guess we get it so long as it's not doing other size, unless it's just doing other stuff. You can force the target to make a strength saving throw or knock it around. Yeah, okay, that's kind of fine. Okay, so this should be a once per turn thing. This should be a once per turn thing. Choose a pocket, a bag or whatever. It becomes a bag of holding. Okay, I think all of these are pretty fine. I think that we should still only get one per short rest. And I think Bomb of Villainy should be a once per turn thing. And Giant Weapon should be a once per turn thing. You were saving your first dance party with someone you loved, but this is fine. All right, I'm sorry, my guy. I hope it was good for you. Yeah, I don't even think we need to get more of these. Maybe at higher levels, but I think getting maybe one per short rest and switching them is fine, and then maybe at higher levels making it 2. I love some of you. I don't know which ones, but some of you. Mischievous Companion at 7th level. You gain a mischievous and talkative magical companion. Typically taking the form of a whimsical creature. Does it have a stat block? You learn Find Familiar, and it can be cast as a ritual. When you cast a spell, following things change. You can use a Juvenile Mimic. When you reach 15th level, it can just be a Mimic. Okay. When you take the attack action, you can forego one of your own attacks to make your familiar make an attack with its reaction. The familiar gains the ability to speak a language you know. I think you probably should change the language so it like goes, or maybe so it goes right after you're in combat, but the reaction kind of works fine. Being able to summon a Juvenile Mimic is fine, I think. I don't remember exactly what it is like. We can check. Yeah, Juvenile Mimic as a pet is fine. It's kind of goofy. Like, it's not particularly powerful. What's sad? Oh, you missed a dance party. Yeah, it's okay. If we get to the if we accomplish the next feed the fire goal, we'll do another. But there will always be more. Don't worry. Ink Resilience. Starting at 10th level, you warp reality in such a way that you... I'm going to be honest, actually. I don't know if I like Mischievous Companion. I don't know if I like it from 2 perspectives. I don't know how crucial it is to sell the flavor of a tune. But I also feel like from a mechanical perspective, it just feels off compared to the other things we're getting. Like, it feels a little random. I get the elastic limbs and the two-dimensional, right? Because that represents you becoming sort of toony. I get the toon gadgets. I don't know if I feel like I don't know if we should get a companion as a core part of the class. It feels a little odd. Mimics can grapple huge creatures? No, nothing can grapple a huge creature if it's too small. Grappling is always a creature 2 sizes larger than you auto succeeds on grapple checks. So unless the mimic's really big. You like the companion? All right. If you like it, I just feel like it doesn't. I don't see how it's. I'm not sure how it ties in from either flavor or mechanic. Cast enlarge, then great. Then you're expending a resource, and then it's no longer broken because it's now requiring a 2nd level spell and concentration. You can check. That is how grappling works. Ink Resilience. At 10th level, you warp reality in such a way that you are immune to one of its fundamental battle conditions. When you finish a long rest, choose one of the following features. You gain immunity to that condition until you finish the next long rest. Oh, that's pretty interesting. When you choose this 15th feature, you can choose 2 conditions to gain immunity to. Huh. I kind of like the warbling. I like the warbling immunity. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I've seen things like, because there's a lot of stuff like this that gets it for damage types, but I like it for the immunity. I almost feel like you could switch the 10th level and the 7th level. I'd say name the features after like 12 principles of animation. That's kind of a fun idea. Your Necromancer was built to buff and debuff for our Rune Knight. You get a Mimic because it can act more like like your cartoony rubber shoe. Yeah, okay, I get that. Kelka on Dutre, you weren't right. You were just talking mimic. Okay. Oh my god, dude. Sure. You're right in the very specific situation of the conditions of the thing that you need to be right to be right. Yes, I give you that. You're 100% right in the circumstances where you are right. Oh my goodness. That's silly. Okay, I get the companion thing. I accept it. Relentless gadgets. When you roll initiative, you have no more uses of your toon gadgets, you gain 2 uses. How many? Wait. I don't understand. What do you mean uses? Because a lot of these are just out. Like the only one that has uses is bomb villainy. I feel like if you do Inky Resilience at level 10, actually, I'm gonna be honest. I think if you do Inky Resilience at level 10, and you do Toon Gadgets at level 3, and you do Mischievous Companion at level 7, and all of these things grow at level 15 innately, I think. This one grows at level 15. This grows at level 15. I'm going to be honest. We might not need a level 15 feature. Or we need a really chill one. Because everything else is already getting pretty bigly buffed at level 15. You can only make as many as you have proficiency. Oh, I see, but I'm saying that I disagree with that mechanically. I don't think that's the move. I think you should just have one, and I think the bomb of villainy is like a bag of bombs that you can always use part of your action to throw something at with. And otherwise, it's just going to be silly, I think. Yeah, something ribbony at 15th level for sure. 15th level is the growth of those features. Yeah, it is, but we don't need it to also be the growth of the Toon Gadgets, I think. Or it could be the growth of the Toon Gadgets, and now it's where we can do 2 Toon Gadgets. So it's literally just the growth of everything. Which also, I think, is a little bit flavorless, but, you know. If you like your meals lukewarm, you like your meals lukewarm. Master Cartoonist at 18th level. Your imagination and creativity have become so advanced, you can conjure things into reality. You can use an action to cast any conjuration spell of 5th level or lower. What's the spellcasting modifier? I don't like this, if I'm being honest. If I were you, I'd probably make this the spell Fabricate and make it like an action to cast. Because there's a lot of conjuration spells that I don't think will fit the vibe of this 18th level feature. You're surprised at the restraint to not include loony points or toon points? Do we get painter supplies for efficiency to paint a tunnel wall? That would be fun, but that's not the vibe they went in. I probably would drop Master Cartoonish or focus it a little bit to not just make it any conjuration spell. And I wouldn't tie it to levels of exhaustion either. Just make it once per long rest. Yeah, okay. I think there's some things you do that are really nice here with the Toon. I think the 3rd level features are fun. I really like the goofy items that you get. I feel like Inky Resilience is interesting. I feel like you lose the plot by Master Cartoonist, or you need to think of another way to express this idea. Major Image, yeah. Hallucinatory Terrain would be another weird way to do illusion stuff on a large scale. Like repainting stuff places. But yeah, if I were you, if you want to make it so you're like summoning stuff, I would make it like Fabricate. And then sort of just alter the casting of the spell so that it's faster. Or what other parameters you might want to put on. This is for a fighter. This is for a fighter. It's a neat idea. It's a neat idea. I think you got some good stuff going on. I think you got a lot to work on. Not a lot. I think you got a medium to work on. But yeah, let's give who made this piece? Who was this? This is Adam. All right, Adam, let's give Adam a round of applause for their Toon fighter. Yeah, it's a really fun one. It's a very flavorful idea. Good job, Adam. Good job. But also, make it better. Your job's not done. You're never done. Welcome to the world of Homebrew. We never finish. We're always going. Ice cream, sandwiches, etc. Oh man, you can be. Oh man, if it does get to you, it's gonna be so funny if it's not publicly available or if it's something you've sent me before. Doggo. This is a barbarian sub. Wait a second. This is a barbarian subclass based on the dumb barbarian archetype. It gives a bonus for having negative intelligence. All right, this might be one of the ones that we read like the opening part of and then not the rest of it, because if the core piece is kind of like not working. Because as soon as you're gonna have different bonuses based on the stats in weird ways, it's you're starting to dance with potential jank. Let's see. So just barbarian, yeah. Oh man, I really want some mac and cheese, Tradosio. You are the definition of a dumb barbarian archetype. All bronze, no brain. You don't think things through. Blah blah blah. Okay, so let's see what we get. Idiot luck. When was this come in? You need to say at 3rd level. This is a bonus that can be added to many of the subclass features. This bonus is equal to half your proficiency bonus rounded down plus -1 times your intelligence modifier. The minimum of a +1 to a maximum of a +6. I'm going to be completely honest here. This is not the way. Also, yeah, it is brawn, not brains. Not bronze. It's brawn. B-R-A-W-N-S. So, this is... Depending on how this thing... Like, you have no control over scaling this, which is why it's not a great move. We want to be able to have some control over scaling. Let's see what we get 3rd level. While you're raging, you can add your idiot luck bonus to your damage rolls and +2 to your armor class. Chat, what is my feedback here? Who can guess what my feedback's going to be before I give it? What am I going to say? What is this thing doing? It's a very simple answer. It's actually a 3-word answer. Or 4-word answer, depending on how you write it. Not lots of note keeping, but that's true. Tradosio is pretty much right. Barbs, but better. Numbers just go up. Or numbers go up. Having a subclass feature literally just be numbers go up is not interesting. It's not evocative. There's an argument for it being good mechanically because it's good to have numbers be higher. But the point of a subclass is not to make the numbers higher. The point of a subclass is to elicit a playstyle and to evoke and inspire character stuff. Personally, if I was going to make a dumb barbarian subclass, what I would probably lean into is the idea that you're so strong that you can use strength in replace. You have like intelligence with strength almost. Like, for example, making it so like you can use like, you know, like you can add your rage damage bonus to intelligence saving throws, or maybe when you make an intelligence check, you can use your strength modifier instead of your intelligence modifier some amount of times per day because you're just like punching your way to figuring it out. A barbarian wielding a shield with this subclass would have a cash +4 to its AC, which feels like a lot. And barbarians already get flat damage bonus. It's called the rage damage bonus. So we're not really getting anything at 3rd level, and that is a little bit of a bummer. Let's see what happens at 6th level. You gain proficiency in deception, and you can add your luck idiot bonus to the roll. Getting proficiency in deception is fine, but I would also argue not particularly tied to intelligence or lack thereof in any way. So I'm not seeing the fiction here. You may not be able to tell a convincing lie, but people don't believe you are smart enough to lie, so they tend to believe you. I would probably just say, the way that I would probably do this is I would probably let you add your strength check, your strength to deception checks, maybe. But the way that I would actually probably do it is I wouldn't make it better. I wouldn't make you better at lying. I would make you harder to read. So instead of it giving you a bonus to your deception, I would probably give other creatures a penalty to their insight checks against you. It's a minor difference, but I think it would be a better way of expressing what is happening. You also gain proficiency in a skill, and then you get double proficiency in it. This feels sort of counterintuitive to the subclass, in my opinion, personally. Wrong use of 2. You mean 2? Oh, did you use the wrong? There's a couple of grammar mistakes. There's a couple of spelling mistakes in here. Good point. Where I don't know. I don't even see where the wrong use of the word 2 is, but I'm sure it's in here. Dumb luck. You can add your idiot luck to any saving throws. Again, numbers just go up is not the move. Whatever. We're gonna. You can cast Feeble Mind at a range of touch. I don't know. I wouldn't make it last the full duration of Feeble Mind. I don't know, man. I'm gonna be honest. I think this is very much a back to the drawing board situation. The core mechanics here don't really work. Oh, the author just wrote it in character. Oof, guys, you guys are just throwing burns out tonight, huh? Feeble Mind is very powerful. I'm not opposed to giving it on a very limited way, but I wouldn't make it a once-a-day thing. I would make it like a number of rounds, potentially. That was very funny, Matt. Do you regularly roll NPC's insight against your player's deception? You don't simply make the DC vary? No, I definitely make them do insight a lot of the time. I think making my... Yeah, I don't use DCs... I mean, a DC can be fine, but I think that there's... I think that when you're basing something based off of something active that an NPC is doing, it's reasonable to make them roll for it in the same way that it's reasonable to make a player roll for it. I like to use DCs for things that are more static. It's a subclass feature that breaks a rule of the base class. Yeah, I think this is... I'm going to be sorry. Like, listen, the idea of a raging idiot could be fun, but this is not the way to express it. And more importantly than this not being the way to express it, there's really nothing distinct or unique happening here until 14th level. And even then, it's like, it's just sort of an extra spell. Everything else just kind of feels like numbers go up. I would strongly encourage you to lean away from numbers go up. And what I would say is, this is the question I think to ask yourself. If you did not build this with idiot luck, if you just could accept that this is not a good way to build it, and then start from start from ground zero and say, I'm not going to make features that are just numbers go up. What features could I give this thing to accomplish the feeling of dumb luck barbarian, or the idiot barbarian? And go from there with those specific parameters. And I think you will find yourself coming up with more interesting and evocative mechanics that could work in a game, as well as will help inspire the idea of this character a little bit better. I think it would be interesting that whenever you rage, you can make intelligence skill checks with your rage damage bonus added to the roll. Yeah, I like the idea of doing something like that. I think that makes sense. Make it actually an intelligent barbarian in practice. That's fun. Fail forward mechanics would fit in. It's kind of really overplayed trope, to be honest. What about basing it more on the drunken fighter? I think that's a very different direction to go in. All right, I don't really have much more to say. That's my thoughts, doggo. Thank you for sharing. If I were you, I would step back a little bit and I would ask yourself the question of, like, what is this thing supposed to feel like? And how do I evoke that feeling if I'm not just doing numbers go up and basing things off of my having low intelligence? Lucky feat on intelligence saves. I wouldn't express it that way, but you could do, maybe you could re-roll. Maybe you have advantage on intelligence saving throws, or you could re-roll. You could do something like that if you wanted to. But again, that's still not really a feat. That's not doing anything. I mean, it's giving you an extra defense, which is nice. But we want to think about what sort of active things we can be doing too. Like, how is it going to feel? Like, even the most defensive barbarian in D&D, the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian, they still have a lot of agency in how they're being defensive. They are choosing which target to mark with their ancestral wards. And then at higher levels, they are choosing how to use their reaction to, like, deflect damage and stuff. How about you feel dumb? How do you feel dumb? However you want. I would say you could make a very dumb character with a very high intelligence. Intelligence doesn't necessarily mean... I've met some very dumb, intelligent people. James Blonde. I often feel dumb too. In my experience, if you feel dumb a lot, you usually means you're at least you have a medium amount of intelligence. The people that are overly confident are generally the people that are more dumb. It takes a certain amount of intelligence to acknowledge your lack of intelligence. There's a psychology term for that. I forget what it is. Let's see. This is my take on the Death Knight. It's a fighter subclass. You're looking for feedback. I have looked at a Death Knight fighter subclass before. Let's see if it's this one. I don't know. But I've definitely been sent one before. Let's see. There it is. Do you think the phrase, a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing? And a little bit of ignorance is bliss? Alright, let's see here. Death Knight. Some superior monsters are not stopped by death. They can revive after a while. The clan in charge of exterminating them came to the conclusion that sealing them is the best way to end the threat. That is not your opening sentence. That opening sentence is really jank, my guy. The Death Knight is a warrior belonging to this organization. He is linked to the weapon in which a lich has been sealed. You need to read your sentences out loud. It's like, it's going to have a huge impact. Like, here. What if instead of starting it this way, you said, the Death Knight is a warrior who has linked their soul to a lich and sealed it in a weapon, period. Something like that. Yeah, what organization, exactly. This gives them power over death, which you can use by doing use of necrotic charges and soul charges as long as you carry the weapon. Yeah, you need to completely rewrite this. Lean into this sentence and get rid of the rest and sort of go from there. All right, Cage, get out of here. Are these tied to subclass features? You got to say when we're getting them. Every day at midnight, your weapon absorbs lost souls of nearby. Roll 1d12 to determine how many souls are absorbed. and how many necrotic charges you gain. This process completely recharges your soul charges equal to your proficiency bonus. What the fuck are you talking about? If you have soul charges and necrotic charges left from the previous day, they become temporary hit points. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that there are 2 different types of charges we need to keep track of here? We're keeping track of soul charges and necrotic charges? Don't do that. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. Do you want to give this subclass charges? Build it like a Psi Knight or a Soul Knife or the fucking the Phantom Rogue or the Battle Master or any of the subclasses that get innate charge-based abilities, and just give them an innate charge-based ability. You have a number of soul charges equal to your proficiency bonus. You have a number of soul charges equal to 2 times your proficiency bonus. You have a number of soul charges equal to your charisma modifier plus half your level in this class. Any of those things, do that. And also, don't use 2 different resources to manage your subclass. That's absurd. So we're basically just going to ignore all this shit, and we're going to ignore this temporary hit points thing, because we're in nonsense land. We're in nonsense land, and we haven't even started yet. So let's hope that we can climb ourselves out of nonsense land with some of these features. Weapon of Death. Your weapon damage is considered magical for the purpose. So you need to clarify what the fuck you're talking about here. What weapon? At 3rd level, you gain access to a weapon of death, period. This weapon is considered magical for the purposes of you need to look at other subclasses that get features like this. Like look at weapon bond of the Eldritch Knight, or the pact weapon of warlocks. Like you're missing too much language here, and it's making it so it's like it makes it so the vibe immediately is off-putting in a way that it becomes harder to read. Okay, so you get a magical weapon at 3rd level. At 3rd level, your attacks, again, with this magical weapon, do 1d4 necrotic damage. Is that all they do? Or do they do additional damage? I'm confused. Because if all they do is 1d4 damage, it kind of turns into a thing where it's actually pretty bad until level, like, 10. Because you could just have a better weapon. Like, if I have a short sword is going to be better than this. You know? Like, so it's not that good. So I'm going to assume what you mean is this is added on to the damage that you deal. That's what I'm going to assume. Now, if that is true, this damage can only be once per turn. Period. It cannot be every turn, or it needs to require a charge every time it's used. Period. Second of all, get rid of this whole fucking part. Just drop this part. Doing a little bit of extra necrotic damage once per turn is totally reasonable. It's not particularly unique. It's very similar to like the Zealot Barbarian or a number of other subclasses, but it's totally reasonable. Trudosia says if it cost a charge, you'd have it started at a D6. At a D6, yeah, I agree. If it was a charge for every use, starting it at a D6 would make sense. Let's see what else we get. You also gain Dark Vision to a range of 30 feet. If you already have Dark Vision, it increases by 30 feet. At level 7, you gain resistance to poison damage. Why are you giving all of these features that do extra shit? Why is this not just a 7th level feature? Why is this not just a 10th level feature? Why is this not just a 15th level feature? Like, you're squeezing in all of these different features. I feel like you have to pick and choose what things you're doing. Personally, I think getting resistance to poison damage and resistance to necrotic damage is totally reasonable. I'd probably do it at 7th level. And then we get more. You have access to all necromancy cantrips. You must spend soul charges to cast them. Do we have a saving throw or anything tied to this? No. So what's the spell save DC on these cantrips? Well, yeah, what are we casting with? What's our spell casting modifier? Whenever you're giving somebody access to spells that have a spell save DC or an attack roll tied to them, you need to include what ability you're using for your spell casting modifier. There's more than one necromancy cantrip. There's Toll of the Dead. There's Spare the Dying. There's Chill Touch. There's a couple. Okay, so I'm going to point something out here. This is way too much at 3rd level, right? Yeah, this is way too much at 3rd level. This is one of those situations where what you're trying to do is you're trying to encapsulate something that doesn't fit entirely into a subclass in fitting entirely into a subclass. So this is what I would do if I were you. I would probably give them Spare the Dying, maybe Chill Touch. I probably would do a weapon that could do a little bit of necrotic damage once per turn. And then I don't know what you would do with soul charges because there's no reason to spend them at 3rd level. But you need a reason to, if you're giving us soul charges, you probably should include a reason to spend them. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. It's weird to you to use resources on casting cantrips. You're not using any resources right now to cast these cantrips. Oh, you spend soul charges. Oh, that's true. That is what you're doing them on. I mean, it's whatever, right? Like, I think that that's kind of fine. I agree that it's a little out of the ordinary to do. If you wanted to, you could maybe do something to make them, like, take up less space in the action economy or something. But I don't know. I wouldn't dance too much with that. If you're spending charges, give them Toll of the Dead. Otherwise, just give them Chill Touch. I think there's an argument for either. Toll of the Dead does more damage, but Chill Touch has the better impact mechanically of preventing healing. The preventing healing that Chill Touch comes with, I think, is, in the long run, more powerful than the damage output that is bigger with Toll of the Dead. Personal opinion. At 7th level, you can use your necrotic. You can use the necrotic aura from your available death soldiers to cast. Oh, I skipped a whole thing. We get death soldiers. You can use your soul charges to animate corpses of smaller, medium creature. There's always be a skeleton. Necrotic with a necrotic aura emanating from them. You can only have a number of skeletons you control up to your proficiency bonus. You shouldn't be able to have more skeletons than a necromancer. Your soldiers are always under your control, and they will be loyal to you. Follow your instructions. Blah blah blah. At 15th level, you can sacrifice 2 souls to summon a white. Okay, I think I'm gonna read the 7th level feature, and then I think we're gonna stop reading this piece here because I think I have enough to give feedback on, and I think at this point we're deep enough in the weeds that like there's enough that I think you need to rebuild here, refocus. That I don't think it makes sense to dive into the whole thing. At 7th level, you can use necrotic aura from your available death to cast necromancy spells, 1 per spell. Okay, so yeah, so this is what I was gonna say. You need to the question. This is the problem that this thing is facing. In D&D, or in a lot of lore, a Death Knight is essentially a combination of a undead paladin and a necromancer. That is sort of what a Death Knight is. They have the ability to summon the dead at their behest, and also to fight like an evil paladin, or like a Lich Knight, like Data says. And in my opinion, this can't be both. The way that this is written, it gets more spells and better spells. It gets almost as many spells as an Eldritch Knight. It gets a better bonded weapon than an Eldritch Knight. And it can summon things more easily than a Necromancer. It's just too much. It's just too much. So if I were you, I would pull it back a lot. I would pull it back all the way to the beginning, and I would say, what does a Death Knight need? Okay, I want the Death Knight to be able to have a pet, an undead minion. Okay, that takes up a lot of space, so you guys keep that in mind. Ka-chunk, okay, we're going to have an undead minion. I want the Death Knight to be able to do a little bit of undead magic. Okay, ka-chunk, that takes up a big space. You might be done there. That might be enough. Oh, I really want them to have like an evil undead weapon or undead attacks. Okay, ka-chunk, we'll put a little bit there. That's all you get. That's everything. The way you express the undead weapon, you pull all this extra shit out. You let it do a little bit of extra damage once per round. That damage should not increase that much. Done. You want it to have a little pet? Cool. You treat it either like the way the Hexblade can get a little summons, where at 6th level they can like summon a specter. but it doesn't grow and it doesn't do all this crazy complicated shit. It doesn't get an ore or anything like that. It's like, okay, cool. We get a minion. Maybe you can get like an undead skeleton or a bigger skeleton later, right? Maybe you start with a skeleton, and at higher levels you can get like an ogre skeleton or a minotaur skeleton or something like that. And then spells. Here's what you do. You pick a couple. You give them pick 2 or 3 cantrips that they get. Boom. Pick 2 or 3 necromancy spells that they get. Boom. But you gotta focus that shit in. Right now, this is just too much in too many directions. This is getting so much more than most fighters get that it is kind of unusable at the moment. Told that it is always more powerful is always more powerful than Chill Touch. Not enough regens, and your players will declare it cheating if you did. Not Data. That is a very much, I feel like, a you thing, my guy. That sounds like a lot of things from your personal experience more than like what I would argue is the general nature of the game. This is a fighter, yes, and it's just doing way too much. Although also it also doesn't have any 15th level feature, which I've noticed. Or it doesn't have any 18th level feature. Maybe this is supposed to be an 18th level feature. But I think yeah, Summon Lich is just bonkers. That doesn't work. It's just too strong. It's too strong and it's doing too many things. We're getting too many features. Keep in mind that we're also getting like this is all fucking growing too. So like it's just too much expanding and expanding and expanding and expanding. All of these things grow in too many ways. What should have been done was having the subclass compared side by side with another fight class subclass, which fixes a lot. I think that will help a lot, certainly. I think that will help a lot, certainly. And also, just stop trying to do the thing where things get better over time. It's okay if they don't. You can just get a cool feature at 3rd level that is going to be cool later. It's fine. I don't really have much more to say. I think that right now this is too much. This is falling into the thing of what happens when you take something from like a World of Warcraft character or an anime character and you try to build them in D&D and you just put in a little bit too much. So tone that back a little bit. All right, James Blonde, thank you for sharing. You think they don't have a you think they didn't put an 18th level feature because they based it on the Battle Master? That is very likely. That is very likely. This is exactly like the Death Knight from World of Warcraft, if not the actual Lich King. Let's see. Next is Terra. Yeah, if you're ever building anything based off of something oops, fuck, did I lose you? If you're ever building something based off of something from another IP, you just got to keep in mind that you have to tone it to be reasonable for D&D. There's just a lot of like D&D is people want to say D&D is a game where you can do anything, but it's really not. It's a game where you can do a lot of stuff, but some stuff just doesn't fit. This is a new class based off the Sorcerer. It's a bit on the stronger side, but so are all of your homebrew classes and content. All right, well, Tara, just so you know, whenever I look at a class, I don't review the whole class. I really just look at the 1st and 2nd level features, pretty much max. On occasion, I'll look at another one, but my main thing that I'm going to be looking for is if it's overpowered and pointing out if it is. So if you know it's overpowered, I'm not sure how helpful this feedback is going to be, but we'll see. And I'll also try to be telling you if I think it feels like distinct enough at 3rd level or 1st level. D&D a game where you can try to do anything. Yeah, from a player's perspective, that's sort of reasonable, but I think from a design perspective, it's also... I guess it's also true from a design. You could try to do anything, but you just also need to acknowledge when you're failing. Because when you're playing D&D, you can know when you fail because you don't roll high enough. When you're making homebrew, you don't know when you're failing until the game ain't working. You saw this one, it had problems? All right. Well, listen, we all got problems. All right, so this is a full spellcaster. At first level, we get spellcasting and blood magic, and then blood points and blood healing. All right. I wonder what spell. One of the things that's tricky here is what's the spell list. So if we're a full spellcaster, what spell list we get is pretty important to determine how to judge how balanced this thing is, because when you get spellcasting, the spells you get access to are like, I don't see, was there a spell list? Why is it? All right, so it's like it's gonna be hard to judge what the spell list is without the spell list, because that does have a big impact, right? Like whether they have access to healing or more damage, or are they like a bard where they get access to a lot more control spells but very little damage spells. I know it mentions a blood magic spell list, but we don't see that. You know, 3 cantrips. Blood magic table shows how many spells you have. You have to expend spell slots. Blah, 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 blah. Your spellcasting modifier is your constitution. Okay, I mean, right there, that's not great. There is a reason why constitution is not the main attacking or spellcasting modifier in D&D for anything other than a few basically barbarian subclasses. And that is because I can't tell if that's a joke or not, Dylan. But that is because Constitution is tied to your hit points, and it kind of breaks the balance for you to be able to not worry about any stat other than 1. Like, D&D is designed where at minimum you kind of have to think about 2 stats. Oftentimes 3, but usually it's just 1 stat that is your main attacking, fighting stat, and then con. Everybody needs to think about con at least a little bit. And because by the nature of you not having to deal with con, this is immediately quite a lot stronger than other things in a way that's just not going to work. Next, we get something called blood magic. Blood magic is a rare and often maligned form of magic that requires those who practice it to spill blood of a living thing to tap into its power. This power is intoxicating and leads to weak-minded to see greater amounts of bloodshed, but those with the strength... This is a little bit too much flavor text, in my opinion. Let's get into what it actually does. Blood magic grants you the ability to cast your spells by sacrificing hit points instead of spell slots. If you choose to do so, the following table shows how many hit points you have. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. It's not without its risk. Let's see. If at any point you fall to half or less your maximum hit points, you risk going to a blood frenzy. When you drop to half or less your maximum hit points, you make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, you go into a blood frenzy. While in a blood frenzy, you're subject to the following conditions. These need bullet points. You need to reformat this. Whenever you would cast a spell or use an ability that would require you to roll a die to determine how many hit points you would sacrifice, you always take the maximum. There's very few things that are going to do that. Even if doing so would bring you to 0 hit points while in a blood frenzy, all your spells and attacks deal maximum damage. That's not a negative. That's a positive. Your blood frenzy only ends if you end your turn having dealt no... Wait a minute. So getting a blood frenzy is good. Your spells and attacks deals max damage? That's not a bad thing. Also, it's another reason why this shouldn't be a con caster. Sacrificing hit points is not going to be a really big deal for you. You could very easily have more hit points than the barbarian. If you have a +5 to your con from level, by level 4, you got a +5 to your con. Take the toughness feat, and you're just done. Where do you find these homebrews? People submit them to me. People send them in. I don't find them. People submit them. What about sorcerers having the same con one, but because it works on a whole thing in their bloodline? I would not make a con caster. It's just not the... I just don't think it's a good idea. 28 plus a d8 times 4. I don't know what math you're doing, Data, but I accept that you just that those are numbers. The sorcerer you let the sorcerer in your party use his con as his spellcasting modifier. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I mean, like, you can do that if you want to, but I just wouldn't. I must say you're incredibly non-judgmental. If I saw a class titled Blood Mage with Assassin Blade and its proficiencies, I'd most likely choke on my own concept. I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad for their idea. I don't. Here's the truth of the matter. Who said that? David? David, hi. Lovely to have you on the show. Here's the deal. I am going to be very blunt in this moment. I am almost never personally impressed with with ideas. Very often I am not. And I also think that doesn't matter. I don't need to be. Your job doesn't need to be to make me go like, wow, I want to be that. Because it doesn't matter. Because I'm not going to be that. You know, you're making something for your own game. You're making something for your own characters. You're making something for yourself. There's a million things in D&D that people love, and there's a million things that people don't love. So how much I like the idea is almost irrelevant. What I can do, and what I do, is I try to understand what you're trying to do and tell you if the way that you're going about it is working or not. And that's usually where the judgment comes in. And I will get really aggressive in my judgment of that, but that's usually the way that it goes. Plundy, stop fighting with Data. Or Data, stop fighting with Plundy. Whoever started it. Yeah, all right. I'm going to be honest. I don't really want to read much more. Like, this is basically just a spellcaster, but way better stats and the ability to have way more spell slots, with the downside being your next damaging spells deal max damage. So, like, I'm not sure what this thing is supposed to feel like. I'm not sure what this thing is supposed to be. I do think that you kind of need to decide how you want to handle blood magic in a way that isn't this, or the sacrificing of hit points for spell slots needs to be limited in a way that is not this system, but it needs to be tied to, like, you can only do it a certain amount of times per day. That's what I would say. I have seen a lot of blood magic classes. People make them a lot. I've seen a lot of different ways of interpreting how to do it. And I will say that I think in all of my times of seeing it, I've seen maybe one that I think works. Maybe. Tradosia says, I think using hit points directly, it would be more interesting to use hit die. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't know. If it's going to be, I sort of feel like either make them a spellcaster or make them a bloodcaster, but don't make them a spellcaster that can then use I don't know. It's just a little too much, a little too strong. And you might just fundamentally disagree with me and think making a class a constitution caster and a full caster is fine. If you're going to disagree with me on that, we're just going to disagree until the cows come home, and there's not really anything to do about it. But yep, those are my thoughts, Tara. Thank you for sharing. Let's give her a round of applause. Oops. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. This is going to be you, confused floaty head guy. Are you even on the board for tonight? Grinar, yeah. Fighters, listen, there's also barbarians that do. I think a fighter or a barbarian that uses their constitution for very limited abilities or spellcasting is totally different than a full spellcaster using it for their spellcasting. It's like completely different. Hey, what's up? You love the wheel noise? You're crazy. It's Snotty's up next. A spell to deal a bit of damage and hinder the target. The framework of this spell is based on the constitutions of the confusion spell, but is not meant to replace it in any way. Alright, let's take a look. You guys are obsessed with the wheel noise. Paranoia, 2nd level spell. Range 60 feet, concentration up to 1 minute. You attempt to implant suggestive whispers into a nearby mind. Choose a humanoid. Choose a humanoid or beast that you can see within range. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be affected by the spell. At the start of each of the target's turns, the affected creature takes 2d6 psychic damage and must roll a d8 to determine how it's affected. The target is convinced the target is convinced a close by creature is possessed. It becomes frightened of the closest creature within 30 feet. The target's attention is consumed by a phantom itch. You must use a bonus action to scratch the itch. The target sees amorphous shadowy figures darting in and out of its periphery. It cannot take reactions. 8, the target can act normally. I feel like you could make it consume its action with one of these. I think that's fine. At the end of each of its turns, an affected creature can make a wisdom save, ending the effect. I would... Oh, Link. I'm sorry. Here you go. If I were you, I like the frightened of the closest creature. I would say the closest creature it can see. I like the frightened of the closest creature. That's funny. I also like, you ought to put a time limit on the frightened by the closest creature until the start of their next turn, until the end of their turn, something. I would probably make this bonus action an action. I probably would make the reaction the 2 to 4, and I'd probably make the bonus I'd probably make the getting away this one higher. I also don't know how I feel about the 8. Maybe it's fine. Make spend 1 action, I think. Yeah, I agree. Is this balanced towards 5e, I'm assuming? Only asking because Baldur's Gate 3 is still pop. Yeah, everything here is 5e. None of this is... We're not designing spells for Baldur's Gate. We're designing spells to be used in D&D. Or anything to be used in D&D. Suggestive Whispers, Scratch the Itch. Is this meant to be suggestive? It's meant to be Paranoia. With the target taking 2d6 damage each turn, I don't think having it also lose the action is good. If I would... it's a 1 in 4 chance of it losing its action. I think worst case scenario, I just lower the d6s, make it 1d6. But I don't know. Losing a bonus action is so specific. Like, there's so many monsters that don't have a bonus action. You love the horror prompt? Nice. Acting normal means there's a 0 chance the spell ends up doing nothing if you roll an 8 and they save first. That's okay if there's a non-zero chance of the spell doing nothing. It's a 2nd level spell. Yeah, making it so they can use an action or a bonus action, but not both, I think is not a bad way to handle that. Get rid of it acts normally. That's what happens if it succeeds. Well, yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's okay for a thing because they're still affected by it the next turn. Like, I get the idea of it. It's also based off of confusion, but I do feel like if you lower the damage, you could come up with another feature here also. You think this is stronger than Phantasmal Force? Is it? Phantasmal Force is 2nd level in a reaction. Phantasmal Force is a lot more open-ended, though. But I see what you're saying. Do you really think this is stronger than Phantasmal Force? I don't know if I agree with that. Because you can do a lot of tricksy stuff with Phantasmal Force depending on what the illusion is that you make. You know, if you don't count the illusion as like being anything in particular, and you just say it's like a 1d6 damage every turn, then yeah, Phantasmal Force is not as strong. Rework the table so it is indexed on 1 damage dealt on the 2d6. Make it smoother. Phantasmal Force requires an action to defeat it. They can scratch or itch or have disadvantage on attack rolls or saving throws. Phantasmal is way more creative once you fail the first save. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like it's too strong. I don't know. I think the main thing I would probably do is lower the damage. Just make it a d6. Maybe lower the range, too. That could be a way to tone it down from Phantasmal Force. Give it a range of 30 feet, not 60. I don't think it's a terrible spell for a like a minor version of Confusion. It's kind of just a minor version of Confusion. You'd make it a D8 so it matches the dice you roll for the effect. Oh, that's kind of a fun idea, Tradosio. I like that. There's some poetry there. Yeah, for sure. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, I like that. All right, thank you, Snotty, for sharing your little your minor confusion, Paranoia. Horror Dude Bro says, I want to thank you so much for the prompt. You had a heyday. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so glad. For folks that don't know, to prepare ourselves for a wonderful Halloween time, next week we are doing a short story night. Ooh, where I'm reading spooky D&D based short stories that you write. Yeah. So, and if you want to send one, you can, and we'll read some of them on stream. There's the link. It'll pop up in a little bit, but it's also in the video description if you want to submit Homebrew for next week or a scary story. And if you submit a scary story, there's a chance that yours will be read on stream. Ooh, so much excitement. So much excitement. All right, thank you, Snotty. Next is Invertra Creator. I don't know if this person has been reviewed on stream before. I don't recognize your name. A very grapply, movementy monk. Okay. Hopefully it stands out from the mountains of other monks. Okay, so here's what I'll say. If you are aware of the fact that there are mountains of monks, I would question you as to what you're doing to make this grapple and movement-based monk feel unique, because I would argue that those are the two of the most common things people do to monks, is try to make them grapple and movement-based. So we'll see. Way of the Tendril. So that's a fun flavor. I don't mind monks. I like monks. You guys just send a million of them, so I get bored, and I start to see the same things over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And if I read 30 monks and they kind of feel similar, and then I read a 31st and it kind of feels similar, I'm going to be a lot more harsh on that one than if I read, 3 clerics that feel similar and I read a 4th that feels similar. Monk, Way of the Tendril. Long ago, you or one of your ancestors was altered and planted with a seed of change and mutation. Was planted with is fucking awkward. Don't write it like that. Long ago, you or one of your ancestors was changed. Period. A seed of mutation grew in their chest. Period. Your key, get rid of this meant to mimic also. Your key is tainted with this affliction known as the Way of Tendril. Your body is fundamentally different. Okay, you get tentacles. I like that idea a lot. Tentacle Arm Monk is a vibe that I am here for. For sure. Good night, Phil. Baba. Be well. All right, let's see. We get Kinetic Thrash at 3rd level. At 3rd level, you know how to release your tendrils from your body and use them for simple martial tactics. As an action, you can spend 1 key point to grow a tendril for 1 minute or until dispelled. Spending an extra key point allows you to use your bonus action instead. So you can spend 2 key points to grow a tendril as a bonus action. It feels like an expensive use of a key point. Using your martial arts die, you can use an action to make attacks at creatures within 15 feet of you, lashing your tendril towards your opponent. On a hit, you choose the following effects. Pull the creature 5 feet within 5 feet of you if it's medium or smaller. Push the creature 10. Okay, so there's 2. You're doing something here that I love the flavor, but I do not love the execution. Can anyone tell me why I don't love the execution? I'll give you a clue. Here's the clue. Don't answer yet. The reason that I don't like this execution is twofold, okay? One of the things comes in here, and the other one comes in here. It's not that it's too many options. It's not really. It's 2 options. It's not too many. What are the options? Does this feel like anything? Key cost is not the big deal. It's not too complex. It's not written great, so it sounds complex, but it's pretty simple. For a key point, you enter this mode for a minute. The extra bonus action, extra tendril shit, we're just going to ignore that. We're just going to ignore that. Kelka Andu today. This is very similar to the way of the open hand monk down here. Is this very similar to any monks that you know about? Are there any monks that have a feature where you can spend a key point to get extra reach and special reach attacks? Astral Self. This doesn't feel like something unique. This feels like Astral Self monk. This feels like open hand monk. So we're in this weird situation where it's like, I sort of feel like both of these ideas kind of exist already in D&D, in the space. Now, if we are trying to create a situation where we have a monk that has a extra long reach of tentacles, and it can use those tentacles to pull people around, or to push people, I think that that's interesting. Good. What's up, Josh? But you have to think about how those ideas still already sit in the ecosystem. First of all, this one is a lot better in terms of how it's used. It's one key point. It's for 10 minutes, and you get a bunch of different stuff. Okay. Open hand. We can knock things prone. We can push things 15 feet away, or we can prevent them from taking reactions. And we can use that anytime we use Flurry of Blows. Cinder. What if you could move the target 10 feet in any direction, including over ledges, then drop them? How would that function, do you think? I think that would be too powerful. But I think the idea is interesting. Oh boy, one more month in the books. Dang, Dylan, 3 months. Let's go. In it to win it. I mean, the way it's written, you can do that. Push the creature away from you within 10 feet of their original position if they're medium or smaller. Or I guess that's true. You sort of can. But it's very limited in how it works right now because it's not anywhere, right? It's like behind them. So yeah, if there is a creature with a ledge behind them, that works. But there's a million things that do that already in D&D. That's fine. It becomes too powerful if you can just move them anywhere. I'm okay with the no save. If you limit the usage, I probably would make it a once per turn feature. I probably wouldn't make this every attack. The way that it's written right now, these can be done with every single attack you make. So let's talk about this. If you want to do a feature where you get a tentacle out, you got to change the way you're writing it a little bit. So I would probably say, like, as a bonus action, you can spend a key point to extend some tentacle arms. For a minute, you gain the following benefits. Whenever you use your, when you make an attack against a creature, once per turn, you can do this or this. Something like that. That's the way that I would write it if I was going to keep it as is mechanically. You simplify this. I'm not sure why we're having all this bonus action shenanigans. But even then, it's like, it's not, I would encourage us to get a little bit more original with the idea here. Like, when I think of tentacles, sure, we think of, like, swinging people around, but, like, we're already able to accomplish that pretty easily with a lot of a lot of monks that already exist. So what else could we give this to make it accomplish those ideas of having tentacles? We could do a climb speed. What if you could pull yourself? What if you could, there's a lot of things that you could do to sort of to sort of engage with the idea of you have big tentacle arms. I'd make it simple, make it a caster monk a la 4 elements. I don't know, man. I wouldn't go in that direction. I'm going to be honest. The only monk subclass I used for inspiration was the Astral Self. In the future, I'll definitely look at more subclasses. Yeah, and when you're using something for inspiration, don't build the mechanics entirely to be the same. Like, don't unless you really love the idea of this one spending a key point to have like a special mode. There's no reason for it to need that. So I think the question to ask yourself is like, what else are we going to do with these tentacles to make them unique? And if we're not doing the you spend a key point to enter super mode, how else could we do that? Could we tie them to Step of the Wind? Could we tie them to Patient Defense? Could we tie them to Flurry of Blows? Do we want to just make them a thing that's always on? There's a lot of ways to do it. That's level 6. Well, all right. We'll see what happens at level 6. At level 6, you gain the ability to alter the very essence of your tendrils. When you themselves. This is a redundant. Get rid of the word yourselves here. When you use any of these subclass attacks, you can apply one of the following to each. You can change this every attack? That's too much. Add damage equal to 1 tier below. That's too much. Doing poison damage, grappling, dex saver, making their speed reduce to 0. This is way too much if this is on every attack. This is way too much if this is on every attack. What's your call? What was your call? I don't know what your call was. Whether a creature succeeds or fails, it is tethered to you until the end of your next turn. While tethered in this way, it can't move further away from you. Yeah, you could do something like that. This is just going to double your damage output. Like, this is crazy too strong. And it looks like it doesn't cost anything. I had a similar feature up in 2 parts. Make sure you read both. All right, I'm not going to go back and find the other one right now. There's too many other messages. Unless I missed something. You learn lightning lore. Using wisdom, you can use flurry of blows when casting the spell. Yeah, you could do something with lightning lore. That could work. You could do something like that. Dab nab. Good night. Yeah, you could do something like lightning lore. If I were you, like, I feel like this is also like doing a little bit too much, right? Like organic blade, this is just extra damage, but venom is also just extra damage and poisoned. Like they're kind of doing the same thing. And then, yeah, I feel like, if anything, I feel like you get rid of this poison, get rid of this extra damage, and tie the grapple shit into the 3rd level features. Or the movement speed reduction into the 3rd level features. Also, grappling and movement being 0 is the same goddamn thing. The grappled condition, the only thing the grappled condition is that your movement speed is 0. So you can just drop natural adhesive entirely. Just take tangling, tie it into the 3rd level feature. And you have a whole lot of space to figure out what your 6th level feature is going to be. I like the idea that you can make your tendrils change, but I think you need to limit its use. Maybe over the course of a long rest you can pick. So or maybe you could spend a certain amount of key points to pick, and maybe you could pick your tendrils are extra stretchy and they get more length, or your tendrils are spiny and they do a little bit of poison damage, and creatures, I don't know, they do something else, or tendrils are unusual, you know, like whatever. You can give the tendrils different attributes, but doing it on every attack is just way too much. You can use a key point to give yourself advantage on athletics and acrobatics checks. I'm okay with that. I think that's fine. That's almost ribbon featurey. Does grappling mechanically have some somatic effects on somatic components for spells? No, it does not. If you're going to be doing damage, do it at 3rd level. There are some monks that get extra damage at higher levels, but yeah, I agree that that tying it to 3rd level makes sense. But even then, I don't think the extra damage is the move here. Grappling you can break out of. Speed 0 can't be avoided. That's true. So like, there's truly no reason to ever do a tangling because this is just better. Blinding tendrils at 6th level. You've mastered the movement of your tendrils. Oh, we're getting more at 6th level. That's a lot. As action, you can spend 2 key points and target a creature within 30 feet of you, unleashing a bouquet of tendrils. That's a fun phrase. From beneath or around your opponent. What? Get rid of this. The target must make a strength saving throw against your key save DC or take bludgeoning damage equal to a roll of your martial arts die and become restrained for 1 minute. At the start of each of its turns, it can make another strength saving throw. How many of these creatures can you have restrained at a time? Is this infinite use? You probably should only be able to have one creature restrained at a time if you're if it's your tendrils. But also, we're getting a lot of the same stuff. Okay, this is stopping movement. This is stopping movement. Like it's a... I understand if you're trying to make a monk that has like a variety of ways to interact with stuff, but it's like... this is getting very one note here in a way that I think you got to move away from. Parrying outgrowth. Your grasp of tentacles creation is almost near its peak. Using 4 key points, you can use an action to release multiple tendrils from an area of your body. For 1 minute after doing so, all physical projectiles targeting you are treated as if they are deflected by deflect missiles. I wouldn't write this way. Additionally, whenever a melee attack would hit you, you can use your reaction to treat it as deflect missiles. You need to write these things out. So here's what I would say. What I would probably say is... this is what I would probably actually do. At 11th level, you can wield... your tendrils allow you extra benefit in combat. You can, at the start of your turn... or at the end of your turn, or when you roll initiative, or whenever, you can spend a number of key points up to your wisdom modifier. For each key point you spend, you grow a tendril that lasts until the end of your next turn, or it lasts for a minute. You gain a additional number of reactions per round equal to the number of tendrils you summoned. And just tie it to the reactions. You don't need to build it out this way. Getting the deflect missiles on unarmed strikes, I think, is also okay-ish, but you got to write it out. But I would tie this to reactions more, and not just make it 4 key points. Make it like key points per use or something like that. Squids also have tentacles. This is true. At 17th level, your grasp of tendril production is at its peak. Using your bonus action, you can grow additional tendrils. I'm not sure why. I'm going to be really honest with you. It feels like you're picking actions and bonus actions for these features very arbitrarily, and I'm not sure why. You can grow an additional tendril for use of kinetic thrashing using 2 key points. What the fuck is kinetic thrashing? I don't even remember. It's the first one. The number of these special attacks you make is this just more attacks? There should not be no limit to the number of tendrils you can make. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. What do you want this feature to do? First of all, put your title on the same page as your feature. It sounds like what you want this feature to do is you get a shit ton of arms. So what I would do if I were you is I would think about mechanically how would I express that without literally making you get a shit ton of arms, because that's tedious as fuck. What I would probably do is make it a big radius effect, right? As an action, you spend 5 key points and erupt hundreds of tentacles out of your body. Each creature in a 30-foot radius has to make a saving throw or is struck by tendrils and maybe take some amount of damage, and then you can choose to either grapple that creature or move them around or pull them towards you or push them back or whatever. Something. Maybe each one of the creatures you can choose to affect with one of the things you get from your 3rd level feature. But I wouldn't just let you literally grow a lot of arms. That's going to be really tedious to run. One of the really, really important things to think about when you're making Homebrew is not necessarily to think of how do I make mechanics that perfectly express what the thing does, but how do I make mechanics that express the feeling of the thing, but that are fun and add different elements to the gameplay. That's what I would do if I were you. Now, in general, I think that you've got some nice ideas here. I feel like this feels a little mechanically all over the place. It is confusing to have so many things tied to like key points that last a minute. Like you're keeping track of, now it's like I have to keep track of this minute, and I have to keep track of this minute, and I have to keep track everything lost. Like don't pull back on this fucking minute shit. I would probably just like, I don't know, if you want to do this mode lasts a minute, this should be the only thing that does that, and then you can tie other things to this mode. But even then, I don't think that's the move. I would not do that if I were you. I feel like that I would strongly encourage you to move away. Like the Astral Self Monk does that in a way where it's like the whole thing is built around that. but it's also like very tightly and specifically built. This feels like it's still a little too wonky, and I think that it will be easier for you to express the ideas of this subclass if you untether yourself from needing to lean into like modes that you enter. The biggest flaw of the Astral Self Monk is one thing lasts 10 minutes and an hour, and another is a minute. Yeah, like, I don't know. I don't love that design. It's tedious. You want monks to be the martial version of warlocks, where you can choose martial arts features that work with like invocations. That would be cool, but that isn't what they are, unfortunately. But that would be cool. Yeah, I love the idea flavor-wise. I think you just need to work on, just tighten your mechanics up a little bit. It's doing too much at level 6. First level feels tedious, but also not particularly unique. So I would probably rewrite this one whole cloth. I think there's a lot of this thing that if I were you, I would rewrite whole cloth. But if I could encourage you, I would not base it off of the Astral Monk. I would maybe take a look at some of the other monks, including the Drunken Master, the Way of Mercy, and the Open Hand Monk, as like ideas for how monks work. But I would try to make it your own thing. All right, those are my thoughts. I think it's not exactly monk but better, but I do think it's falling into many of the pitfalls I see many monks fall into, which is it feels like it's just doing a little too much. A little too much in a way that feels a little bit tedious, which is often the place that people are at with monks. Definitely learning experience. It's your first subclass ever written. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I mean, look, the thing is, at the end of the day, the flavor is really cool. The idea that you get Eldritch Tentacles is awesome. And the flavor, in my opinion, is the most important part. Like, if you don't have flavor, you have nothing. Doesn't mean the work's not over, but you're starting from a good spot. Why are people talking to you like they don't know Fighter exists? I don't know. I feel like Kelka Andutre is being particularly combative tonight. He was also arguing with Data earlier. You know the French. Make the tentacles permanent, and the number of tentacles is based on something here. You're able to do stuff with them. You could do something like that. You don't need to apologize. I just noticed you were being a little bit combative tonight. It's fine. I don't mind it. It's not bothering me. That was someone else? Alfredo sauce? You didn't even get your goddamn prayer in. You're late, confused guy. Confused whatever. Confused floaty head guy. What did you... It's so funny that your name is so similar to me. Let's see. Hello, this is my first homebrew. It's a sand-themed barbarian subclass focused on battlefield control. Any advice would be helpful. All right, let's take a look. That was Plundy. Based on how mean Cinder is right now, everyone must be tired. Am I being mean right now? Oh, we forgot to applause. Let's give Invertra a big round of applause. Woo! Was it Data? How was it mean pointing out that somebody was being combative with you or with someone else? I don't think it was being mean. I feel like I always get quite sweary when I bump into things that I've talked about 100 times. It's the way I have to, otherwise I get bored. Here's the thing. Here's the fatal flaw of what we do here tonight. Is that I get a lot of people who it's their first time writing homebrew. So people make a lot of the same mistakes over and over and over again. But how do I give that feedback in a way that is entertaining to the people that have already been watching me for a while and have heard me give that feedback 100 times? And how do I maintain it as fun for myself? And I think the answer is I have to yell and get a little profane. It becomes kind of a game. So that the people that know it's coming can get kind of excited for it. And the people that don't know it's coming can be like, oh, this guy's intense. So I do think I get a little extra sweary, especially when we get middle of the night. But I don't know. It's also midnight. We're gonna be ending soon anyway. But I don't know. I think if I wasn't, it would be fucking boring. You know? Do you guys really want to hear me explain the same basic rules of like, oh, the numbers shouldn't go up in a really nice way every 5 minutes? It's gonna be so boring. I feel like I usually give at least a little bit of positive feedback. I try to. I'm not always the best at it, but I try to. Anyway, let's take a look at the Sand Soul Barbarian. Are you guys talking about Finnish? I don't speak Finnish. That's not true. I speak every language. What am I talking about? Path of the Sand Soul. Barbarians that are part of the Path of the Sand Soul have learned to direct and manipulate sand. These barbarians are almost impossible to escape from, dragging you around the battlefield and trapping you under their dunes. Ooh. If I really want to be nice, I can review your suggestion. What was your suggestion? How did I know that was Finnish? I speak every language, I told you. We've talked about this. Arufa, get out of here, you hooligan. Have a good night. I feel like it's pretty established in the lore that I speak every language, right? Fuck no, I'm not getting all the homebrew tonight. If your goal is for me to significantly improve the chances of me reading your homebrew, you should figure out becoming a member and submit to the member stream. If your goal is to hang out with me and review homebrew with me and then have a chance of me reviewing your homebrew, then you should submit to this. Or you should do both. But no, I never get to all of them. You guys sent we had like 75 tonight. It wasn't even a huge night. Why not both? Exactly. Member wheel is medium reliable. We did every single one on the member wheel last week. But usually that is not the case. Usually I get through like more than half of it though. So it does up the chances. It's also, I know I can, I can do accents really well. I can't do them all. I can identify them. Still don't know how to do the member stuff. You have to check the member community tab on my YouTube, or you have to check my Discord. Okay, let's see what this barbarian does. Sandy Sanctuary. Yeah, Glitchy. I don't keep track of these things. It's a new form every time. There's no system. I don't have like a crazy fancy system for figuring out where pieces were and where they go next. It's new forms every week. New forms every week. Beginning when you choose path at 3rd level, you're able to create and manipulate sand around you. While you're raging, sand appears on the ground around you in a 30-foot radius. Any creature other than you counts as area as difficult terrain. A 30-foot radius of difficult terrain is a lot. When you start this rage, you can choose a number of creatures with your proficiency bonus, and they're not affected by it. 30-foot is, I think, is a little bit too big to start, in my opinion. I would probably start at like 15, maybe. And I would probably have it increased by 5 feet every time. This is just like a 60-foot radius of difficult terrain around you is obscene. Even at 14th level, that's absurdly too strong. Even Data, I feel like even 20 at level 3 would be too much. I feel like maybe that's crazy, but I feel like it's starting at 15 and then expanding to 30 would be the move. You think 15 is too little at level 3? You'd say 10 then 20. I feel like 15 is reasonable for level 3. You're not gonna, it's gonna stop a lot of monsters. What do you mean it's not a radius, it's a diameter? What are you talking about, Alan? My dear sweet Alan, what is this word you see? This says radius. I believe a radius. Now I may be wrong. I may be wrong. And I apologize if I am. I don't want to make anybody upset. I don't want to make any assumptions. I don't want to offend anybody. But in my personal experience, the word diameter is usually written with a D. And I don't see well, there is a D in the middle. But the D when you spell diameter is usually at the front. And now at the front of this word, we have an R. There is another measurement word that starts with an R, but that is called a radius. And I think that's what we're working with here. I think we're working with a radius, which is different than a diameter for a number of reasons. I would also argue that a 30-foot radius or a 30-foot diameter would be a 15-foot radius. But y'all are a bunch of cray-crays from Cray-Cray Town. Seize the land. You learn to control. What level do we get this at? 6th level. So this is the only thing we get at 3rd level. Yeah, I think you gotta lower the lower the radius or the diameter, depending on however you spell it. Chat seems to be spelling it all sorts of goofy ways tonight. This is the wrong spelling. It's a different dialect. Oh, I see. Might be. I apologize. I didn't realize. If I were you, I would lower the radius and then I would give them something else. I feel like Mold Earth would be a pretty reasonable thing to give this barbarian. I think Mold Earth does a good job of representing the ability to, like, move dirt and sand. You could even maybe do something interesting with it where it's like, what if you could do Mold Earth as a bonus action while raging? That could be kind of fun, right? You could, like, lift and lower dirt in the middle of your rage. I feel like that would be really cool. Or sand, because it could be tied to the sand. That, like, you produce the sand when you start raging, and then you can move it around, like Mold Earthy. I think that would be really cool. Seizing sands. You have learned to control the sands that aid you to a greater effect. Starting at 6th level is a bonus action while raging. You can choose a number of creatures within your sand equal to half your proficiency bonus rounded up. Those chosen creatures must make a strength saving throw. On a failure, they're restrained by the sands until the end of your next turn. This is, I think, both too strong and also too similar to the movement speed thing. And also, if we're going to do something like this, it should be... it shouldn't be at 6th level. 6th level is usually when we get a defensive mobility utility feature. So if I were you, I would think about what sort of extra defensive mobility utility features would come with being a sandy guy. Maybe at 6th level, a certain amount of times per day, you can whip up into a storm of sand and move like a little sandstorm a certain amount of feet and then reform yourself, you know, something like that. Are you guys still talking about radius and diameter? You guys are insane. We should probably consider comparing this to the Storm Barbarian. It's very different than the Storm Barbarian in that the Storm Barbarian, their radial effects do damage, but also they can change them. But the Storm Barbarian's radius always stays real small. This is all about an expanding radius. At 10th level, we get Driving Dunes. Starting at 10th level while raging, either as a bonus action or when you use your Seizing Sands feature. Again, we're going to change or get rid of this Seizing Sands feature, so we're just going to ignore this part here. You target a creature within your Sand Sanctuary. If you use this feature while Seizing Sands, again, we're going to skip that. You move the target in a direction a number of feet equal to 5 times your proficiency bonus. If the creature leaves your sands during this movement, this feature ends. If the target of... Okay, here's what I would do. Honestly, I would completely get rid of Driving Dunes. I would probably make Driving Dunes the 6th level feature, and I would make it only work on willing targets at 6th level. So at 6th level as a bonus action, you can move a willing target. So you could sort of manipulate the battlefield by, like, carrying your friends around within your radius. That's really cool. Then, maybe at 14th level, you make it so you can do it against enemy creatures and turn it into a contested check thing. That's what I would do if I were you. Your sands have reached their fullest potential at starting 4th level. Okay, we're gonna ignore that. Yeah, I think you just drop this. I think you get rid of Seizing Sands entirely. I think you turn this into a willing creatures only thing. You make it 6th level. You make the non-willing creatures part 15th level or 14th level, and then you make their 10th level feature some sort of like weird Sandman teleport something. That's what I would do if I were you. Or some sort of massive sand wall, sand summons, sand moving stuff. You should reaction drag someone into you. I like the idea of just being able to just drag somebody anywhere in that area. You know, you could smash people into friends. Smash friends into people. I need a D&D character who can actually do talk no jutsu, and that actually works. I have no idea what talk no jutsu is, so I can't help you there. Yeah, bard, I guess. Eloquence bard. They can't roll lower than a 10 on their persuasion or deception checks. Look it up? No. You look it up. I only look up stuff that feels like it's worth looking up or I'm interested in looking up. It just means de-escalating. Smashing friends into people is how babies are made. It means literally talking an enemy into being your friend. Okay. Yeah. That's like a being, you know, bard. Or calm emotions is a good spell for that. I like the idea of this subclass. I think it's a lot of fun. I think that the move is to tone some things down, move some stuff around, but the idea of a barbarian that summons like shifting sands below their feet when they rage, I think is very cool. I think it's very cool. I like the idea a lot. That's my feedback. I think it's a fun idea. The Sandbarian. Thank you, Alfredo sauce. Classic sauce. What a classic sauce. You know? Alright, guys, I didn't do it yet, but soon we're going to have to refresh our ending credits. Because there's a lot of old names here that are no longer even really part of the show. We must address that. But today will probably be one of the last days of the credits in their current form. And we'll do a refresh. But first, let's spin more. Believe in yourself. Sick it is. Are you on the wheel? Data, you are on the wheel. You're right here. I know exactly where everyone is on the wheel at all times because I know all things at all times. Let's see. The Weave Soul Sorcerer is a subclass based on a race of near-immortal ancient spellcasters from the Forgotten Realms War. Lord, the main desire to clean up the wording on the 1st and 7th level features, as I think they're still clunky even after multiple drafts. I'd like to be working during... I'll be likely to be working during the stream, so I'm going to chat, but I'll definitely be listening. Alright. Let's take a look. What I'm going to say is that, in my opinion, if you're trying to build a Weave Sorcerer, the challenge here is how do you make it that it's not just Sorcerer plus more magic? Because Sorcerer plus more magic isn't really anything. So it's sort of like when we were talking about the Rune Wizard, where it was like, you should focus what you want the runes to do, like what else is going on here. And if this feels like it's too much just Sorcerer plus Wizard or Sorcerer plus more spellcasting, my main feedback for you is going to be it probably shouldn't just be that. That's what I would say. You got to earn your space on the new credits. Subs are next. Tradosio, you listen, buddy. You've earned your space here and back again. Okay. You are one of the more generous people that watches my stream in a way that I genuinely don't understand, but I appreciate. You've earned your stripes and back again, good sir. Oh, good sir, man. There's a man and a dog and a tree and a house and a fish and a dog and a house and a tree. Oh, and I got in the 5 gifted. Thank you. Seriously, that is very nice of you. Very nice of you. Every step closer to victory. One day we'll get to the One Piece. We haven't done that One Piece joke in a while. We'll wait till later in the week when people kind of forget about it. Okay, let's look at this Weave Soul Sorcerer. But Sally? What do you want? But what? Whatever do I mean? I don't know what I mean. We are the One Piece? I don't think so. Your innate magic comes from the ancient enigmatic race known as the Spellweavers, whether an ancestor of you, blah, 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 blah. Your knowledge of magic has expanded to far greater lengths. Dylan with the 5. Thank you, my guy. Ignite chat and them credits. Chat is ignited. That was me making fire noises. Your knowledge of magic has expanded to far greater lengths than you previously thought possible, and it feels as if you just scratched the surface. The one thing that I'd say immediately is if this is a wizard, if this is a sorcerer that is tied to the weave, I probably would give them sorcerer spell. I'd probably give them innate spellcasting. Like, in the same way that the Aberrant Mind gets a sorcerer spell list, I'd probably give them a sorcerer spell list. And that you could put spells on it like Identify, Detect Magic, Dispel Magic, Counterspell. Like, you could put spells that have to do with magic. Magic Aura. There's a bunch of spells that I think are specifically tied to, like, magic, seeing magic, hiding magic, finding magic. All of those spells, I think, dampening magic. All of those spells, I think, would work really well on a sorcerer subclass that was a sorcerer that was about types of magic. Is this not the first level feature? Starting at first level, your connection to the spell weaves grants you profound understanding of the arcane. You gain a bonus to your intelligence arcana checks equal to your charisma modifier. All right, that's fine. You could also just say whenever you make a arcana check, you can add your charisma modifier. Additionally, you learn a number of sorcerer, warlock, and wizard spells equal to your intelligence modifier, minimum 2. I wouldn't do that. I would probably just make you learn some. Each of these spells counts as sorcerer spell for you, but it doesn't count against the number of spells you know. Each of these spells must be a level of which you can have slots in longer than 5. When you gain a level in this class, you can replace these spells with another qualifying spell from the sorcerer. I see why you said this doesn't get a first level feature. Yeah, Data. Data, when you read this, or Tradosio, or Milky Boy, anybody confused, when you read this, this feels like a weird alternative to just getting a spell list, like an innate spell list. I would just make this class spell lists are separate for a reason. It is totally okay. They are, but here I'm going to be honest with you. Mixing the warlock spell list and the wizard spell list with the sorcerer is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They're all sitting in the same pool. But what I would do here if I were you is I would turn this into the same thing that like the Aberrant Mind sorcerer gets. Like, pick some spells and give them innate casting, and then give them a whole first level feature that feels unique, that gives them something specific that feels specific to them, that isn't just someone else's spells, that is just a unique thing that they can do. It's a neat alternative. I'd give the spell list if you recommended. Identify, Detect, Magic, Counterspell. Those should be there. Yeah, I agree. Sorcerers usually get extra spells. I don't like it being tied to intelligence. Yeah, the intelligence tie feels weird. Especially because, like, the first feature you're getting is one that's supposed to counteract you not having a high intelligence, right? Additional spells listed from other lists is fine, but getting all of them is just destroys the flavor. Yeah, I guess so. What about the Divine Soul thing, but with wizard spell list? I don't know. You could go in that direction, but that takes up a lot of space to do that. What if they just got better fonts of magic, higher customization? Since you have this natural manipulation of the weave, there could be something in that. You could come up with some unique meta magic uses that they get access to. That could also be a way to go, for sure. You like this, but there's better flavor? My guess is the author considered making a regular additional spells table, but couldn't decide on 2 spells per level and left it up to the choice of the players. Yeah, I don't think that's the move. And the thing is, there are certain schools of magic that are better tied to understanding magic. Specifically, Abjuration is a big one. Abjuration is tied to a lot of the anti-magic spells, and then I think it is either, Illusion or Divination. One of the 2 of them are also fairly tied to it. Let's look at the 6th level feature. At 6th level, You create a chromatic disc, a powerful personal artifact made up of a mixture of your own blood and arcane power. Ooh, okay. You can use the disc as an arcane focus, and while doing so, you can use one of the following options per turn. When you cast a spell, you can use a meta magic option you do not know. Ah, that's kind of fun. When you use a meta magic option, you can reduce its sorcery points by 1 to a minimum of 0. This thing needs limited use, just so you know. All of these things make me feel like this needs limited use. When you cast a spell that is costly material, you can, don't say may, say can, you can ignore up to 100 gold of the cost. If this reduces it to 0, it replaces the material cost. You can use these options a combined total of times equal to your intelligence modifier. Okay, there we go. And you're getting extended uses on a long rest. All right, I think that's kind of fun. I like this. I wouldn't make it tied to your intelligence modifier. Again, why are we doing that? Only you can use your chromatic disc. If another creature tries to use it, it disperses harmlessly. If you lose the disc, I'm sort of, what do you mean by disc? Why is it a disc? Is it like a, is it lit, like, why is it a disc? Yeah, the intelligence thing don't work. Oh, maybe it's lore. Maybe it's tied to lore. That makes sense. That makes sense. My endurance is legendary. Oof, you should talk to some of my ex-partners about that. Not just the fatigue from constantly speaking, but the work required to think through these pieces, especially the grammatically weak ones. Hey man, have you noticed that I'm doing more streams where I play Baldur's Gate 3 with you guys? Because that's why. Because I don't want to lose that endurance. I'm confused on the gold replacing mechanic. Gold components exist to be consumed. I think the idea is, you know, it's they exist to be consumed, but that's like a way to avoid it, right? Like, you know, it's a way to here's what's happening with all of these. What's happening with all of these is it's allowing you to use something in a circumstance where you wouldn't normally be able to use it, right? So it's like, here is you could use a meta magic option that you couldn't normally use. Here, you're potentially getting access to, you're using meta magics that you didn't normally have the sorcery points for. You're getting more stuff. Here, there might be a spell that you can't cast because you don't have the right component cost for it. So they're all about, like, you're able to, like, access magic that is somewhat limited a little bit more, is the way that I'm reading it. Yeah, we're going to be doing some Dark Urge later this week. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow I have to take the day off, unfortunately, because I got some appointments. But Tuesday we will be back, and then we'll also be doing stuff on Wednesday, and then we'll also be doing stuff on Thursday. You think the flavor of getting to wizard spell list is really cool, but the situation where there were enough spells that making a spell list would be better. You folks who didn't join us yet, come join us for the Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is so crazy so far. If the artifact is supposed to be so personal, I just let the player choose its form. That makes sense. Sort of like the scribe wizard getting its floaty book. Alright, let's see what we get at 10th level. Keep your meat suit healthy? Never. At 10th level, you learn to sequence spells, allowing you to cast multiple spells one after the other. Okay, what does that mean? After taking a long rest, you can select 2 different sorcerer spells you know, each from first level or higher, with a total combined spell level of 6 or lower. Both of these spells must have a casting time of 1 action and be instantaneous duration. Then choose the spells combine the spells. Then these chosen spells combine to form your spell sequence. Your spell sequence is an evocation spell with a spell level equal to the combined spell levels of its component spells. A casting time of 1 action and verbal somatic components. To cast it, you must expend a spell slot of the appropriate level, as well as sorcerer points equal to the spell's sequence level. When you cast it, the effects of the component spells occur one after the other. You must meet any casting requirements on the component spells, such as material. After casting a sequence, you forget it, and you must recreate a new one after completing a long rest. I am going to be really honest here. This is a really, really, really convoluted way of saying I want to cast 2 spells in the same turn. All right? Why is it so convoluted to essentially just say, you're losing the stream? What happened? Did stream go down? Okay. Oh, it's just because I said I'm going to be real honest. I got you. Doesn't this just feel like a really roundabout way of saying you can cast 2 spells on the same turn? I like the idea of combining 2 spells to form like your special signature spell. It could definitely be a smoother written. Yep. I only see a few hiccups, but that seems the problem for me. You have to prepare ahead of time, but yes. I think... Here's what I would say. I feel like combining 2 spells at the same time is a little bit too much if it's completely open-ended. There is an element of control here in that they have to be duration, instantaneous, casting time of an action. So there's a good amount of limitations that happen there immediately, but there should be other ones. Neither spell should require concentration. That's probably the first thing that pops into my head. Another one is, I feel like I almost want to encourage you to move away from the realm of like, you can just take any 2 spells and put them together, and to be like, you can here's like new things you could do by expending spell slots. I don't know. Like I love it. I love if you could expend illusion, if you could expend an illusion spell to give a conjuration spell a new, like, I don't know. There's a lot of weird stuff you could do with like giving different types of spells different features, or making a spell sequence sort of its own unique thing. I'm hesitant to give you casting of 2 spells at the same time. And if you're going to do casting 2 spells at the same time, basically you need to cut this thing into a third and just make it say that. But those are my thoughts on that. Let's look at the 14th level feature, Awakening. At 14th level, you can enter a state of unparalleled magical attunement for 1 minute as an action. Y'all fucking love your avatar states. For 1 minute as an action. While in this state, your spellcasting becomes exceptionally potent. You gain the following benefits of the duration. You gain a number of special sorcery points equal to your intelligence modifier. Why are you doing all this intelligence modifier stuff? They're lost after your awakened casting. You can add your intelligence modifier to your spellcasting on it. No, this is just sorcerer, but better. Completely make something totally new here. Drop this, make something totally new. Anything to the level, your spell sequence feature, you can now select up to 3. No, this is too much. On top of that, okay, so you got some interesting ideas going on. I think you need to completely redo your 14th and your 18th level feature. For a minute, you just get numbers go up. Again, not a fan of numbers go up. Doesn't really feel like anything other than numbers go up. Getting to, you know what? Honestly, this could be your 18th level feature if you keep it to 2. But then having that bust up to 3 feels like too much also. What you could do is you could tie back into sort of what wizards get, right? So wizards at high level get access to a spell for free. What if you just get that? What if at 18th level you can take 2 spells you learn and you can just cast them for free? You just get at will, can get some 1st and 2nd level spells. Something like that. I think a lot of what you have going on here is interesting, but you got to drop all the intelligence bullshit. And you got to refocus some of this stuff. I think his feature sounds like a better twin spell. It kind of is. The blurb. Why do all these sorcerers use charisma, you dolt? Oh, yeah. I'm not going to read this. I don't care. It seems like something that they're just doing for their own game. Doesn't really matter for the design, from a design perspective. And if it does, I apologize that I just said that. But whatever the design goal is here, I don't think it's being met here. If it has to do with why you think it should be intelligent stuff. Anyway, that is my review of the Weave Soul. Thank you very much for sharing, Sick. I appreciate you sharing very much. It's a brief manifesto saying that the intelligence is for balance. Ah, so is it falling into the old trap of I'm going to make this thing intentionally weaker so I can also make it intentionally stronger? I don't love that design philosophy. All right. Boys and girls, we're getting towards the end of stream. We're almost done. I think we got maybe 1 or 2 more spins left max. Let's see what happens. It looks like you've been strung along by the Puppet Master. Maybe you'll be lucky and it'll be a piece they submitted already. Hey Cinder, after the review on the Poon guy, I decided to just make something after seeing a specific Baldur's Gate 3 quest. Those who know will know, and don't worry, there aren't any spoilers. Okay. The Arak Gith. What is it? It's a horrifying creature between a Githyanki. So it's like a drow spider Gith. Alright, let's take a look. CR9. It's very high hit points and armor class for CR9. Very high. Arguably too high. Derek, what's up? You just got off a 9-hour shift. Take your shoes off, man. Just take a seat. It's got some spells, dance. It's got these spells. It feels very drow so far. So far, all of this feels very much like a Drider. You spelled concentration wrong. It can climb difficult so it's web speed, his web stuff, his silk stuff. When it uses its action to attack, it can take the grapple action as a bonus action. I would probably just say the Arak Gith can attempt to grapple creatures as a bonus action. Derek, we looked at a piece of yours earlier today. I forget what it was right now. What piece did we look at of yours? What was it? It was an item? The Vortex Spear. That was cool. I had some feedback for the Vortex Spear, but I do feel like it's mostly solid. Yeah, I want it to return. It should have the thrown weapon return feature. Just because it's a gravity thing, it totally makes sense. And then the other thing that I was going to suggest is that when you cast reverse gravity on it, you should be immune to it. So, you could cast reverse gravity centered on yourself and shit like that. I think those were my main pieces of feedback. But overall, I thought it was a very solid little item. Oh, the other thing that I noticed about it, Derek, was that the way that it was written is that while you can cast Gust without concentration, it automatically turns off if you attack. So in a lot of ways, it's an item that's way more powerful on a spellcaster than on a martial character, because a spellcaster is going to be able to cast Gust, have that Gust going, and then be casting spells, but a martial character casts Gust, and then immediately they lose it if they make any attacks. So I didn't know how I felt about that, because I felt like we don't want it to be disadvantageous for a martial character to wield it. Okay, let's get back to the Gith spider person. They got swords. They got toxin blasts. All of this so far feels very Drider. Toxin blasts. Each creature in the cone must make a DC 15 con save or take a bunch of thunder and poison damage or failed save. Okay, and then it gets some webbing. All right, we're going to stop reading it here. Okay, so here's the situation. Where is the Gith? Where is the Gith here? I see the Gith coming out in 2 places. Chat, do you know where the Gith is? Would you like me to point it to you? There are 2 things that are making me say this is potentially not just a Drider, but better. Must it be Gith? It's a Drider plus a Gith. It should certainly be more Gith than this. There's 2. There's psychic damage down here, and there's the word Silver Sword. But what the damage is not Silver Sword. This is Drider stuff. This is Drow Drider stuff. So my main feedback for you is we need more. We get telekinesis and mage hand, I guess, too. But we need more Gith feeling stuff. This is a little bit too spider. Not enough alien, in my opinion. That's the main feedback. It doesn't feel that different than a regular Drider, but souped up. So if you want this to be a regular Drider, but souped up, that's fine. But everything else feels kind of just like Drider. It is a Drider rework, definitely, but that's fine. There's nothing wrong with a rework. I would just say we should get some special features that make this feel not just like a Drider that is a little psychic, but that feels like a Githyanki. The CR seems low. It's a little all over the place because the damage is not crazy. The damage is okay. Like, the damage is... Yeah, the CR could... Yeah, maybe the CR is a little low. This could probably be a CR 10. But even then, it's like... It still doesn't feel like it's doing enough Gith stuff. You want to see it have a massive leap? Yeah, I kind of like a psychic leap, for sure. It should probably have the shield... I'd give it shield spell. Would writing about a creature that eats dead bodies be allowed for the contest? Yeah, sure. As long as you don't get hyper grotesque. The thing is, I don't want to be reading like anything that's so gory that it's like too like if it's I don't want to read gore that's just like cringe because that's not scary. On all the other rules are basically just stuff to try to keep the creeps out and to try to keep it TOS. Yeah. Like a 100-foot jump. I agree. Gith are aliens. Yeah, the Gith are aliens. The Gith the Githyanki. They're not exactly aliens, but they're the closest thing D&D has to aliens. They live in the Astral Sea. They basically used to be the slaves of Mind Flayers, and then they made a revolution and they fought the Mind Flayers. And at the end of the revolution, half of them were like, you know what? We should go spend some time and like figure out our identities. Let's go to the realm of chaos and like learn how to be psychic monks. And, like, understand what it means to, like, be free. And to, like, build ourselves up. And then the other ones were like, you know what? That's cool and all, but we want to be space pirates. And we want to turn the rest of the universe into the places that we plunder. So we're going to do that. And then the Gith split into two groups. The Githzerai and the Githyanki. The Githzerai made a bunch of monks. And they had a big war with each other. They hate each other. The Githzerai all became psychic monks, and they live in chaos. And then the Githyanki, all became space pirates that made deals with Tiamat to ride dragons and have a lich queen. And the Githyanki live on the body of a dead god that floats through the Astral Sea, and they have they ride red dragons, and their city's really crazy. And then the Githzerai live in these like bubbles of tranquility in the realm of chaos. And they only really ever team up ever now to fight Mind Flayers. And they don't even really do it that much. They mostly hate each other. But yeah, Gith plus Spider is a great idea. Let's get us more Gith, and let's get a little bit less Spider, a little bit more Gith. Yeah, the Githyanki, their queen is she's like an undead crazy queen of she's awesome. She's cool. And the only way you're allowed to live in Tunarok, that's the name of the city that they live on. I think it's what it's called, Tunaral, something like that. Is you have to beat a Mind Flayer in combat and bring the head to Vlakeith. Yeah, Vlakeith. You have to bring her the head of a Mind Flayer. And then she's like, oh, you can come live here. And you're like, word. And she's like, word. Yeah, I've used her in a couple campaigns. I really like her as a character. She's a really fun character. I had a group who basically... they almost died to her very, 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 very quickly a little while ago, like 4 or 5 years ago. But she's a bad. I love her. Who cares? I love a bad. Bad guys are the best. I'm the dungeon master, man. You gotta love the bads. You're the one that controls them. All right, Puppeteer, thank you for sharing your piece. In D&D, you could definitely be strong enough to be a threat to her. I don't think you can in Baldur's Gate. Technically, until the introduction of Spelljammer, they were the only aliens. The Slod. I think Slotty kind of are aliens, too. I think you could argue that they are. Also, Mind Flayers, I think you could argue are aliens. Also, I think Astral Dreadnoughts, you could argue are aliens. There's a couple things that I think you could argue are aliens. Basically, anything from the Astral Sea. I think there's an argument for it to be an alien. Is she a wizard? I don't know if she's a wizard, but she's definitely a powerful spellcaster. The Githyanki are often really, really powerful spellcasters. Slot are native to Limbo. I suppose that's true. But they feel like aliens. All right. Unless something crazy happens to inspire me to stay on stream for a lot longer, this is probably going to be the last spin of the wheel. And the wheel will reset after tonight, which means that if you want to get me to look at a piece, you got to submit to the new wheel that will be starting this week. And this week has a theme. The wheel has a theme, the theme of spooky. Next is Arufa. Arufa was here earlier. I saw them in the chat earlier. I don't think they still are. She, her. Last person to submit. This is for a campaign based on an indie game for a group of high schoolers who are all new to the game. This version of the spell is slightly more balanced than the original version we've been using. Let's take a look. If this isn't a crazy long piece, we might do another. Let's take a look. To dust you shall return. 3rd level spell. An action to cast Druid Circle of Dreams. Very rarely it's kind of unheard of for a spell to be tied behind a subclass. I think tying it to just Druids is fine. Let's see. 3rd level, verbal somatic component, concentration 10 minutes. Calling upon the power of your perished gods. You judge your enemies and call them to return to dust. Why is this druid only? That doesn't sound very druidy. Suddenly, a flurry of thorny vines shoot out from your fingertips. Each creature within a 30-foot radius sphere centered on you. That is a big fucking area. Must make a dex saving throw, taking 6d6 necrotic damage and becoming restrained on a failure. Whoa, that is really a lot. That is more than... That is more than double. That's not double the radius, but that is more than double the size of a fireball at almost the same amount of damage, but with a highly more potent damaging type, and it's restraining creatures. It's way too strong. The question to ask yourself is, what's the most important part of this spell? Is the most important part of this spell the massive radius, the necrotic damage, or the restraining? Just can't keep them all. Vines wrap around corners and affect all creatures. If a creature touches the vines, it begins to decay. Its body physically turning to dust. If a creature is dropped to 0 hit points with the spell, it simply disintegrates. Okay. You can designate any number of creatures that... Wait. You can designate any number of creatures within the spell's radius as allies. If the spell hits an ally, it heals. Holy shit. Okay. On its turn, a creature entangled can make a dex saving throw. On a success, it is free. On a failure, it takes another 3d6 necrotic damage. Okay. Here's what I'll say. This spell could work if you set the level appropriately. Chat, what level is this spell? What level is this spell? I would say, I think you guys are actually really on the mark here as a collective. I say 5th level is the minimum. I see a lot of you saying 5 or 6. I see a couple of you saying 8. I see a really good argument for this being a 6th or a 7th level spell. 6th level probably makes sense. This is not that dissimilar from Circle of Death, which I believe is 6th level. I'm so smart. It's double the radius, but it's only a little bit more damage and absolutely none of the healing and no restraining. So this feels to me like much more like a 6th level spell. Maybe a 7th, because it's a lot of healing. So if you wanted to do all this stuff, this is a 7th level spell or a 6th level spell, minimum. If you don't want it to do all this stuff, dramatically drop the radius, dramatically drop the damage, dramatically drop the healing, and maybe even remove the restraint. You forgot the healing, definitely 7th level. Yeah. I mean, listen, it's not a bad idea for a spell. It's doing a lot of cool stuff. It's just way too strong. Let's also not forget that it's not just doing this damage. It's doing perpetual damage, okay? It's doing damage every turn on top of the initial damage. I also would probably drop the ability to upcast it. Or clarify that this initial damage is only applied to the initial damage. That this damage increase is only applied to the initial damage. Oh yeah, and it lasts 10 minutes. It's really fucking powerful. Yeah, 6. Yeah, I'm leaning more towards 7th level than anything else. Those are my thoughts. Yeah, it's a strongy. It lasts for 10 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, 7th level. 7th level. 7th level, it seems reasonable. If you want it to be more reasonable and not be 7th level, drop the concentration to 1 minute. Make it not do damage or not heal or not restrain. Make it do way less damage each round. Maybe 1d6. Maybe this initial damage is 2d6. Yeah. Tradosio, you're saying what I'm thinking. Yeah, you got to really cut that down. I like the idea. It's just doing a lot too much. Tone it. Healing is really, really strong in D&D. Mass healing is really strong in D&D. Restraining is really strong in D&D. Mass restraining and mass damage is really strong. Mass restraining and continuous damage and restraining, and then also getting to pick creatures to not be affected, and not only not be affected, but to be buffed by it all. It's just a lot. It's a lot. All right, Arufa. I like the idea, but you got to tone that back unless you're going to find yourself struggling. Radius spells are hugely powerful. I think it was difficult terrain and not restraining also that would bring it down. I agree. All right, let's give a round of applause to Arufa. Did I see that it disintegrates creatures that are dropped to 0? I did. I kind of ignored that part. Poke9er, how's it going, buddy? You got in just in time for the end of stream. I think I got one more in me. I got one more in me. But we will be back not tomorrow, but on Tuesday. And on Tuesday, we're going to do some combination of Baldur's Gate and maybe writing some D&D together or exploring stuff, or maybe we'll do a call-in show. We're going to do some combination of Baldur's Gate and something else on Tuesday. And the Baldur's Gate game we're playing is the Dark Urge. You plead to the great DM in the sky. Let's see. Yeah, the Dark Urge playthrough is amazing so far. I'm kind of shocked at how much I like it. Next is Sponge Man. The Man of Sponge. Pretty sure this idea has been done a million times, but I still want to crack at it. All right. Have I looked at this? No, I haven't. Now, here's the Fey bloodline. This is true. This has been done a million times. So here's what I'm going to say. We might not read the whole thing here, because if you're trying to make it unique, you got to do what hasn't been done a million times. Spongeman, let's see what we got. Your link to the storied realms of the Fae grants you access to spells normally associated with the Bard class. When your spellcasting feature lets you learn a sorcerer, cantrip, or sorcerer spell at first level, you can use a new spell from the Bard list or the sorcerer list. You must otherwise use your chosen from the new... Okay, so this is... So it's very similar to the Divine Soul so far. Very similar to the Divine Soul so far. If you're going to be giving us Bard spells, you got to just... That's very strong. So we're just going to keep that in mind with everything else we're doing. You get Fey stuff with your appearance. At first level, when a hostile creature ends its turn within 5 feet of you, you can have it make a wisdom save against your spell save DC or become charmed or frightened. Till the end of its next turn or next turn on a failure. The creature is then immune to it for 24 hours. You can use feature number of times equal to your charisma modifier. Regain expended uses when you use... Oh my god. What am I going to say, chat? I'm going to give the same feedback I've given 100 times. What is it? What's the feedback? What is this? What's going on here? What are we getting when we get this feature? Do you need a clue? I'll give you a clue. It's very similar feedback to the feedback I gave to the Tendril Monk. Very similar feedback I gave to the Tendril Monk. The Tendril Monk did something. Numbers. This is not a numbers go up. It's not a sorcerer, but better. I mean, it is, but let's talk specifically about surprising appearance. This is the thing that we really need to distinguish ourselves as being a unique feeling sorcerer, because Tales from the Feywild is sort of it, but again, it's like divination wizard, but not quite divination. Yes, wait, who said warlock? Who said warlock? Yes. This is so fucking similar to a warlock feature. Guess which one? The Fey. It's different, but it's not that different. Basically does the same fucking thing. Charm or frightened until the end of your next turn. We need something new, my guy. We need something new. This needs to feel like a sorcerer. Come up with a different expression of ability here. Don't just give us the different version of the Arc Fey feature that mechanically functions a little bit differently, but also mechanically basically does the same thing. We need something new. Whole cloth, get rid of this. Something new. Wild Charms. Your Fey Charm makes you... Guys, you know what? Honestly, we're going to get through this one quickly. I'll do one more after. Probably. We'll see. I might regret that I just said that. It doesn't matter. I said it. I have to commit to it. Your Fey Charm makes you a beleaguering magic more... What the fuck is that word? Not sure if that's a word. Starting at 6th level, when you cast a spell that causes the charm or frightened or incapacitated condition, you can spend 2 sorcerer points to either increase the area effect by 5 feet or cause it to deal 4d4 psychic damage on a failed save. This does not end the effects that would normally end it. I would probably make the 4d4 psychic damage happen to one creature, not all creatures in the area. Increase the area of effect by 5 feet also is sort of dependent. Like, not all spells are area effect, but like, I mean, increasing an area effect by 5 feet is potentially a lot. The thing that you have to keep in mind is that you need to kind of be clear about how it increases it. So, for example, if you have a line spell, are you increasing the width of the line by 5 feet or the length of the line by 5 feet? Stuff like that is worth thinking about. You think they mean beguiling other than beleaguering? Oh, that makes sense. We're like a crowd of infinitely chanting encore. It's true, you are. I don't know if Floaty left, but if his gets rolled, that would be the saltiest fucking shit ever. I'm really here for it. I love that sort of irony. Getting to do... I don't really understand increasing the radius. I think the psychic damage is kind of cool, but I would make that a single creature affected by it. I wouldn't make it all. I probably would, honestly, I'm going to be honest, I might even drop the whole first part and just have it be the psychic damage part. This is another one of those things where it was like, I'm wondering why we're getting bard spells and we're not getting, like, a spell list. This feels like we should be getting bard spells and not a spell list. Or this feels like we should be getting a spell list and not bard spells. You're not singing for you? You don't have to sing for me. I'm just kidding, you do. All people have to sing for me eventually. The 44 psychic damage I think is interesting. The radius increasing, I'm not buying it. I'd probably drop it. Again, I sort of wondering, like, what's the flavor we're trying to sell here? I don't know. Does doing psychic damage to charmed and frightened creatures sell the flavor that we're going for? It's very dark fey in a way that I'm not sure if I buy. I mean, maybe it's fine. Maybe I'm being picky. At 14th level, you gain the power to use Faye's favorite trick. When a creature within 30 feet of you casts a spell that doesn't normally require material components, you can use your reaction to cast the same spell at its lowest level using sorcery points equal to 1 plus the level. The original caster cannot cast the spell again for 1 minute. First of all, this probably should be a once-a-day feature. Second of all, this is a 17th level rogue feature. Or 13th level rogue feature? Am I imagining this? Doesn't the Arcane Trickster get this? Chat. Yeah, Databank. Yeah. Arcane Trickster gets this. Yeah. So this is another thing where we're like getting something that's very close to a thing that already exists. People keep on reinventing the one subclass you've played. Here's what I'll say. I'm going to be real blunt. Let's talk about what you said here. This idea has been done a million times. I still want to have a crack at it. I think that's a great thing to do, right? If you know an idea has been done a million times, I think it's totally reasonable to have a crack at it. But I'm going to say something right now. If you want to succeed at an idea that has been done a million times, you need to think about what it means that an idea has been done a million times. And to be totally blunt, this is some basic bitch shit. We're not really getting anything that original or unique here. And Sponge, I don't think there's anything wrong with basing something, with trying to do an idea that's been done a million times before, because you might have a great new lens on it. You might have a new idea to bring to the table. But I think if you are building something and you already know it's been done a million times before, then you're doing yourself a pretty massive disservice by not making truly unique, distinct features to try to sell your idea. Because your idea is fighting 100 other ideas. If I go to... Look, watch this. I'm just going to show you something. If I go to Unearthed Arcana Reddit. Right? If I write... I bet I'll just write Fey Touched. Fey Touch Sorcerer. Immediately I saw one. I'm sure I'll see more. Fey Touch Sorcerer. Fey Touch Sorcerer. Fey Touched 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 Sorcerer. Okay? Fey Touch Sorcerer. So you just got to be honest with yourself, and you're going to be like, all right, if I know I'm going against if I'm trying something, if I've been in the ocean for 100 years, if there's a million things in that ocean, you got to really make yourself stand out. And the way you make yourself stand out is by building unique features that sell a fiction. This is too close to stuff that already exists. Most of these things just feel too close to stuff that already exists. So I'm going to strongly encourage you to sort of, if you're going to be doing stuff with bard spells, do it with a little bit more intention. But maybe the move is to give a spell list and to, again, I would say rethink Surprising Appearance, rethink my spell now, and even rethink Wild Charms. Like, what is this? What flavor is this evoking? You know? All right, them's my thoughts. Sponge Man, thank you for sharing. All right, Derek, get some sleep. Derek, I'm not doing stream tomorrow. Tomorrow I have personal life things I have to take care of, but I'll be back on Tuesday. All right, thank you, SpongeMan. All right, guys, one more. Last one. Last one for the stream. Last one for the night. Confused floaty head guy's lost his fucking mind. Bardically uninspired. I don't think that's a confused head guy. Not plays tested, but talked with multiple DMs, and we are unsure if it's balanced. Pretty sure it's not OP. Let's take a look. If this is a whole class, we're skipping it. You know what? I'm going to be real honest with you. I don't want to read a 3-page thing on werewolves. I'm sorry. This is just not what I want to do right now. And I'm going to be honest, at least a little bit of that is to do with the font choice. This is like really tedious to read. Chat, if you more want to take a look at it, you can. I'm not reading a 3-page alternative rule system for werewolves right now. It's too late in the night. Spin again. Sorry. Sorry, Bardically uninspired. Matthew. You just rolled with advantage? Yeah, it didn't help. I'm going to be playing a blind character, and as such, I was looking for an item for him. This... I feel like I got this. I feel like I've read this before. Read this before. Spin again. Double advantage. Triple advantage, excuse me. Next is Alan. Alan Iverson? I wonder if this is one. Guys, this is exciting. I may have read this one before too. I made a lot of homebrew content, over 50 pages of races, subclasses, and a full class. This is just one that I thought you would, I would send to see what you think. All right. That opening is an opening I've seen a lot before, but it's not. I don't think I've seen this piece before. Path of Primal Scars. All right, let's take a look. Gaining power from the damage you take is the Path of Primal Scars. Relishing, this is not a, put a period. You gotta rewrite this whole thing. Relishing in the blood you spill and igniting heat of your rage. And, yeah. So, as Path of the Primal Scar barbarians gain power from taking damage, period. They relish in blood, spill, and igniting the heat of their rage. Something like that. Cinder have humility. Review floating head guy. All right, we'll take a look at it. Maybe. Let's see. Let me see how I feel at the end of this one. I'll say there's a 50-50 chance. No promises. Maybe we'll roll a die for it. We'll see if anyone can help you get advantage with the roll. Hot-blooded. At 3rd level, when you gain this path, your body gets stronger through pain and reacts viciously when you take damage. I don't think you mean the word viciously here, or if you do, I would probably take it out. When you're raging, if you take damage from a creature within 10 feet of you, the attacking creature must make a dex saving throw equal to 8 plus your con plus proficiency, or be splashed with your searing hot blood, taking 1d4 plus your con in fire damage. This should not happen every time a creature attacks you within range. I like the idea of you getting a squirt back of fire blood or whatever. I think that's fun. But this should not be... This should be like either this is your reaction to trigger this, or it is a thing that happens... You can make it happen like this... You can use this feature a number of times equal to your Constitution modifier, and then it's gone, and then you can't use it anymore. It should not be every attack. But I think it's mostly fine. The damage is a little high. I could see you dropping the D6. I could see you dropping the D12 to something lower, but I think it's probably fine. It's probably fine. But yeah, this shouldn't happen more than once a turn. Or if it does happen more than once a turn, you should be limited to like 4 times a day you can activate it. Blood Fury. Beginning at 3rd level, you gain a pool of Blood Fury die, D12. So you have a number of Blood Fury equal to your Barbarian level. That is a lot to have. They shouldn't do that much. You regain Blood Flurry after you complete a long rest. When you spend a Blood Flurry die, you can take damage equal to the result. Once per long rest, spending a Blood Fury die will not reduce your health point below 1. I don't know what the fuck you mean by that. Get rid of it. At 3rd level, you can spend Blood Flurry to use a reaction to make an attack against the creature within 10 feet of you. Why? Why is this a core feature? Okay, so there's 2 pretty important things. Like, why is this a core feature? Yeah, this needs a trigger. Reactions need something to trigger that reaction. This needs a reaction if you want it to be a reaction. I would also say that why is it within 10 feet? Why not within reach? You can make one melee attack against the creature within reach. Because what if there's a creature within 10 feet of you and you don't have 10 feet of reach? What is happening then? The Blood Flurry triggers the Hot-Blooded? What? What are you talking about? I'm gonna be honest. I feel like the 10 feet range for the blood squirt is fine. 10 feet range for this makes no fucking sense. Get rid of it. Also, not to be a Bojangle Johnson Jangleson here, but reaction extra attack is boring. It's not really much. I wouldn't do it. I'd come up with something more unique here. Something a little bit more interesting. Also, not sure why we're building a whole blood pool thing for that. Also, again, don't know what the fuck this means. Get rid of it. Barbarian level number of charges is too many. Lower the number of charges. Hi, what's up, Goreclaw? I like the idea of pool of dice for barbarians to use. Hot-blooded needs to pull from that pool. Yeah, I kind of agree there. It needs to be a reaction. I agree as well. And the pool needs to be way smaller. I agree as well. We just all agree. And then that's all you get at 3rd level. Tradosio, I agree almost entirely. The only thing that I would potentially add is if you do get cut out pushing beyond blood, I think there is space for a ribbon feature. I would probably make the ribbon feature something like your form looks scary because your blood pumps hot. Maybe you can you get a bonus to intimidation checks, or maybe you are comfortable in cold, like you're not affected by cold badly because you can just be warm based on your own internal hot blood or something like sort of like just more colorful. Is hot-blooded only dealing rage damage a good ribbon feature? No, that's not a ribbon feature. That's just damage. Damage is never a ribbon feature. Damage is damage. All right, let's see. Add rage bonus to intimidation. Oh, that's not a bad idea, hard dude, bro, if you wanted to make it intimidation based. But yeah, I agree. This should be way less. It should be like con modifier plus something else. Con modifier plus proficiency bonus it could be proficiency bonus times 2 maybe, and then make hot-blooded, use a charge, make it cost a reaction, boom, you're in Gravy Town. Let's look at our 6th level feature. After you've reached 6th level, you don't say may, say can. You can use a action to spend all of your remaining blood flurry die. Each creature within 5 feet of you must make a dex saving throw plus your con modifier taking fire damage. This is nah. I don't love the extra damage. Again, the thing is, we're getting a damaging feature at 3rd level. Barbarians don't really get damaging features at 6th level. The only barbarian that gets a damaging feature at 6th level doesn't get a damaging feature at 3rd level. Yeah. So it's a little weird to do the extra damaging feature at 6th level. I probably wouldn't do it. Good night, hard dude, bro. My videos are awesome, Carrot Lord. Your videos are awesome. You gain temporary hit points equal to the result, and you gain 1 additional use of rage. I'm just going to read what the other 6th level feature is before I say anything, because I don't like anything that this does. Beginning at 6th level, while you are bloodied, your health points are half. If your health points are half or less, your focus is at its strongest. The burning blood you shed adds to the damage you deal. When you have advantage on attack, your weapons deal an additional 1d4. I'll tell you what. I'm going to be real honest with you. Either of these could work really well as a 10th or a 14th level feature, not a 6th level feature. Get rid of both of them. Come up with something else. What else is going on? What else is going on that this thing can get evocative with at 6th level? You drop to low HP and deal AoE. It's too much of the same. It's not. It's like, yeah, like that could work really well, but make it a 10th level feature. We need something in the middle. We need something in the middle. It doesn't feel so the same. Also, I don't know. I just like it just doesn't. It's just too like this. It works on a monster. Like if this was a monster, it'd be fine. But like we need a little bit more different directions in what we're getting when we're building a subclass. Let's look at 10th level. Beginning at 10th level, when you make a saving throw, you can spend blood for your die and add the result to your saving throw. This feels like a 6th level feature. This is your 6th level feature. Boom. Done. Also, you probably can't make it any saving throw. You should pick specific types. Any saving throw getting to add one is a little bit much. But boom, this is literally a good 6th level feature. Right here. You just made one. Switch this with some of this shit. This is not a bad 10th level feature. Make it a 10th level feature. This, I probably would just drop. Did I discover the ghost? I think I got rid of it by acknowledging that it had no power over me. It may come back, do other things, but it has. I don't know if it was really a ghost. It was just the lights being red. I don't really believe in ghosts, so I talk to them because I want them to know that if they want to hang out, we gotta really hang. Because I'm not gonna deal with any spooky stuff. I'm just gonna leave and I'll go do other things, and they'll be alone and bored. I like the idea that when you're below a certain hit point threshold, you deal extra damage. Like, I get it. But I feel like you got to figure out where to put this. Like, this could potentially be at 3rd level, depending on how you change it. But it feels weird at 6th. And I think that this is a good 10th level feature, if you just tweak it a little bit. I like that the 10th level. I like the 10th level adding to your mental saves the flavor of your pain. Yeah. But again, we want to switch this. This should be your 6th level feature. This is a really good example of a 6th level barbarian feature. Most barbarians get something very similar. I mean, literally, the zealot barbarian just gets a different version of this at 6th level. That was the coolest sentence ever spoken casually. What sentence? Let's look at what we get at 14th level. Crimson Roar. Starting at 14th level, when you use the Relentless Rage feature, your burning blood sets the battlefield aflame. While you are at 1 hit point or less, if you make an attack against the creature, I don't think our 14th level feature we should have to be at 1 hit point or less to activate our 14th level feature. You get Rage Beyond Death or Relentless Rage. There's some rage feature that makes it so you can stay alive when you're below 1 hit point. Maybe, I forget what it is. Or you maybe don't drop to 0, you don't drop below 1 hit points. But regardless, you're not going to get to use it that much. You can trigger with the 6th level feature. Maybe, if you roll high enough. But again, then you're out your 6th level feature. So what you're saying is you can trigger it by completely removing all of the charges for all of your other features. So the only way you can trigger it is to choose to have no other subclass features for the rest of the session. Pretty much. Or the rest of the day. I disagree. I don't think that game loop is a particularly fun one. So I wouldn't do that. If I were you, I would think about making sure that this feature is or you know, tie it more directly to that and pretty dramatically change how this feature works. I think that the idea of a boiling blood barbarian that sprays poison blood when they're attacked and they're ignited with fiery rage, I think is really cool. But I think that this is I think that you have built this in such a way that you are imagining very, very specific gameplay loops happening, and things feel like they work within those very specific gameplay loops. But we don't want to build something to be such a specific gameplay loop that it incorporates all the features in one thing that it has to do together, because that's pretty limiting for a subclass. A subclass, when we're designing a subclass, it's got to be holistic. It needs to really feel like it is changing things in a couple different directions. And if we spend too long focusing on one gameplay loop, which sounds like what you're doing here, I worry that we lose sight of a lot of things in game that the player is going to have to be dealing with that have absolutely nothing to do with this gameplay loop. And this gameplay loop won't be able to affect. And now suddenly you're in a situation where your subclass just can't do shit. And that's one of the reasons why if you look at subclasses, almost always there will be a little bit of features that tie together and create gameplay loops, but there will also be features that are just extraneous, extra stuff. Passive stuff that's always on that's a little distinct, or some other use of an ability. Even the Battle Master, right? The Battle Master, who is everything is built around Battle Master maneuvers, they have a couple features that don't have to do with the Battle Master features. They're not crazy strong, but they make them feel vibe, you know? So that's what I think I would work on if I were you. I think you need to, I think you lost the forest for the trees in some of your gameplay loops that you're building here. And I would pull back and be like, okay, what does this need to feel like this thing, regardless of this gameplay loop? What else could this thing have to feel like a barbarian that has boiling fire blood? Idea was to sacrifice HP to do more things in different ways, each time triggering a fire splash, but I'll rework it some more. But that's what I'm saying, Alan. That's the gameplay loop that you've built towards, but that's the only thing you've built towards. This feels like nothing other than that. To the point where the 14th level feature, you literally can't use unless you choose to do that very specific gameplay loop. Like, you are paywalling the capstone feature behind adhering to the thing that the only thing it's been doing the whole time. And I think it's worthwhile to give your players a little bit more agency in choosing how to use their features or how to interpret their features. That's sort of what I'm getting at. I think the flavor is fantastic. I think there's a couple really nice ideas working here, but I think you are too tightly focused on that one gameplay loop. And I think you need to decide what matters to accomplish it and then get rid of the rest and build some new features that allow you to feel like a Path of Primal Scars barbarian in a way that has nothing to do with that gameplay loop, but has everything to do with the flavor of the Primal Path of Scars barbarian. Does that make sense? David, don't be insulting. Why is this anticlimactic? We're talking about core gameplay design. What's anticlimactic about that? We're talking about important shit. Alan, it's got good vibes. Yeah, it does have good vibes. I like the vibes a lot. I mean, the thing is, what I will say, and let's give credit where credit's due. It is doing something new. And it is doing something that is interesting to think about. And to be fair, I've said to be completely honest a lot. It's one of those phrases I say way too much. A lot of homebrew we look at doesn't do those two things. A lot of homebrew we look at doesn't bring anything new to the table, doesn't really make us think. So, if you're doing those things, you're on the right path. I will also say that if you're doing those things, you're making it harder for yourself, but in a good way. Because it is easy to look at things that came before you and to rely on them. It is easy to walk a path that others have walked. It is hard to walk a new path. So, for whatever that's worth, it is a good thing to try the new. The new is bold. And it is a little scary. And it's worth doing. You know? Alrighty, friends. It's that time. Time we prepare ourselves for new days, new nights. We have a new week ahead of us, guys. It's Sunday. Starting tomorrow, we are going to be having a brand new wheel. And we're going to be doing a bunch of Halloween stuff for the next 2 weeks. I'm very excited. Hopefully my decorations that I bought will come soon. And if you're new, thanks for stopping by. If you're old, thanks for sticking around. Oh no, I promised to watch Confused Guy. I'm so sorry. I did. I fucking did. God damn it. Oh, did I close the window? Please don't let me close the window yet. Okay, good, I didn't. All right, this is for you, confused guy. And it's not really for you. It's for all the people that are standing behind you. All those brave enough to stand up and say, "We want this psychopath." What's your name here? Confused. What's your name in here? Is this you? It is you. Why do you have too many fucking names? Oh my god, you're about to get me on hard mode, just so you know. Probably don't remember you. I remember everyone. You're the kid called in D&D helpline with a war situation, with war parties being particularly out of hand. Yeah, war parties are obnoxious to run. I wanted to see if this monster stat block would work well as a replacement for current war parties, which are just 7 individual creatures. What? I don't need to say anything. I can review this right now. I don't even need to say any goddamn. I don't need to say anything. I know exactly the. Does this feel reasonable to replace 4 creatures? No. It doesn't. This seems confusing. Let's read what this thing does. Glitchy, thanks for becoming a member. It's got 171 hit points. It's got a bunch of stuff. The war party is a group of 8 humanoids who all contribute to its abilities. So when one dies, their contribution goes with them. Every 22 hit points the war party loses, it must roll 5 2d4 minus 1. Why? Why is it rolling that? Depending on the roll, a member of the war party dies, and the party can no longer use the abilities. This is going to be so tedious to run. Oh my god. So, yeah, just use mob rules. What? So every time this thing takes 22 hit points, the Dungeon Master rolls 2d4 minus 1. And then they go foot soldier, short sword. And then they have to go through, find the short sword, and then remember that it doesn't have that. I don't think that that's easier. No, I don't think that that's easier. I think, that, if anything, that's more confusing. If your goal is to speed things up, you like, don't, why are you building a mini game into it? If the war party moves at least 25 feet towards a target, then hits with a melee attack on the same turn, they do extra damage. Okay, that's fine. They have a glaive that does damage. A greatsword that does. All these just are regular attacks. These are just regular attacks. It's a little bit. Also, here's what I'm gonna say. Also, it's gonna not be that fun to fight. Like, just from a personal perspective, it's really not satisfying to fight a thing that has a lot of hit points and a bunch of little attacks. That's like an incredibly frustrating fight from a player perspective, because you're in a situation where you don't ever feel like you're having that large of an impact, but also the thing that you're fighting isn't having that much of an impact, so it's just like, it just takes a long time. Like, that's going to just be a tedious fight. Also, you don't have any expression of action economy. So, why is multi-attack down here? Multi-attack needs to be at the top. The war party charges at a target, makes multiple attacks. A glaive, you need to say how many attacks, don't say multiple. A glaive or greatsword, it's short sword attack. Why are you saying A, and then it's? Write all things the same. And the war party cleric has, yeah. Yeah, nah. This ain't it. This is also not a CR2 monster. Yeah, this is not the solution. It sounds like my confused floaty head guy is that you have changed the problem, but you have not solved it. It's made to be with the party. What does that mean? This does seem like you just put 6 creatures into 1 creature. Yeah. This ain't it. The party uses it? They are allies? Oh my god. You want your party members to do this? Do you really want your party members to keep track of all of this? Jesus Christ. No. It's worse. Just use mob rules. Who's in charge of this stat block? Which player? That's a good question to ask. Which player is in charge of this stat block? Because if it's more than one, you're fucked. And if it's one, you better make sure that they're essentially controlling two. You? Are you a player in this game? I'm confused. Did you design this for yourself? You're the DM? That's going to be a lot of time. The goal as a dungeon master... this is what I'm going to say. I feel like you tried to solve this problem, and you just made a new problem. Mob rules exist. I saw many people suggesting them. Just use the fucking mob rules. Or go look up NCDM Strongholds and Followers and do what that book did. But building a stat block that is unquestionably more complicated than a lot of other stat blocks is not the move. Every single time this monster does anything, this is what you need to do. Okay, this thing gets a glaive attack, a short sword attack, a great sword attack, a longbow attack. How many longbow attacks does it get? Let's see. I guess it gets one. Okay, it has one longbow attack. Wait, there's another archer. So okay, it actually gets two longbow attacks. Okay, and then it has a cleric. Okay, so we're gonna make two longbow attacks. And then we're gonna use a short sword, and then we'll use the great sword. Oh wait, it did take 22 damage, so it lost the great sword. So we're not gonna do the great sword. Oh, and then it also has the cleric. So let's see, what spells should it cast? It's got Zephyr Strike. It's got Aqua Jet. I don't remember what Aqua Jet does. Let me look that up. Give me a second, and we'll go look that up. You know what? Aqua Jet's not going to be that super useful here. Maybe Misty Step. Oh, but with Misty Step, does that teleport all of us? Because Misty Step is a self-targeting spell, which means that you're only targeting the self. So does the cleric teleport by themselves with Misty Step, or do all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them teleport with Misty Step? Because if all of them teleport with Misty Step, that kind of makes Misty Step feels like it's doing a different thing. It's a lot more powerful then, because then you're just using a second level spell slot to teleport essentially 8 creatures. And then, oh, you know what? There's also going to be maybe we just do a wall spell. So on top of keeping track of this, we're also going to be keeping track of a wall spell. You see what I mean here? See what I mean here? That's what I'm worried about. That's the situation that I don't want you to have to handle. I don't want you to deal with that situation. That's not fun. You are not going to have fun then. You are going to be stressing. So, let's also give credit where credit's due. I think if you took away what confused floaty head guy's goal is and just looked at this thing and sort of rebuilt it a little bit, the idea of a monster with like 5 different types of attacks, and every time it takes a certain amount of damage, you roll a die, and one of those attacks it loses, that's cool. I like that. Like if you turned this into a giant robot with 6 different types of arms, and it was spinning around with all these different types of attacks, and then every time it took damage, one of the arms broke. That's really cool. So you did make something pretty neat. You just didn't solve the problem I think you're trying to solve. Now, I hope you don't mind that I just turned me reviewing your thing into a whole me yelling for 5 minutes, but I think it's worth pointing out because you're just giving yourself a hard time. You're just gonna make it more complicated. All right, the war party, but I like the holy unit with all the things. Like that's fucking cool. All right, those are my thoughts. All right, chat. I did what I was told. I followed. I abided. Okay. Y'all asked me to make a promise, and I did. Thank you for extending the stream. Listen, confused floaty head guy. I am nothing if not in desperate need of approval. So I'll do what I can to get it. But you don't need to give me anything confused. All you need to do is hang out. If you hang out, you like the show, you subscribe, you tell people that I'm cool. That's all. If you can give me money, wonderful. If you can't give me money, you really, really, really should not feel any way about it other than not whatever. If I'm ever in a position where I'm desperately in need of money, I'll figure something out. We're making it work for now with the generosity of the few that can afford it, so don't stress. Okay? Okay. Also, Glitchy, thank you for becoming a member. I saw you did that. I don't know if I said something. Did anybody else do anything since then? Let me just double check before I end stream. End stream? Is he ending stream soon? Everybody calm down. Calm down. Give me a second. Dylan igniting. Dylan's just trying to start trouble. He's igniting stuff. All right, guys, listen. We're not going to be streaming tomorrow. I know. So sad. But we will be back on Tuesday. Okay? And on Tuesday, we are going to do some combination of Baldur's Gate 3 and call-in show. I might even do both at the same time, depending on where we're at in Baldur's Gate 3. Might be fun. Seriously, y'all are amazing. You're amazing, confused floaty head guy. You're amazing. That being said, as amazing as you are, all things must come to an end someday. And that's where we're at. So I'll see you guys on Tuesday. Be good to each other. I love you. Have a good night.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be would everything we built just turn to broken leaves. I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door. Never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like it scares me? What do we do with all the possibilities? We don't think about it. We don't think about it. We just fall into each other's arms, and we laugh and we cry, we dry each other's eyes, but we don't talk about it.